に火がつながるので Later way, later way, just reverse 空をまっ僕に火がつながるので It's kinda just reverse 사무라이 걸어낸 거 걸린 캔다 싸지 소지 석내 하는 내가 신호신감 니니 후니 더뉴 yeah 벌써 걸어놔 start roll light 몇서 밤야 talk about life 이어원나 상추어줄 die 니니 후니 더뉴 yeah 쌈 나를 샤샤쌈 yeah 거꾸로 저기 숨마세 니지 화면로 쌈 니와 시가쌈 yeah 노래와 신누를 받아서 미숙해자 하루와 원석이 니니 후니 피가 지나가오 노래 Later way, later way, just reverse 구워그만 먹고 니니 후니 피가 지나가오 노래 It's kinda just reverse So bring us now watch my door 나가는 법 for you and there 너가 비할 만큼 yes 니니 후니 don't you dare 쌈 니와 시가쌈 룰을 걷어서 미숙해자 하루와 원석이 니니 후니 피가 지나가오 노래 Later way, just reverse 구워그만 먹고 니니 후니 피가 지나가오 노래 It's kinda just reverse 시커크와 송콩크라고 워크나이 너 소주와 내가 우가 쇼핑하루 저워와 송라미 너 지각나 시자시 아야와 수장내 송콩대기 알더니 그 시기와 니니 후니 피가 지나가오 노래 Later way, just reverse 소리들 한번 니니 후니 피가 지나가오 노래 It's kinda just reverse La 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 just reverse La 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 It's like it's so enlightenment
What is up? Looks like things are a little scuffed. Acrylopolis in the chat saying the StreamYard's link will only work in the PC version. So what do you mean? If you click it, they can't go to any like a separate StreamYard's link? Please say more. Frankie in the studio. Frankie, all ready to come on. Good to see you, Frankie.
Oh, it's a double screen for some reason.
Wait, is it really? You're saying like what? It's is it like streaming the whole?
Yeah.
Oh, now.
It's literally. I'll send you a picture.
Like, do you mean you're seeing two streams? You're supposed to be seeing two streams, but it should be.
Yeah, I'll send you a picture, dude.
But you should hopefully only be able to.
Seeing this. Check your phone.
My phone's like dead. My phone's dead. How does it like? What do you?
Oh my God, you're so queer bait. Ugh.
Oh, Frankie.
Hey, help me out here. What's does it look fine on your end? Is Frankie just meaning there's two streams, or is he saying we're like doubled somehow?
Well, that's what I was gonna say, Frankie. It's supposed to be two streams, and one's for the mobile and one's for a PC.
So I'm on my PC. So I'm on my laptop. So I'm seeing two of them.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Click on the link that next to the name of the link, or next to the name of the stream, you'll see a little like phone icon. Click on the other one so you can get the regular PC version.
Okay.
But I think you had to have done that because you were able to get on StreamYards unless you just have access like that. I don't know.
Dude, I just clicked on StreamYard, dude.
Yeah. So you might just be in the PC version of it. Don't use the mobile version if you don't like it. But I don't like it.
Maybe this is bad. Maybe this is the one time. We'll see how this goes because this could be a shit
What I was
show.
trying to tell you about the link is in the mobile version, when you post that, it doesn't even look like a link. It just looks like you just put one chat. It doesn't have it underlined, and you can't click on it.
Oh, I guess is there other ways?
No way. I can't post link, like mods can't. That's what I was telling you about being a mod and using that version. That's why I use the PC version. It shows up on the same on my phone as it does on my computer, and I can still post links. But in the mobile version, you cannot post links. It just won't let.
Okay. It just won't let. Okay.
No.
I wonder if I should like
put in there,
spell it out as
know.
like mobile version or something, or like.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, when you pull up your page and you go to your lives and you look at both of them next to each other, one of them you'll see has an icon next to the name that looks like a little phone with it looks like a phone with its own little mini icons in it, and then the other one doesn't have that. So that's how you can tell the difference.
I wonder if I should specify it more for others. And okay, I see what Frankie's talking about. Frankie, yeah, you're just seeing in the StreamYards because I have the vertical preview, but it's not. It won't be showing up on stream like this. So there's two of us here, but I can always hide that too if I do this. Then it should be. I didn't know that you see that on the back end.
When you're dual streaming like you are, it's going to show up like this on StreamYards.
Okay, I thought that was just me seeing it.
You're having to dual stream it through StreamYards to do it. So
right. Vertfluence, yeah, there we go. Vertfluence is right, and actually, this brings back the switch fluence in a way because you can kind of switch, from mobile to
fuck the mobile version. But I mean, people seem to be getting a lot of viewers using the mobile version, using both, but there's more usually on the mobile version from what I've noticed.
Right, I don't like that the chats are. There's a few things I'm not going to like about it, but But it depends. We'll see. I'll check the viewership. If it's like worth it, then maybe. But otherwise,
well, I would say if it's worth it and you get enough viewers, just do it that way and just let it go, and then mainly focus on whichever one. Like I would. If it was me, I would focus on the one that you can post links to, and you've got, like.
That's what I want the main one to be. Is like the non-phone one. I don't want to be mainly like a. I want it to be if you're on a phone, maybe it'll show up more likely. But yeah.
Yeah, but just let them know, you can always let them know periodically to go to the PC version and then click the link if you want on panel.
Yeah. I'm almost gonna have to remember to say that each time. It's annoying that the link thing doesn't work.
I'll try to help and post it in the chat every now and then too.
Thank you. So this is
I got my PC and my phone open right now at the same time. So
yeah, this is and this is first time I'm using a lot of features because I got the StreamYard Platinum Edition rewards program. Okay, so there's a lot of benefits. I can even have the comments on. Let's see how this looks. Actually, comments on. Oh, you guys see that? Is that showing up? Yeah, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I don't know. Is that like a? Actually, if I have that, will that show all the comments from both streams? Probably. I think right.
Let's test it.
Yeah, because I don't know where these comments are coming from is the problem. But because that would at least that.
I just wrote test in the mobile side of it.
Okay, and it's showing up. And
let me put. I'm going to put test 2 in the other in the PC version.
Yeah, I see it. I see both.
Oh, good. Okay.
So yeah,
that's not so bad then, because I didn't want people to be like if they're not knowing what comments, what's happening in the comments. But
yeah, you see
people can at least. Yeah,
that's another thing that annoys me is because some of the streamers that I've been seeing using this lately, they won't pull up the chats, or you won't be able to see them from both. So if you're in one if you're in the PC version, let's say, and you're looking at the chat, if you don't have it pulled up like you do, you won't see the other version's chat at all. You won't see any of what they're saying in there at all.
Yeah, see, and I don't like so at least with it being on screen, then apparently everyone. Something
weird. If he leaves it like he's got it now, no, you can see chats from both streams.
Yeah. It's just on the YouTube end. If you're looking at just YouTube and not watching the screen, then yeah, there'll be like half the comments. But what you're seeing on the actual screen will be from everything. And so I guess it's like when people stream on like Kick and like YouTube and Twitch all at the same time, where it's like on each of those platforms you won't see it, but if they have the chat like I do on the screen, then you'll see it all collated from the 3 different things.
Yeah,
I think.
I have to learn how to stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time with my PS5 because I'm starting to stream again on Twitch. It's just that I don't know how to do it from my PS5 to do multiple streams. I
didn't even know you could. I guess that makes sense. I never even thought you could stream from a console, but I guess that makes sense because people stream those games. But it's weird to think about.
I mean, I was streaming earlier today.
No, shout out Frankie. Shout out Frankie's stream. Frankie Too Sweet on Twitch. Go follow. Yeah, see, this is the problem. Then Corey Barton, Big Soda then I have to almost watch the chat more carefully, because now it's actually like hard coded onto my. What, Frankie?
Do I sound low?
You do sound low. I can turn you up if you are unable to turn yourself up.
It almost sounds a little muffled.
How about now?
No, it got worse.
You're a bit quiet. I could. Whoa, why is it dragging you back down?
What the hell?
Okay.
He's got auto mode. You got auto auto volume.
I had a deselect and it's still like I'm turning you up to like max. Frank, you say something?
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
That's about where you started.
All right, hold on. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Are you tapping it? It kind of sounds like it.
How about now?
Yeah,
I think that's better. Yeah,
you got a little echo, but it sounds okay.
Well, I'm at work.
Oh yeah, you sound Frankie at work coded right now. So okay, so thank you guys for helping me out and bearing with me. Okay, hopefully there's not too many like technical glitches, but today we're going to answer the question of why is Milo Yiannopoulos gay? And as the title says, we're going to be answering it in a normal way. Okay. Because apparently he's not gay anymore, okay? Apparently that's the scuttlebutt. I think he's been not gay for a little while. And we're going to find out how he got there, okay? We're going to try to be TOS friendly, okay? We might not, we're going to be tempted to say some stuff, but we got to be careful.
Milo said he's not gay anymore.
This is the word on the street. He says he's no longer gay.
Gay forever. He got touched by a priest when he was a kid in Catholic school.
That's what he said. Yeah, that's what he said.
He got propped up in a chair by a priest.
That's what he said. That's what famously got him canceled, I think, which is a weird, I don't know, I'm not sure exactly why, but yeah, that's what got him canceled. And now he's back though with a gay vengeance, or a not gay vengeance, I guess, a straight vengeance, maybe. I don't know, hard to say. He still is very much looks like he always has, I guess, So I don't know. He said, I think he claims some type of conversion therapy or something. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this one. And it is supposed to be a white screen because this is Tucker's transition. And yeah, Big Soda, are you going to be joining? Big Soda says, once you are gay, you cannot come back. And good to see someone I've never seen in the chat before. Section 230. Welcome to the Confluence YouTube channel. Crazy times. Getting new people up in here every day. So I hope you're all ready to go through. And this will be the poll for. Can I make this a poll? Do we think Milo is still gay after watching this? Is that an okay poll? Is that like TOS? I'm trying to figure that out.
What is it you're trying to figure out?
If I make a poll, as we go through this, yeah, is Milo still gay? Can I make that in a poll, or is that like not okay?
I mean, you can make it a poll.
Milo is still Milo.
Just spell it GH space EY or something ambiguous like that.
Okay, actually, yeah, no, I'll make this. I'll be like super LG whatever friendly.
I mean,
is Milo's sexuality still the same?
That's fair. I mean, saying gay isn't in itself bad. They call
that's true.
What they call themselves.
That is what they call themselves. That's true.
I think if you're like just using it as like a slur against somebody, like you gay, this, I don't have to say it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so don't answer all. You could answer the poll if you want to, but we haven't watched the video yet, guys. Okay, we're gonna be kind of going. I don't know if you could change the poll answer, so maybe he'll persuade you. You
might have to like do another poll after this, and
that's good.
You still think his sexuality is the same?
Oh, that's fire!
My video.
Oh God, I wish I could put a fucking poly market bet on that, and then see, really see if he's changed hearts and minds.
I have some good ideas sometimes.
That's great. All right. So anyone else want to thumping female perspective? Hey, the L is also part of the LGBTQ acronym. So I'm not saying you are that, but you could be that. You are of the right gender to be that if you wanted to. Okay. So whereas like the rest of us, no. And Big Soda, you could be a Q if you want to, Big Soda. Look, I'm not going to tell you what you can and cannot be. You can be anything you want.
So you can have a lot of people up now on stream, right?
Yeah, I don't know. That could be like a dangerous thing because a lot of people say are like more than 6 gets crazy. But I hate it when like one. Usually I have it where like one person wants to join, and I'm like, and I have to be like, hey, does someone like get off? I hate that. So it's like,
well, no, I see it as like the reason you might have one person that's trying to join is because you've expressed that your limit is 6. So now that people know your limit is above 6, you're gonna have 6 on chat, and then there's gonna be people waiting in line to get up.
Yeah, this
Just
might
watch
make
the back.
problem
Just watch the
worse.
backstage, and make sure you screen people now that you have this. Even when you're busy and you feel like you got 7 people on already, screen that 8th person.
Yeah. I mean, I think I can't even remember. I was gonna ask Emmett because there was one guy that joined, and Emmett's like, "Do not let that guy up. He'll do like the worst possible thing." And I wasn't gonna let him up, but it was just like I was gonna ask him to do one of these and then probably let him up. But it's like I need Mr. says he has a list, and he's promised he'll send it to me of like known people because I forget these people's names. I just remember like a couple of them, you know.
Yeah, I've talked to Mr. also about that, and I would love that list also, but I don't think he's trying to like dox people per se either.
Well, it's not just a shared list of you. I'm assuming it's not like they're known names or anything, but
yeah, but over time people get doxed, and you know.
Yeah. But it's like it would be helpful because sometimes I see a person and it's like and it's like there's people like Nemesis who always tries to join, who at least I think he just like says TOS stuff is the vibe I'm getting. But then there's like the guy that tried to join before that Emmett was like apparently he'll just like
Is that our buddy MC you're talking about?
Yeah, MC Nemesis. It's like, he just seems like he says TOS stuff, which I obviously don't want. But then the guy that Emmett like blocked me from before I even had the chance was apparently like he will like put stuff on the screen that will like fuck you up, fuck your channel up. So it's like those are the real ones I gotta be more cautious of. But yeah. So Thumping, join if you're interested. I mean, your husband's on panel, you know, and we're talking about gay shit. So, you know what I mean? Like, this is where I'm going to try to pull your husband away from you, Thumping, in a normal way, not in like a gay way, but in a bit of a gay way. It is Frankie after all. Frankie's my simping hall pass, I think, right? One of my 5. so I mean, that's fine, right?
Just a forewarning, if I have to hop off, I'll come back probably, but if you just see me drop, that's why.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Thumping, your baby is still sick? And that means, Frankie, your baby is still sick too,
Yeah,
you guys have the same baby. I just realized your husband and wife and her baby. I thought it was just a really crazy coincidence that your kids are always sick at the same time, but I guess that makes more sense when you think about it.
Damn it, man.
I'll be back.
Okay. Without further ado, it's time to get a little freaky, okay? Freaky with Milo.
I was gonna say you gotta invite Doomerang. I guess he won't come unless you invite him. But
wait,
then
where
he
is
said
it?
something else about vampirism. Never mind. All right.
Oh, Doomerang, you are absolutely. Sorry, I missed this message. You know, I'm watching so many things. The vertical mode. Yeah, Doomerang, you're always invited, brother. But yeah, you know, hop on up. You know, but again, we all have to be cautious, okay? Because Milo is already, you know, controversial. You know, and so already reacting to this is a little bit of a, you know, a sus operation. But we're gonna get through it, okay?
Shit.
Probably not in one episode. I mean, and we will be finishing for those of you who care. And I know there's got to be like some super Confluence fans out there that just watch everything. We will be getting back to the Lila Rose video. Okay, we will. This popped up. This is hot off the presses. Okay, this is like less than like 24 hours ago or something like that, or close to 24 hours. So this is like So I just had to like go over this because it's just Milo. I love me some Milo. I mean, Milo's incredible. And so Milo and Tucker Carlson together in the same room. I mean, I had to. So we'll get back to the Lila abortion one. We will. Just for those, again, the Confluence super fans out there that want me to finish things, you know.
Gotcha.
Big Soda in the house.
What's up, guys?
Big Soda, how's it going?
Oh, you know, doing stuff and things.
Doing stuff and things. The Big Soda way. Okay.
Interesting.
I'm like not even like a third of my capacity. I think that's crazy. I could have, if I pay enough money, I could probably have 1,000 people on panel. I'll just have the whole internet on my panel. We can all scream at the same time. And then we do the forced karaoke. And then we have like 25 people all just singing slightly out of tune, slightly out of time with each other. Oh, then we'll summon some real demons. Oh, that'd be glorious. I'm getting excited already. Okay. Okay. Anyway, without further ado, I bring you the gayest or least gay person on the internet, Milo.
You're really nice to do this. I'm glad you came. I want to begin with.
Any person will have me on. I'm joking.
No, I'm actually actually really interested. I'm
Wait,
interested
look at
in
his
this
shoes
topic.
already. Look at those
I've
shoes.
never been interested in it, but I want to begin by asking
It's
you
icky, isn't it? It's icky.
well, sort
It
of
makes me answer
personal,
the poll
but,
already.
it's occurred to me, particularly when I
see him now.
have interviewed Republican politicians, particularly neocons over the years.
Homosexuality comes to
I've
mind. I can't
always
think
wanted
why.
to say in a Ugandan accent, "Are you
Yeah,
gay?"
it's so
Why
gay.
are you gay?
So let me ask:
Well,
Are you
Milo's
gay?
got that
Were you gay?
down.
Like, what is gay?
Nobody's gay.
Are you gay?
Nobody's gay. After that clip, which
Nobody's
is the best
gay.
thing on the internet, he changes the question, the interrogative to it. He says,
Fucking guy.
"Why are you gay?" And she starts, it starts talking. He says, "You are gay." It becomes a statement, and this is where he goes. This is where he loses me because nobody is gay.
Nobody is gay.
We've
That
been
changes the
encouraged
poll.
to think of
That is an option on the
the
poll.
The next thing he's going to say is
Hey, I
everybody
mean,
is gay.
Reach the
You invited me.
well, I invited you because I have not wanted to be
Gay
engaged with the
person in your
topic
life?
at all. I don't have strong.
What, Frankie?
You probably never talked to a gay dude in his life.
Tucker? Tucker, probably
Yeah.
not. Yeah.
Well,
This
I don't
is
know.
probably
He
the
used to work
first,
at Fox
potentially.
News. Fox News used to have a lot of gay people.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
I'll be back.
At least some of those co-hosts.
Super strong personal feelings about it, but all of a sudden,
Can you still look like Milo and not be
it has
gay, though? Is that
become like a
possible?
defining fact of the West that we have a huge gay population. Like, what
Exporting
does that?
sodomy?
But no one
giving-
wants to talk about
giving
it.
aid with strings attached.
He's
So
so
I don't know
handsy.
what metaphor am I reaching for strings attached?
Okay, brief thing. Okay, I saw this when I was like picking out this video. I don't know if I'm face blind. Does his shirt have a bunch of copies of Michael Knowles' face on it? Or am I insane? So we can't really see it right now, but just keep an eye on that shirt. Is it Michael Knowles' face repeated? Or am I like just seeing some shit that's like not there? Okay, so I just want to point that out. Y'all know what Michael Knowles looks like?
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out.
Yes, you can, but only if you have a gay pride festival.
Because I want that shirt if it is
what
that.
Is that? Yes,
Exactly. What is that?
Yes, it has been, and all of these things, and with the collapse in people identifying as trans, you're beginning to now see what some of us have always known about homosexuality, which is that this is a product. I mean, there are some people, obviously, who were probably always going to be gay. Tammy Bruce. But like maybe she might be the only real lesbian. She might be the only real lesbian. I believe when Tammy Bruce tells me that she was only ever into women, I believe her.
Yes.
And I like her, by the way. I think she's great. But she's like the only real lesbian. With gay men, which is completely different, we see the numbers go up, the numbers go down. This is not without some change in environmental factors. This doesn't make sense if we believe the old lie, born this way. If we believe what was in fact invented in the 1980s as a public relations strategy, born this way. So what happened back in the days? Gays were in the 80s and with AIDS and all the rest of it, wanting to be out and proud and to wear their sins on their sleeves. And somebody came up with this idea, which caught on and worked. It was twofold.
Wow.
One is, well, what if we say that being gay is like being black or being a woman?
Yes.
Then they're
His
Okay,
voice changed a lot. His voice changed a lot last time I heard that.
Yeah, he's being way less flamboyant, but I have hope for Milo. Okay, once he gets
still in there.
excited, yeah, it's in there. It's in there. It's gonna come
Once
out.
he gets excited, it's all downhill from there. Then
Yeah, but okay, one thing I want to say, and I mean, if anyone else has seen this data or disagrees, I think that yes, from what I know, I think that sexuality can be environmental in the way Milo's saying. But I think from the twin studies I've seen, you have like what's called like concordance rates, right? If someone is like autistic, what's the chances that an identical twin will also be autistic, right? Or you could also do it for like just siblings, right? Because to see what percent is genetic. And in the same household, that kind of gets a little fucked because then it's like you're not sure. But there's some twin studies where it's like the twins are like separated and stuff. They don't live in the same house, so they have the same genes, but they're in different environments fully. And my understanding is there still is. It's not 100%. So Milo's right. It's like it's not just like you're either born gay or you're not born gay, but it also seems like the other side, there is something that makes you more likely to be gay or not gay. Because otherwise there would be a 0% like concordance. It wouldn't matter if you're an identical twin or just a brother or just like some random person, right? So if anyone has data on that or has seen the data, I'd be curious. Does anyone disagree? Actually, in the panel, at least, anyone disagree? I
No,
think
I
so.
mean,
I think that some people are born more likely to have a certain sexuality, but it's also environmental.
I think it's definitely environmental. I mean, that's why this whole thing's going on with, you know, indoctrinating kids in schools and stuff. They're so
I don't want-
impressionable, and
I don't want to say I disagree with the fact that people are born gay, but I don't know what does it mean to be born gay? Like, is there a gene change? Is there some type of phenomenon in the like biological makeup of people that makes them gay, or is it all environmental? It's just hard to track.
Well, with the concordance rate, I would think there is something there, right? There is
have we
something.
found anything yet that points to like a gay gene?
I don't know if we have that, but it's like anytime you have that concordance rate, like if you have two twins in separate households are identical, and let's say if one twin, we've seen this with like even eating disorders. If one twin has an eating disorder, the other one is like more likely to have an eating disorder than if they weren't genetically connected to them. So, and it doesn't mean you're born with an eating disorder, but something about your brain and your biology is more likely to acquire an eating disorder. And I don't know why that is. And this happens for depression, anxiety, schizophrenia. Like almost all of these things have like, you're more likely to have it if your twin sibling has it, even if you're not in the same house. And that's the important part, because then it's not like it's just your parents are raising it this way.
Biological marker, correct?
Well, yeah, but the easy part is like knowing that it happens. The harder part is then finding a biological marker for it, right? But we can know it happens by just looking at stats, just looking at a large enough amount of twins that are not living in the same house and see like, well, what's the, if someone has a 1 in 5 chance of having an eating disorder in normal life, but if your twin has one, then all of a sudden it goes up to like 4 in 5. Well, then that means something, right? And then the hard part is trying to find out like genetically what's the specific gene that makes someone more likely to have an eating disorder. But just because we haven't got there yet, it doesn't mean that there's not something there, right?
Because I could also argue with the twin argument. I mean, do these twins have contact? Is there any type of similarities in the environment that is causing this phenomenon to happen?
Right, it's hard, yeah, because nothing. Twins are like the gold. Twin studies are like the gold standard of this type of research, but it still has problems because, for the same reasons you said. Also, the in utero environment is still environment, right, and not genetic. Yeah. So, like, if the mom, let's say, took some type of chemical, I'm not saying it's like something you could take that's going to make your kid gay, but hypothetically, right, like with the Tylenol autism connection, right? Well, if the same mom, the twins are in her stomach, if you are taking something like, for a non-controversial one, alcohol, right? FAS. You could look at these twin studies and be like, hey, it's crazy. People are genetically predisposed to have FAS because if one twin has it, the other twin's likely to have it. It's like, well, no, they're just in the same fetal environment and the mom was consuming alcohol. So so that's a totally fair point. It's like there's many factors. We're not tracking the twins, what contact they have, or we can try, but it's like, it's never going to be perfect. And also, the sample size is low because first of all, you need identical twins, which are already pretty rare, and then they need to be living in 2 different households, which is also pretty rare. So the power value of these studies can be low, right?
Right.
Too many variables.
The number is astronomical because in those kind of controlled studies, like you have to be in such a controlled environment to make it happen that it's almost impossible. And like we're going to find 2 exact identical twins that have no knowledge of each other, living in 2 separate areas, even though they have one mother, but they still live in 2 separate areas. Is one identical twin with the other, and the other twin is in a foster care situation or adoption situation, or is with the father and the parents split up and they switch every other day or every other week, and they have no knowledge of each other.
Right.
To be fair, I think that would be the opposite of controlled environment. Like, I don't think it'd be a controlled study because I don't think you'd be able to control the. I guess there's no variable in which you can control on. It would just be intake.
Yeah, I agree with data on that.
This runs into the problem is too. A lot of the data we have on almost all of the best twin studies is old because to do it perfectly, you have to kind of cross ethical boundaries that they don't cross anymore. So there was like doctors that would take twins that needed adoption and they would intentionally split them for the purposes of putting one twin over here, no contact, and then they would study them to do an actual controlled experiment. But of course, now that's deemed like horrifically unethical because they're like, Now, obviously, if you have like siblings, you're supposed to try to keep them together in adoption processes, right?
Yep.
You definitely don't hide the fact that the other one exists from the other twin. So this data did exist, and it still does, but it's not like we're not able to do the same type of test now, and we probably shouldn't because they probably are, unethical. But from a scientific point of view, that data is like extremely valuable, but we can't exactly replicate it now because it wouldn't pass an ethics test, which is like a lot of like psychological stuff, really.
Is the squeeze worth the juice?
Or is
So
it
the
juice
whole
worth
thing
the
you would be
squeeze?
doing in these studies, is it worth the outcome of figuring out, controlled and variables?
Yeah. And we would say probably not. And that's a good note, actually. Is the squeeze worth the juice? You know who that makes me think of? This man right here, not in a gay way, in a normal way.
And so it takes the religious, the moral majority's sinful lifestyle choice argument, and it screws them, because now they're saying like, you're wrong to be a girl or you're wrong to be black.
Exactly.
It was invented wholesale by the activists in the 1980s. And the second part of it was, and this is in a book called After the Ball, which is kind of defined how gay activists were going to, well, it was very influential because it was really the book that told gay activists how to get this revolting sin that most people don't even want to think about up front and center, family friendly, and ultimately to the state where we let them adopt children.
What the hell was that?
That was an elephant.
Blow my nose.
And that was, don't talk about bodily functions.
Look at his
don't
eye
talk about
contact when he makes eye contact with
Just
him.
talk about love.
He's always looking everywhere else, but
Talk
when
about
he
it in
makes
terms
the
of
actual
love.
eye contact, look how he does.
The thing with Milo has always, and those who know Milo will know this, and I don't know if he's fixed it, but Milo has always been deeply in love with cocaine. Okay, this is something.
Yeah, he's always been erratic.
Yeah. So and this is an actual thing. This isn't like just he's on cocaine. No, he like actually uses a lot of cocaine.
I remember,
I don't know if he still is.
I remember he debated in feminist. He came in with a Louis Vuitton bag, just walking in like the gayness that he is. And he says, "Oh, darling, look at me. You're gonna put all the men in concentration camp?" And the feminist was like, "Yes, I will." And then he said, "Oh, good, more dick for me." And it's like, you can't win. It's like,
this is very similar to your Queen voice from the other stream, Frankie. Very similar. The Queen is secretly Milo Yiannopoulos, is what I've learned.
Oh wait, but I can't do my voices. I have to be paid for my voices. So yeah.
Those royal, you're gonna start talking with the royal arachnids soon if I'm not careful. Trevor Harmon, yeah. Notice Tucker didn't ask Milo how hard he'd be willing to try and make Tucker gay like he did with Pierce.
Can't throw that out there. It might take
and
it.
used real sugar, yeah.
To be fair, he still hasn't answered his question. I mean, he asked him like directly, "Are you gay?" And he like deflected and still going on.
He's getting there. But Milo is low key cooking now because this is. I think we'd all agree with this. This was at the very least a strategic thing to the whole like born this way thing, right? Because it's the data, even the best data that you can say from the other side, like from like the everyone is born this way, it doesn't show that, right? It shows like a concordance rate. So it shows it's partly genetic. We also know it's partly environmental. It's kind of like autism. We know for sure autism is not 100% genetic because of identical twins. And so it's like, we know this. And so
I would challenge you
that
on
was
that.
a good point.
I would say the potential exists that it could be both, but it would be different than autism, because with autism we have the gene that we can track, and then we have the fact that when that gene's not there, we still have cases of autism. And in this case,
But there's no autism gene, though. You know what I mean? That's like there's genes that make it more likely. You can't scan me and diagnose me based on my DNA if I have autism.
That's correct. There's genes you can track that'll say whether you can give autism to your children, and then whether it can be passed along.
I do got my sock.
Right, and I guess I'm not. I think I'm not saying what you think I'm saying. I think with the gay thing, I'm not saying we definitely know it's both. I'm saying we definitely know what Milo is saying is true, that it is at least partially environmental. So what I was saying before, that is, we don't know that for sure, right? Like maybe it's all environmental, but we know it's it's not all genetic, right?
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
And it's like, so and I do think there was a push in the 80s with the Born This Way campaign. I think everything Milo's saying, I think, is true, to because then you can't like say anything against it if you're just like born this way, right? Then you had no choice. It wasn't environmental at all, right? Then it's like,
Yeah.
and I mean, even think of like the Lady Gaga song, right? You know, born this
You
way,
even,
right?
you
Like
even
this
see
is
this in PDF groups. Like you'll see PDF advocate groups also claim this.
right, which is unrelated to LGBTQ. Okay, for
It's
YouTube,
not.
unrelated. Disavow what Big Sid is saying. Disavow. Not saying that at all. Not saying that in the least. Okay.
Like
Saying that in
love
the
is
least.
love wins, and we see this to the present day. Never talk about the stains on the sheets, the promiscuity, the drugs, the glory holes in Berlin nightclubs. Never talk about any of those things.
Why does he have to
because
say
those
everything
things
like
will
that?
repel women.
Oddly
And
specific.
you need
The glory holes in Berlin
the gay
nightclubs,
sons to affirm
where the
their
royal
homosexuality.
arachnids can tickle you
And so
through
what
the
is that
hole.
homosexuality? Long answer for a short question, I understand. In almost every case, and certainly in every male case, it is a trauma response. It is not a sexuality. It is not part of what you are or who you are or a component of your personality or a function of it. It is a set of behaviors that is that emerges in people with a number of very easily identifiable common etiologies. One of them is so for instance, among Black and Jewish Americans, they report statistically significantly higher rates of homosexuality. Or why?
I knew it.
Overbearing moms and absent dads, or in the Jewish case, nebbish fathers, and like Jewish.
Okay, did he turn
My
Jewish?
Jewish friends, I always call their marriages are like lion taming. Where you have a sort of nebbish, scholarly, bookish dad and a larger than life mom who one day decides she's going to be a rabbi. But
Its facial
that, or in
expressions
the
are
black
so
community, of course, it's
animated.
the fatherlessness.
It's
It's
so
why-
wish I
green
could
and
be that
homosexuality.
animated, man.
if you don't have some other better explanation, could it be the case that there are more gays among Black and Jewish populations? Well, something's
I knew
going
it.
on here. Why are we getting more trans and more gays and then less gays and less? Why? Because this is, in fact, a symptom. In fact, this is a product of something. It's the result of something.
Well, this was Freud's position,
Yeah, not
which
environment.
was kind of
No way.
conventional wisdom for the better
Right.
part of 100 years, that
The
this
Jews.
was a response to the environment, and particularly to the relationship with the mother that a young boy has and a relationship with his father. I mean, this was like, people just assumed that was true when I was a kid. They were not gay haters or homophobes. That was a state of knowledge on the subject.
One of the only things Freud got right was that. And it's funny that the way that's actually
Tucker
in line with
Carlson is
Catholic
not like Tucker Carlson was not alive at the time of when Freud was saying his stuff. Okay, there was more being said when Tucker was young than what Freud said. Okay, and as Milo points out, I don't know why Milo has to be able to point this out. Yeah, quoting Freud is always a sketchy subject. Okay,
It
always
is
a sketchy
sketchy to quote
subject.
Freud.
Because it's
I mean,
like you're gonna cherry pick one thing he said, but you're not gonna talk about like the Oedipus complex or like that males have a fear of their dad because they think the dad must have castrated the mom. Like Freud says all sorts of nonsense. So it's like it's very convenient to quote Freud when we want to. But
let's do a quote from Freud, right? From Freud. It says, the behavior of human beings in a sexual manner is often a prototype of whose life of who is other modes of reaction in life.
I feel like I need you to read that again.
Yeah, I'm lost.
Like the behavior of a human being in sexual matters is often prototype for the whole of his other modes of reaction in life. I'll be back.
I'm still trying to figure that out. So the behavior of a human, God, I wish it was on screen. Is it saying that the way we approach sexuality is going to be related to like the way we approach everything in life? Is that what that's saying? Does anyone else have a better interpretation of that quote than I have? I need to fucking read that shit. We do need a sock puppet emote. We do need one. I'll get Emmett working on that,
I think what he's trying to say is if you approach everything in life like flamboyantly and kind of gay, that you might be gay.
I would say that's true.
Always had this weird sex stuff going around him and shit, and always like this weird mother thing. Like he was the one that came up with the concept of the devouring mother. He came up with that concept, and fucking. Let's see. Let's find another one, right?
To be fair, I think that's a true archetype, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I actually think that that does happen.
No, it is a true archetype. Like it is a true archetype. It's just that he's the one that discovered it.
It's the stuff like the Oedipus complex, the Electra stuff, right? That's the stuff that I'm like, that's just crazy.
I think he's just like giving it a different word, different, name, so to speak. I mean, people from, for thousands of years from all walks of earth have always known that if you are more flamboyant and there's a possibility you could be gay.
It's almost a truism. Hey, I mean,
like even back in the day, they knew if you like this dude walked in was like, "Hey guys, yeah, yeah."
I wonder how old that is. That's what I wonder. Is that like kind of like affect that some people use? Is that like, does that go? If we went back 300 years, would we see people like Milo? Like, I mean, look at the freeze frame we're on. Would we see Milo? Would we see people doing this in like the 1600s, or is this like the jazz hands as Turmeric or Mr. Sorry, good to see you, Mr. Mister.
In their kind of way, in their kind of cultural way. Let's say, okay, let's go to Victorian England, right? We will probably see gay people in Victorian England do how they do in their cultural sense, or even kind of like colonial Spain, colonial France. We will see that hell, even the Wild West, there were gay people in the Wild West. They just have their own way of showing it. So in this time and age, they have their way of showing it.
So that's what I mean. So that the way basically Milo, everything about Milo, the way he talks, the way he's moving his hands in the freeze frame, right? Like, is that a purely cultural thing, or is that something that like is like if you went back to Rome and someone was like super flamboyant, would it be like a Milo in like Roman attire?
I think they'll always stick out in like the culture they're in. I just don't think it'll be the same like affects that would be like presenting themselves. I think like if you were gay back then, you probably wouldn't have be moving your hands as you talk as much. You'd probably have other counters that would be based in that culture that would show your kind of gayness.
So then does that mean, I guess this is what I think everyone wants to know, but is like slightly too afraid to ask. Then is this something like did Milo at a certain point in his life pick up these mannerisms? Because if it's a cultural thing, is it like a young Milo will want to fit in maybe to the LGBTQ stuff. We'll see other people already acting this way or talking this way, and then we'll start emulating that behavior? Or is it like a natural thing that just somehow like is happening? You know what I mean?
I think it's a little of both, but I would say it's probably something more natural. I think it's something to where you're kind of sticking out, showing that you're different to represent the fact that sexually you are different. If that makes sense. Like it's a way to express yourself, to show yourself as being different than what everyone else is. And so it's kind of a natural thing to where you're trying to over embellish the fact that you are different in society.
So back when, if you were trying to hide it, would you not do this? Like if this was like
probably not. Yeah,
like if this was like back when it was like more unpopular, like in like the 60s or 70s, or would people not be? Because I have no idea. Like in like the 60s, were people acting like Milo running around? Because that'd be very obvious. Or is it something they wanted to do, but they're like, well, I'll try to suppress that because I don't want to be like persecuted.
Like, I believe in the 60s, 70s, people were just acting just like Milo. Woodstock, for God's sake. Like the one who I guess for me, it's the main one who promoted gay rights was Harvey Milk. He was the one who brought it out to the forefront, and he was killed for it, but he was brought it out to the forefront, and he acted just like Milo.
I don't think I know who this is. Harvey Milk? That's an unfortunate last name.
Like for example, like, all right, one of my favorite fashion designers, right, is Tom Ford. Tom Ford gave one of the best quotes I ever heard in my life is, being well dressed is a form of good manners. All right? If you ever see that dude, you wouldn't think he was gay. Even if he talked, because he talks like a deep Texan voice. He isn't gay, but like the way he mannerized himself, the way he does his mannerisms and stuff, you could clearly tell he's gay. But the thing, it's just how they present themselves. I'll be back.
Well, see, that's how I feel about Confluence. It's kind of like it's not what he says. It's more so his mannerisms.
Thank you, Big Son. Appreciate it. I guess okay, Mr. Actually, I won't put this on screen, but I guess it's already fucking on screen. I'll just read the first half, okay, to avoid potential problems. He said, for some, they're jealous of women's feminine. I guess it makes sense if you think of it in that way. Whereas like Milo obviously acts more feminine than most other guys. And I guess the counter to that, I guess, as I'm speaking, is I'm not like too booked up into the gay community, but I know there's like bears and stuff, right, which are like the guys with the beards and shit, right? It's like, and so I'm assuming they're not acting like Milo all the time, right? There's some like I'm sure K2 knows some like sussy truckers, and maybe they're probably not like talking like Milo does and like doing the jazz hands and the henpecking and whatnot,
Now, I'm no expert on the gays, but it seems like they have a relationship structure that's almost identical to single relationship structures, where you have the kind of a patriarchal figure, the one who I guess is the head of the household, and then the submissive one.
Well, they even talk about like doms and subs and stuff. So it seems like that same gender dynamic plays out. So I guess that makes sense. If presumably, I don't want to assume, but presumably Milo is probably a sub, right? Like probably. And so I guess that makes sense that he's going to act a little more feminine coded,
Yeah, but you have to remember something. Like it's all households, whether it's gay or straight. Like there's always a dom, there's always a sub. There's always the captain of the ship, and there's the first mate. There's never
unless you're a switch.
Yeah, I was going to say, what about the switches? Yeah, what about the switches? You can't forget about the switches, brother.
This is sounding really alpha coded.
There is clear.
Yeah, we need alpha. Hopefully, inshallah, Doomerang loves when I say that. Alpha will join. Actually, that could be very TOS, but hopefully. Well, I've had this question on the screen for a long time from Cosmo Dave 69. Did Milo say, presumably, says Nick Fuentes was gay? I don't know. It's Milo giving his opinion.
I could care less about Nick Fuentes. I think he's a fucking pussy.
I'm gonna be honest. I thought he was mentioning someone else by the name of NF. There's a rapper named NF, and I don't know.
I would guess
that's his stage name.
I would guess it's because Fuentes has been dodging the gay allegations for a hot minute. Do you remember he was caught with trans corn on his phone, and it was like Mossad that put it on there. Which I mean, maybe, but maybe not at the same time. Maybe not.
It's always good because you have that excuse. It's kind of like, when you talk about what Nick
puts trans corn on my computer,
man.
I fucking hate them, man. Every degenerate thing that shows up in my history, I'm just like, fuck, Mossad. They're really trying to bring me down. Really is a get a jail free card.
I'm telling you, it could save your career.
Oh, Indian Jesus, Lutch in the chat. Yo, I need the entertainment while I'm in a Zoom meeting. That should be an email. Yeah, like most Zoom meetings. Indian Jesus, do you see how the chat is on the screen? That's right. I took your advice using StreamYards, got StreamYard Plus, doing the multi-streaming thing. Your call was ultra beneficial. Okay, so anything good that happens, give the credit to Lutch. But if anything bad happens from this tonight, then I'm like, fuck, Lutch. Why'd he fucking convince me to switch over? So either way,
This is what I think. I think Nick Fuentes is trying to be the next Charlie Kirk. All right? He's trying to be the next Charlie Kirk. And it's like, dude, shut the fuck up.
He is. He's really trying to get into that turning point USA mindset, He sees an opening, which, I mean, fair enough. I understand the hustle, but there's actually this was what I was about. I had this all prepared, and then I was like thinking about maybe I should like switch it because like 5 hours ago or something, Nick Fuentes sat down and did an interview with like Steven Crowder, and I was like, that'd probably be interesting too. Like I don't know. I thought they didn't like each other, but maybe they're like now aligned. I don't know.
I don't think they do. I think Steven's kind of been debating other people that have done interviews, and I think he's kind of on the train of, hey, we can't just kick everyone out of the conservative movement without, debating their ideas. And so he's stuck in this middle ground of should I debate him and have him express his views, or should I just ignore him and act like he doesn't exist?
Yeah, yeah.
Like I want to see Nick Fuentes debate fucking. Was it
Ben Shapiro?
Let's see what the fuck happens there. Is Nick Fuentes going to get up and strike him because he's Jewish? Like what?
Ben Shapiro's already said he'll never debate him. He said that he just said that recently in a thing with Megyn Kelly.
Why is he scared?
Yeah, well, maybe he says he's just too anti-Semitic and that to even platform would be bad. And I can understand that from Ben's point of view.
If I was Ben Shapiro, I was like, come on through, bitch. Like I'm not scared of you. Like fuck you.
Well, I think there's a potential problem that could arise. Now, I think it's better for Ben Shapiro to probably just ignore him. But I think the problem that arises is Nick's going to challenge him on a lot of American first ideas, and if Ben Shapiro's not careful, it's going to make it look like he has kind of the two master syndrome, where he has to justify why we have to keep looking out for another country based on his religion. And I don't think that sit well with a lot of American base, because right now they just care about America and improving it.
I think that's the first problem. I fully agree. And I think the second thing, if I was to put my mind in the mind of Ben Shapiro, I think Ben knows that Nick has booked himself up on the Talmud. And I think there is some unsavory passages in the Talmud that I think Ben would probably not want everyone to know about, right? And and rabbis debate them and what they mean and stuff, but Nick can just kind of he did it on Pierce Morgan. He just started throwing, and Pierce didn't know how to react because Pierce is I don't know if it's even in there, and it's if it is, obviously Pierce doesn't know how to interpret Jewish literature, and I just think Ben from a signal boosting thing wouldn't want that stuff even to be be signal boosted, because then it's wait, that's in, because that's what happened to me. I was wait, is that actually? And I looked up all the stuff Nick Fuentes was quoting. I was oh shit, actually isn't the Talmud, And so I think Ben, if I was Ben, I'd be yeah, let's not even. I'd rather not even have that stuff be talked about.
The other problem is what happens when people find him to be likable. It's kind of like the Tucker interview. If you're not careful, Nick Fuentes kind of has this certain charismatic charm about him. It doesn't get everybody, and he does say hateful things, but he does have an element of this charisma that you have to kind of be careful, because a lot of people will jump ship.
Well, right, also, what people don't understand is Nick Fuentes is not white. He's Hispanic.
Yep, that's true too.
You think most people would understand that with the last name of Fuentes?
He could play the whole I'm white card all the fuck he wants. But lo and behold, he speaks Spanish. I don't want to fucking.
That is true.
I don't think Nick denies. I mean, his last name is Fuentes. I don't think he's denying the fact that he's partially Hispanic. I mean, I don't think he's. It's kind of hard. I mean, if he wanted to, he should really change his last name, I would say. Yeah,
but I'm American first.
Goldberg.
To Nick Goldberg.
Right, well, I'll be back. What?
Okay. On that note, we'll keep going.
And now it's become
Nick Goldberg.
Now you see the terminology in the medical industry has begun to change as well, because they now gay people are sort of saturated everywhere. When you get it's kind of like America, you get a whole country full of people who are very similar, but all think they're really, really individual.
That's deep. P.S. Yes, I do know what that looks like.
And sort of America's a very fagotized country in all kinds of ways.
Whoa! There it is.
If you want to know the truth about homosexuality,
Jesus. Hello. What the fuck?
How do you get to Black YouTube, by the way?
What the fuck?
It's a sort of tumbling. It's a tumbling kind of.
Am I responsible for that? Hopefully not. I'm watching a YouTube video.
You faggotized.
Stop saying it, Milo.
Sorry. And then
one more time.
Write the time down and go back.
And then you'll tumble through the algorithm. I'll send you some links. I'll post some links on my Twitter. And
you think Tucker worried about this?
But you're saying that's the more honest YouTube.
It's the only honest YouTube. It's the only honest anything. Because you go past the churches and you'll see, the white homo demon stealing your man. And it's not the pastor who comes up with this stuff. It's his wife. Who's got this.
Wearing your glasses like that is an intentional choice. I just want to say, if I walked around like this all the time, That's an intentional choice you're doing, right? Like he just put them on for no reason. I just want to point that out.
Hashtag blame the women.
You know what? Actually, I'm gonna that has convinced me to, at least right now, vote on my own poll that yes, his sexuality is still the same. Okay, you know, my mind could be changed, but right now, you know, the intentional put on the glasses where they're like librarian style, so on the bridge of the nose. I mean, just saying.
You know, who was trying to set her
You're not
girlfriend
tricking
up with
me.
somebody.
You're not tricking me,
and that
Milo.
was all great. But he went off with a dude, which is, you know, like even which is sort of distant for them from going off with a white girl or whatever. But no, the only honest place where you know people will just be like, did it fagotize, you know, and then they'll go, and then
Milo, please,
Amazing.
LeBron,
Brother, Milo, stop,
and they'll
Milo.
go through it all. I mean, for me,
Like
the
4 times.
ultra of this genre would be
Jesus
Black
Christ.
China's mum. Do you know who that is?
No.
Of course you don't. You remind me of a line from Blackadder sometimes, you know, because you have this sort of like lovely kind of like ingenuity.
Stop playing with your
Milo-
glasses.
Milo looks like perpetually like high out of his fucking mind.
Blackadder, like
look at him right now.
who claim never to have heard of the Beatles.
No, but I get it.
He's talking about high court judges.
I've
Yeah, he
never
thinks every time he puts the
Blackadder
glasses
before,
back
so
on,
I-
it increases his intelligence.
I'm actually not.
What?
I don't even know what you're talking about. That's okay. It's not about me. I'm just trying to
That's how
think.
Stephen Fry and Rowan Atkinson got famous. How do you know about Blackadder?
I don't know. There are huge gaps. I'm not a
Sweet
knowledgeable
baby
man.
Jesus and the orphans. Well, you say this, yes, but anyway. Look, so Tokyo
Glasses
Tony
on, glasses off,
is her
glasses
name.
on, glasses off.
and she's anyway. You can Google Tokyo Tony. That's you're into black everything. Anyway, she's great. There's a whole. I mean, YouTube.
Like, I don't know what's going on here.
Still get views.
I really don't know what's going on here either.
He's
I'm
massively.
just gonna let this
Everyone's
guy
lost
talk.
including
incredibly
Tucker.
elaborate sets, and they've got like 43 people live watching. But the archives and the clips like go crazy. Anyway,
Tucker's so
I've got
lost.
a series of delights ahead of me.
well, you don't have many black people on the show, so you've got me instead.
Okay.
So you, I'll be your African American contingent. I'll
Tucker is
introduce you
clinging to his life
So,
raft,
no, I'm kidding. But
praying
This-
to any
you're
god
describing
will
a
hear
world
him.
into which a lot of conventional propaganda
It's
has
like
not yet filtered,
Well, it's
or they're
interesting.
resistant to it, or
It's
something.
interesting because why are you gay? Are you gay? The origin of the Born This Way I've just described, I've just explained.
Yeah.
The reality is that these communities who experience this problem a lot, right? The black community, particularly because of fatherlessness, there's a lot of gay black kids. There's just a lot of them. Have this very blunt and truthful. I mean, look, looking at me now, it's impossible to imagine that I used to be a homosexual.
Impossible.
It hadn't entered my mind.
Impossible,
but-
surely.
I knew you during your flaming stage, so I had heard.
Yeah. But there are so many like flaming young black men in America today, especially. And this is a problem this community is dealing with. And they don't, Black America is like commendably impervious to a lot of the woke PC language
Yes.
stuff. Like very creditably skeptical of vaccines.
Yes.
They won't go along with a lot of this stuff, like the proposition, whatever in California, gay marriage. Why? It's black women who are like holding on the fort. So I love Candace Owens so much. Like the ungovernability of black women is the only thing that might possibly save America. As embodied in our friend Candace, who is just like, she's ungovernable in the best possible way.
She's not going along with it.
She isn't, to put it mildly.
Yeah, fair.
She is not going along with it. And Candace is a very beautiful, polished, intelligent, and sort of microcosm.
It's so hard to follow people that talk like this. Milo, there's no way this is Milo. He's got to be on something, right? Still, it's just like so scattershot.
It has to be an upper.
Yeah, it's just all like I appreciate the energy and I do find him charismatic, but it's like Jesus Christ, he's just like all over the place, like everything everywhere all at once, just
Still have no idea
mental.
what he's talking about.
I know he's just like 1 minute like. What did he say? He still say crazy things. The ungovernability of black people is the only thing saving America.
What?
They'll just drop that line, and it's like go on to something, and it's like what? Okay, say more. Like what do we? It's
Now
just
he's
like
talking about
topic to
Candace
topic.
Owens.
Has he answered the question yet?
I don't
No.
know. No.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Of a trend that you see everywhere in Black America now, which is like, ain't doing that, definitely ain't doing that. You know?
Wow.
And it's very interesting. So
Wow.
they will be very resistant to this stuff. They kind of intuit what white people, I think, have forgotten because, you know, we're just also like sort of weak and demoralized and like kind of overburdened with this nonsense. The truth is that
You're gay.
homosexuality, and in particular conversion therapy, is the first thing upon which the liberals tried what they later did to Trump, which is just this wall of fake news, misinformation, propaganda. It's the first time. I mean, there's other examples like around wars and things like that. But when it comes to social issues, it's the first time I think the press just says, "Oh hell no!" Well, except they didn't do that because they're white. But you know, sometimes I lose the characters, get confused. You know,
This is pretty unsufferable.
Rwanda away. No, so the first time that the media decides this is a social issue we care about enough because we don't lose our gay friends, that we're going to just lie and demonize and give the full fake news treatment that we later saw in its most sophisticated form, leveraged, praise God, unsuccessfully against Trump again and again and again, right?
Okay, if I can try to make an attempt at translating,
You can
we can
try.
see if we're on the same page. I think what Milo's saying is that conversion therapy is something that I've gone through this. Haven't gone through conversion therapy. I mean, I've gone through the data on conversion therapy, and it's almost impossible to like get a good answer in any way. Like it's almost impossible. It's almost impossible to Google for because it's seen as like a hateful. It's banned in like in where I am. It's completely banned. Anything that's conversion therapy, auto banned. Even I made a whole video on something called gender exploratory therapy. Always be plugging Confluence 358 on YouTube. Watch my video. It's called Transfixed: The Disrepair of Gender Dysphoria. A great video, a great video I made. Okay, watch it.
Check your mobile stream. It says it's suspended for policy violations.
Like, is it because Milo is saying bad stuff, or is it because am I being like copyright claimed?
It doesn't tell me why. It just says stream unavailable, stream suspended for policy. And your main stream just went down.
Oh yeah,
dropped you.
Okay, yeah. Now it's Tucker Carlson. I think I'm still live, so we still have to be careful. I went through this last time. I thought this means that it will not be saved, but what we're saying now will still be saved to the VOD. So no one say anything like bad. Now, okay, let me check because I don't know. It has to be. My guess is Tucker is copyright struck me. Well, not Tucker personally, but you know what I mean.
Either that or what's his face Milo said.
Yeah, no, yeah, it is a copyright stream. Okay, so that's unfortunate. At least it's not the other thing, I guess. I'm glad about that. Now, okay, YouTube told me, well, not told me, but they said that once your stream gets suspended, if you remove the copyright content, then it'll come back. I don't believe that, but I'm gonna test it out briefly. So I'm gonna just put us up. Otherwise, I have to start the whole fucking stream over.
Blah blah blah.
That's you know what? Fuck Tucker though. Honestly, fuck Tucker. I know Jubilee does this, but Tucker Carlson, really, Tucker? I can't fucking react to your fucking video. What a fucking retard.
Didn't Tucker work for MSNBC when Obama was running for president?
He worked for. I thought he worked for CNN.
One of the two, because I remember he.
Oh, is my stream back up? Is my stream back up?
You're back up. I didn't want to interrupt.
Okay.
I think it could have been a review. I think they could have been reviewing it over. The AI may have caught you because it's just same day podcast, and so you may have been under review.
Yeah. It says that I was claimed by the Tucker Carlson video, which is again, Tucker. I thought you were all about free speech, brother. Okay, I get Jubilee is gonna do some cuckoldry, but you, Tucker, you fuck off with that shit.
Remember, free speech only applies to the government.
All right, I'll be back.
I know, but Tucker is all, he's all about this. So I guess I'm going to, God, now I have to change. Okay, everyone hold on a bit. Okay, now I have to change 2 stream titles. I guess we're going back to abortion because I guess we can't react to this, which is frustrating. I mean, the video was all over the place anyway, to be honest, from Milo's end. So still don't like that though. Still thought Tucker would be cool with a fair use reaction video, Apparently
Well,
not.
he may be. I mean, to be fair, because YouTube does an AI algorithm, and so it may be something where it's triggering just off response. Like
No,
it
no, no. They
is that not
do
true?
that. You have to set that up. Like for me in my YouTube, because I'm in the fucking partnership. I have to. That's something that you manually check. You're like, I want the YouTube AI to go and scan and then like do a content detection thing. And if I find it, then I want to remove it. Like that's something that you have to volitionally choose. Means Tucker has chose that. And actually, I have been claimed before where I've made a video about Tucker a few times, and he does claim it in the same way Jubilee does. I didn't think he would do it from like a thing.
Is that box you're checking only for your stream, or is it like, like if you check that box, it's checking everybody else's streams also?
Yeah. What Tucker would be doing is he's saying find all the channels that have my content, and then either claim the monetization or if they're live, terminate the stream.
Well,
So he's not. Tucker didn't manually do anything to me, but he has set it up to auto find, which I don't like. Tucker is supposed to be,
on a legal basis, I kind of understand it, because if you, with the copyright like infringement laws, either it's all or it's nothing. So you can't kind of halfway give it. So it kind of prevents anyone from then taking your stream and then just playing it and then stealing your views from it.
Well, no, it's not all or nothing. It's up because, like, for me, again, like for me on the back end, I can go to my back end right now. I'm actually looking at it. I can go to content detection. I can see where people have done it. And if someone, I can actually manually look at something and then decide if they're using my content in a fair use way. And I could be like, that's cool. I'll allow it. Or I could be like, fuck you. I want that money. Like that's on my end. I can choose manually. So at least in the YouTube system, I don't know about like legally what you're saying is probably true, but in the YouTube sense of like if you get the money or not, or if you want to remove the video or not, all that, they leave it fully up to the copyright holder, either on a case-by-case basis or on an auto-match basis. Like, so that is fully Tucker's decision. So he could look at it case-by-case. He could.
Well, I mean, but to be fair, if then he would take legal action, if he looked at it case-by-case, he wouldn't have...
Why would he take legal? Just claim
the video. If you think of places like CNN or MSNBC who are purposely trying to smear Tucker based off the clips from a show, this is a kind of way you can prevent that altogether.
I would say also like that's why they put a time frame on how long you can sit there and just play something.
That's
so you
true.
have to pause it every now and then because like if someone's monitoring that, it's like just say Tucker's sitting there looking at his phone, monitoring the shit. And he clicks your stream and minutes and minutes go by where someone's just replaying his shit. I couldn't blame him for.
Yeah, but I will find out this. I don't know now because it needs time to update. But I promise it's going to be the same as the Jubilee, because it's like with the Jubilee, the next day it's like, oh, it was auto-claimed, and it's always a fucking agency that these people pay. Like Jubilee isn't the one, it's not a manual thing. It's like, at least with Jubilee it wasn't, and I swear it's going to be the same with Tucker in a day.
It's a side agency, it's another company.
A side agency that's like auto-detected. And with the Jubilee one, we were like barely watched that video at the first watch. We barely fucking watched it. We were pausing constantly, and it was still like, nope, fuck off.
And it also makes me wonder if these agencies are hyper aggressive and like so I know the Jubilee was posted earlier that day as well, and the Tucker was just posted today, correct? Is it something they're being hyper focused to try and draw all the views back to the interview itself?
Yeah, like there is that's probably true.
Point.
But Jubilee, I know Jubilee. I've reacted to Jubilee stuff that's like not recent. They still will, at least in videos. They will still take all the money. They don't destroy it. At least like with the stream, the annoying thing is that they just like fucking kill it. That's what I don't. Because like take the money, fine. I don't care about the fucking ad rev. I just want to watch the fucking video. But
I bet those agencies probably get a percentage of views.
Sorry, say again.
I was going to say that I bet there's some type of deal where the agency gets like a percentage revenue from the views.
No, that is what it is, and that's the thing. So even if Tucker's not litigious like that, the agency will get any like amount of stuff they get a cut of that. So they're incentivized. So I blame Tucker for choosing an agency in the first place.
Agreed.
But it's like the agencies then are like from a capitalist point of view, they're like, well, the more people we like claim the money, we get like, let's say the contract's 20%, we get 20% of whatever revenue. So they'll just do it to anyone because,
Fuck them.
because they want that. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just changing the titles and then we're going back to abortion. Okay. I guess that was the backup plan,
I'm gonna be honest, Confluence. Your debating ability on abortion's pretty fucking good. I was enjoying.
Thank you. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did.
A lot better than any other thing you've debated.
Okay.
This is your
Just a
niche.
comparative thing. I am very passionate about abortion, so
We'll just end with abortion. It's just so I'm sorry. To me, abortion is just so drawn out. It's like enough, dude. It's like nobody's going to agree on it. Nobody's going to fucking agree on it. No matter what, nobody's going to fucking agree on it.
No one's going to agree ultimately. But I would actually, I think I would disagree that I think there are things that I've been nuanced on, and there's things that I have nuanced other people on both sides of things. Like there's certain like edge cases. So like on the general pro-life, pro-choice, I agree. No one's gonna like fully change their mind. But like
nobody's ever going to agree because
but that's not the same as nuancing, right? Like I'm never gonna agree about someone with like HRT for minors, right? But I've been nuanced in both directions, like in some type of like, okay, maybe there's some points that they have that's like, okay, I should better consider that. And on the other side, they've admitted that, yeah, okay, I should better consider that. Same thing with abortion. In both ways, there's things that I've gotten people to concede that, like, yes, like
I couldn't watch the Lionel Rose and Erudite shit because it's like, yeah, it's like because we're sitting there just looking at them too. I'm sitting there looking at them, so I'm like, this is just going to just drag out. And the fact that Erudite's calling himself a Christian and shit is like, well, that's rich. Like anybody can call himself a Christian nowadays.
To be fair, slavery was exactly like this topic. In fact, the slavery and abortion, like cultural, I guess, war that we have going on are very identical. Now, their side won't admit that, but it is.
Yeah, because it is identical because at that time slavery was considered less, like the slaves were considered less than the owners. We all know this. Like it was always controlling the population of the slaves.
No, I think what Big Soda's talking about is like that both of them use the same biblical framework. At least this is what Big Soda brought up yesterday. So both of them thought it was a solved moral issue, and they were both coming from the same place, and that's kind of weirdly similar to like Erudite and Lila, where they're both like think they're Christian, but they have like diametrically opposed views.
Yeah, okay, but who like we all know Lila was opposed. Was Erudite for abortion? Like, what was it?
I think it was 24 weeks. She said in the video, like some type of reason.
I thought it was young. I thought it was less. I could be wrong. I thought it was like 12 to 14, and her thing was like those 5 brain areas of the brain. That was fundamental. Although then she like when challenged, she like then was like, well, maybe 4.5, maybe like 3, and it just kind of depends. Even though in her opening she said if you have less than that, you're basically like a gecko, if I recall.
Well, what's wild is like the argument, they want abortion to be legal, but yet they use the foundation of like, I guess, the sense of the medical issues to ground their argument on why it should be legal. It's like, because I know Ryan and Alexander did this yesterday, where they were using the very selective cases to then justify the whole legalization of abortion.
Yeah.
And they were sticking mainly to the medical points, even though the medical points is just a small fraction of the total argument.
Because like some chick could be like, oh, this is like my 8th abortion in like the past like 2 years. I'm like, close your fucking legs, whore.
It's almost exactly what Thumping Weevil said. You guys should like maybe like meet up and like maybe get married or something,
Yeah, we should
start a family. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we should. Yeah, it just be better for the world.
I'll introduce you guys together. You can have met on the Confluence stream. Confluence always be making love.
I think her favorite animal is like a giraffe. I think that's her favorite animal is giraffes.
If that's correct, I mean that's a match made in heaven. If you can already intuit that based off just like a username alone, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I would have guessed your favorite animal is a weevil. That's what I would have said. based on her name, you know.
I think it's a giraffe, and I think her favorite color is like orange.
Well, I guess we'll have to watch. It's like Frankie's totally wrong. She's like, actually, it's like a raccoon, and my favorite color is blue. And it's like, oh, fuck, damn, L Frankie. Yeah, I think I fixed this. I think I fixed the stream title. So we gotta. Okay, everyone, get the gay out of them. Okay, we're not in gay mode anymore. Okay, not that we were in gay mode, but we're not. You know, chase the gay away. You know. Get your jazz hands out, get the hen pecking out, although we will see some probably from Erudite, I'm guessing, or maybe from both, hard to say. And I guess the poll is closed. I mean, I don't think people have changed their mind at this point. I guess the answer is yes. Milo still do be gay, okay? 88%. There's 12% that think no, absolutely not. Not my Milo. That's what
I think those 12% are gay.
Possibly. Could be some projection there. Okay, so we gotta everyone, you know, take it off, and now go into abortion mode. Okay, we're gonna go back just so we get the context. This is where we left off. Okay, this is where we left off. I don't know if we watched anything after Ryan joined. Everything just kind of, you know,
it went downhill.
Everything just went more and more chaotic.
You know, everything goes downhill when he joins. Like, fuck.
Oh, it was a fun downhill. Don't get me wrong. It was a fun downhill.
It was the good kind of chaos, in my opinion, at least. You know, it was no definitionally chaos, to be clear. It was absolute nonsense, but you know, fun kind.
I say
all right,
you did
sound off, Lila.
Do you want me to present it again? How I see that? I basically, in my view, just to use your language of personhood specifically. If you are a biological living human, you are a person. And ensoulment, we don't know when the child in the womb is ensouled. We actually, as a Catholic, on a religious perspective, because we get into religion here, we don't know exactly when ensoulment happens. The church does not take a stance on that.
True.
But ensoulment doesn't equal. And because we don't know exactly when ensoulment happens, by the way, is yet another reason to be very respectful of human life, because we just don't know. But the church has always taught it, if you want to talk from a religious standpoint, to protect life from the moment of fertilization. And practically speaking, we should protect life from the moment of fertilization because we know we have a biological living human at that point.
So you think that our morality is
good thing, if nothing else, I've seen clips from this, like shorts, and these two become catty, okay? So that's just a little, you know, it's a little teaser. They do get catty, okay?
Maybe they'll take the top off and fight.
They actually do that at some point, yeah.
From there, you
I might have to like add some sensors on the screen.
Protecting all human lives because they are all persons. There's basically no human life. There's no individual human life that's not a person in my stance.
So the issue that I have is you have to pick one or the other. It's either biology or morality.
That's not true. That's not how that works.
That's how axioms work.
But biology presents facts that we can build a case for personhood upon.
So biology doesn't give a...
Yes, Jay. Unfortunately, wait. I'll go back. Sorry, I was reading a comment. But yes, Jay, we got stream cucked by Tucker Carlson and his agency. So yeah, and so the only backup thing I have is this, because we're only like one quarter done, so we are returning to this, but only because Tucker decided to fucking, not him personally, but decided to copyright kill me, so it ended the whole stream. I had to restart. Okay, let me go back 10 seconds.
No human life. There's no individual human life that's not a person in my stance.
So the issue that I have is you have to pick one or the other. It's either biology or morality.
That's not true. That's not how that works.
This is how axioms work.
But biology presents facts that we...
Okay, is this where you were saying, Big Soda?
Yeah.
That seems like a crazy false dichotomy to me. Why would you have to pick one of those things?
Because it seems like, okay, so I'm not quite sure, like, yeah, why would it be either or the axiom? Still man her argument, because I don't understand that point.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask too.
I don't even know. I honestly, I really like steel manning things. I'm not even sure. I can't even think of where her mind's going, because I am obviously right now, I'm fully biologically a human. I'm also morally a soul. Those things are not in contradiction. I can't really imagine.
Cucked. I mean, you are biologically cucked.
At least I'm morally not. Then is what you're implying. So thank you, Frankie.
Thank you, dude. Marilyn keeps cucking you every damn time.
Marilyn, look, me and Marilyn agree on like almost everything, which is I disavow. Not me and Marilyn agree on a surprising amount of things. That's what I meant to say.
Now, is moral and biology both axioms in themselves?
I don't even. Yeah, that's what I don't even get what she's saying. I don't know what those words mean the way she said them. How is biology in what set? Like morality does come down to axioms, right? Does biology come down to? I don't think so. Unless by axioms we mean like cells, and if we go further, we get to like particles and subatomic particles, and just the basis of like physical reality. But like that's a fucking hell of an axiom to say that like biology goes down to axioms. Like I don't even. I can't even give like a possible thing of what she means there.
I'm gonna see if I can still man it. Is she saying like your foundation either comes from the morality you have, or is it from a biological understanding of the world? Is that a fair still man?
I'm not. I guess I would be. I guess to engage with the steel man, then what is a biological understanding of the world? What does that mean, and why would that have to be distinct from morality?
I guess if I were to keep going, I would say if I get my morality from the Bible, and then I get my morality from how biology works, those would be two separate axioms, and I couldn't have two foundations at the same time.
There's no morality because of biology. That falls down to Darwinism. Like, if you run into the full course of biology, it's Darwinism because it has to be survival of the fittest. Like, animals don't give a shit about our problems. Like, regular animals, just regular animals in the animal kingdom really don't give a fuck about our, like, ideas and our philosophies and our philosophical problems, because, like, a wolf needs a fucking eat. And we see this plenty of times. We see this plenty of times with lions.
Frankie, I've heard you say that line in so many different contexts. It's amazing you can say the same words in so many different situations. A wolf has to fucking eat. You have said that in like 5 completely distinct debate prompts.
I guess to counter that, I would say your moral principle would be survival of the fittest. So that is what you believe to be what's good.
Well, then here's your moral conundrum, right? So then you're the head of a pride. You're a lion. You're head of your pride. And then Agripolis comes in and takes you down. So then he's now the new head of the pride. You think he's going to be a stepfather to your kids? No, he's going to kill your
no. But I guess those two things wouldn't have to. Those two things wouldn't have to conflict each other, because what I would say is what the moral side of it would be the fact that he can come in and then take over my tribe and then be the new leader. That would be the moral reality that we're in, because
the moral reality that people don't like to talk about when it comes to lions is that the new male pride leader goes out and seeks out every cub of its predecessor and kills them.
Okay, yeah, that's why. Well, I can't, and I think I would agree with Frank. This is why we can't talk about this. This is, I guess, the point. I think. And Big Soda, you still have to play the role of erudite here. Okay,
no,
still steel man. So I would say, based on what Frankie is saying, it's like you look at the animal kingdom, it's degenerate, right? So it's like you can't look at it. You can't base anything on morality. Survival of the fittest. I mean, you could kill any infant at any time, which like no left-leaning person, especially not erudite, would agree with, right? So she doesn't have her moral axioms in biology. Yeah. So then, let me what the fuck, Big Soda? What's good?
Hold on, let me add one more thing to that. All right, once the new male lion kills all of its predecessors' cubs, the females in the pride go into estrus, meaning they want to fuck him right there and then, because they feel that his predecessor's bloodline was weaker than his. That is a moral conundrum that a lot of zoologists see and face on a daily basis when they deal with lions. Because it's like, well,
but it's not a moral conundrum for the lions, right? Okay, the lions don't care. Cuckoo birds throw other babies' eggs out of their nest and then they fucking cuck them, which is, I think, where we get the word cuck. I think it's from the cuckoo bird. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think
it's like so we can't like all the biology talk. Fuck all that shit. Fuck that shit for real. Like that's not what anyone thinks, right?
To still man her side, I would say this is why you should avoid making moral principles off biology, because I think she's questioning the other person, saying, "Hey, is this principle from biology, or is this a principle from your morals? She's like, are you connecting the two? Because if you're connecting the two, moral and biology, then well, we go down the rabbit hole of what y'all been talking about, where there's a lot of moral. I wouldn't even say moral conundrums. There's a lot of conundrums from the moral side to the biological side, based off kind of what y'all explained with the lions and stuff like that, and the cuckoo bird.
Right, but I guess okay. So I would say, and if you're still doing a Steelman, okay. So I would say, it's like we use biology to the extent that we can add moral stuff into it. So I would say like killing is bad, and then I look at biology, and then I'll look at like, well, does a knife going into a human stomach, does that, cause cell damage, and does that lead to pain and death? And then I would say, okay, then stabbing a random person is wrong. And yeah, if the biological facts were different, if stabbing actually like made them super happy and actually made them stronger and didn't hurt them at all, then maybe stabbing's good. So I use biology to inform what I mean by morals, right? But it doesn't go the other way around. But I don't think those things are in contradiction. I think one is just something we have a moral thing, and then we have to express that in the physical universe. And because we're biological beings, we end up expressing that in a biological way.
And this is where the Stillman fails, because I don't know, like, I don't get why she's painting this dynamic to where it's either or. It's like, well, we can use biology to then support, I guess, our moral beliefs, or even justify them even more than just our understanding of the moral itself.
Right. Yeah. I don't see the only thing I guess this is, I don't know if this would be, I guess, if I had to steal, man, I don't know. I don't think this is any better, but the only thing I think maybe is she's like, you either have to take a religious stance about ensoulment, or you have to take a biological stance about the processes that are actually happening. Because Lila did say from her church, and this is where my knowledge leaves about the Roman Catholics, that there's a different thing about ensoulment versus actual like life happening. Which and so I guess if you do have that framework, then I guess in some ways those things could appear, if I'm to steal man, to be in contradiction. Because do you care about ensoulment, or do you care about the biology? If you're pointing to the zygote, but you're saying the Catholic Church doesn't think that is necessarily ensoulment, then what are you talking about morally? You either have to pick the biological marker of the egg being fertilized, or you have to pick this whatever you have the Catholic definition of ensoulment, and you can't have it both ways, because those two things would be axiomatic. Either you care about a zygote or you care about ensoulment, and why would you care about both in the same way?
And then I would say your defense yesterday would probably be the best defense to use against Erudite, is the fact that it seems like there's a lot of arbitrary lines that we can draw. And if there is a lot of arbitrary lines that we can draw, then it seems picking the first line is the best answer, just because once you draw the line there, everything else is captured inside that, I guess, that safe goat, which means, hey, we're not just arbitrarily picking who lives and dies.
Right, and this is where now my steelman fails, because it's like it's not like if Catholics gave a line at like, if they're like 12 weeks, that's when ensoulment happens, but they don't. The Catholics, to my knowledge, and again, this is out of my depths, but the Catholic knowledge are just kind of like ambiguous, and so from what you said, the safest option then, and this is why the Catholic Church holds this as the best option, is at the moment of conception, because otherwise it's not like the Catholics give a specific marker. And I don't know if Erudite knows that, but it's not like Catholics are like, oh, at this exact moment, that's when ensoulment happens. The Catholic Church is ambiguous on that. But then the safest option would be to use the biological marker, because it could be that from a Catholic point of view, not my point of view, from a Catholic point of view, it could be a zygote, could be an embryo, could be a fetus, could be once it has the first breath of life on the outside, right? But like, do you want to gamble with that, right? Do you want to gamble on potentially, unaliving something, right? Probably.
Do you see Brandon's comment?
I do see it. A callback to yesterday. Morals is morals, and nothing be nothing. I mean, who can disagree with that? Morals are morals, and nothing is nothing. That's right. Sound off, Brandon. Good to see you, brother. Wicked Wally says the Catholic position was always 100% abortion. Last I knew, yes. The thing that Lila's bringing up is apparently their position on ensoulment, the exact moment, this is probably related to like their purgatory stances and all that nonsense, right? Which I'm not Catholic, so I don't know, but they're always against abortion. Yes, that is true.
Here's the problem with the Catholic Church too. They follow the Pope. All right, they believe that Pope is the vicar of Christ, the one who has the direct line to Christ. That's what they believe, and it's like, no, that's false. So she will literally bow to another man. If she goes to the Vatican right now and sees the Pope, she will bow to him completely, and that's a fact of life. And it's just no, that's wrong.
I think that's a slight misunderstanding of Catholic theology.
It's not a slight misunderstanding at all. The
Popes are infallible only when they give like a specific like papal decree. It's not like a pope. A pope is not like anything the Pope says. You have to like Catholics have to automatically believe it. That's not that isn't how Catholicism do be working. You know.
I think the best way to describe Catholics' relationship with the Pope would be the same quote that Jesus gave to his disciples about give to Caesar's what is Caesar's and give to God what is God. If you're giving the Pope what is God's, then you're going down the wrong path. But you can still give the Pope what is the Pope's, and I guess be okay in that.
The Pope is a priest. That's the whole thing about it. The Pope is just a priest. All right. In the grand scheme of things, the Pope is just a priest. And the problem, and the fact of the matter is that I guarantee you that. Well, what the fucking name is? What's her fucking name again? Lila Rose or some shit?
Lila Rose, yeah.
Lila Rose, yeah. Okay. She will literally bow to the fucking Pope. She will bend the knee and she will bend the knee.
That's not fair. She's not okay. To defend the Catholics,
the Pope was like more than just a priest.
He's the Pope is the bishop. The Pope is the Bishop of Rome. So a bishop is more than a priest, and the Bishop of Rome is in charge of the other bishops. So yeah, it's not just a priest, but also to defend my Catholic brethren, they don't worship the Pope in the same way you can bend the knee to a king or to a monarch and stuff, right? Like doesn't mean you're like worshiping them, right? So like I don't know if that really like
it was a bad analogy, but I understand kind of what you mean, because I guess you could argue that a king you either bend the knee or die, and then the Pope there's kind of that option of not dying.
Yeah,
you get what I mean. Like with the king, I assume there will be exceptions because you are being forced with your life, and it's like with the Pope, it would just be a voluntary thing.
Well,
yeah, no, I think I agree.
Like I guarantee you, if the Pope makes a new decree now, she will follow it. That's a fact of life. That's what all Catholics will do.
Yeah, if it's an official papal decree, yes.
Yeah, and that's different than what you were just saying, though. You're saying he's just a priest.
Okay, hold on. You understand how Brazil came to be, right?
Yeah, but
that sounds a little off topic.
No.
Sounds a little off topic.
You're talking about people.
Wolves just have to fucking eat.
Let's just establish. Can we agree on this? That just some everyday priest can't just decree something, and then all the people that are in that denomination have to follow that. Can we agree on that?
Hopefully.
Yeah. Well, can I take it one step further? Can the Pope just decree something?
Yes.
He can just decree it. Is it not something that has to be already established with like bishops and stuff?
Well,
I don't know that, but I do.
That's how
pretty sure
Brazil
the Pope changed like the Sabbath day.
No, that's how Brazil came to be, dude. Was from a papal bull. That's how
we're
Brazil
going into the weeds. So
Alexander the 16th. Pope Alexander the 16th told Spain and Portugal, this is the lines that you're going to do. This is the papal bull, and Portugal got Brazil, and Spain got Mexico, and the rest of South America because the Pope was Cardinal Borgia and he was Spanish. That's what happened.
But they're all still mostly Catholic, though. Even Mexico, South America.
Catholic, but what I'm saying is, through a decree from the Pope, that's how Brazil became a nation.
Right. And what I'm saying is not just any everyday priests can do that. Like the Pope can do that, apparently, because he's done it.
What I'm saying is he really doesn't like. Excuse me. I'll be back.
Chat. Well,
trying to
Anyway.
see. I'm trying to see if I'm trying to see if if Lila has like a bit of a heterodoxical position to begin with. So I'm gonna try sharing this on screen as a brief, not like a Brazilian level of tangency, but it might be a bit tangential, but it's related. Okay, it's related.
It seems to be a little different than how he's explaining it. Just based on the small stuff that I'm looking at. It
Yeah,
seems
'cause
to be
if-
two countries conflicting, which are Christian countries, and they appeal to the Pope, and so the Pope kind of established a treaty of Tordesillas. I'm bad with Spanish names. It's kind of dividing the Portugal and Spain.
Sounds Italian.
It could be Italian. That would make a lot more sense.
Where is this
Treaty.
on here?
Like Tordesillas. That does kind of have more of an Italian.
You
But
guys are
it's
still
just a
Frankie
quell.
coded right
I'm trying
now.
to
Are
see.
you
My
guys are
bad,
still talking
my bad.
about Brazil? I brought up some. This is if you're reading my screen. Is this what I brought up has nothing to do with Brazil? I'm just gonna nothing to do with it. This is. I just want. This was in my.
It does sound
This was.
Italian though. Soda.
I don't know. I don't know if Lila Rose
Look it up.
is. I don't know if she's saying something that is true because this is from the official catechism of the Catholic Church, and so this is the official catechism, right? It says the church teaches that every spiritual soul is created immediately by God, is not produced by the parents, and also that it is immortal, is not perished when it's separated from the body by death, and will be reunited with the body at the final resurrection. And this is from fucking Pope Pius XII, right? So I guess so. Like,
How does that
The-
contradict
there's-
her view?
well, because she would, I think Lila said that like the Catholic Church, they have like a different thing of like of ensoulment, and it sounds like they have. If we go to Article 367 of this, it sounds like they distinguish the soul from the spirit, right? In this again, this is all like official Catholic shit right now, and it's like so they distinguish this, but it sounds like. I mean, this line right here, I feel like is not what Lila's saying, right? I mean, I don't know if y'all can see this if I zoom in, right? I mean, this is the catechism, right? The church teaches that every spiritual soul is created immediately by God. So then that means wouldn't that would, I don't know if there's a different way to read that, but wouldn't that be the zygote then? Wouldn't that be what Catholics believe?
Well, I guess it would also depend. Do you think they may have altered that like with another decree? Like, do you think the official stance
Not
would have
since
changed
this,
over
because
time?
this is like
Well-
the current catechism. So like,
First of all, I agree
this
with what
might be, I
Wicked
don't know
Wally
when this guy lived, so like maybe he altered it, but like,
I agree with what Wicked Wally said, but if you go back anyways, go back to where it says in, what is it, 366, you're reading from the church teaches that every spiritual soul is created immediately by God. Then read the next few words.
it is not produced by the parents.
Like, so.
Right. So then, yeah. So there's no. So ensoulment is like, yeah, I don't know. That feels like a weird bullet for Lila to bite. Then,
But I guess
because if it's
wouldn't
not
that be-
produced, it sounds like it's created immediately.
I guess, but would the soul exist before? Oh, that's tough. Because now I'm about to ask something that is the soul created before even the baby turns into a zygote?
Well, and-
Right.
and
I guess
the
that's
Jew-
fair. Yeah.
That's, that's where you look even back in those times. Like when a woman found out she was pregnant, they knew what that meant. They knew they were having a baby.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
So
I guess
it's not like, at that point in time, oh my God, it's a gift from God. It's like, a lot of times it was a miracle that, these women could successfully, give birth and survive and stuff like that. So.
But I guess to Steelman Lila, if she does believe in some like type of non-zygote ensoulment that happens at a later date, I guess what this is saying in some ways, it's saying that it's created immediately, but it's not saying it's created immediately at the moment of conception. I guess maybe would be what she might say. I guess there is some like ambiguity here. It could be created immediately, but maybe that immediacy happens at, let's say, like 12 weeks, right? It's still immediate. It's not produced by the parents. It's immediate soul created by God. But I guess that doesn't speak to what point of gestation, right?
Yeah,
I guess
at what point
No,
is
but
the
it just
soul
means that
entering the body?
Upon conception, would be the answer. I mean,
But is that what this is saying?
That's when the two. Well, I mean, it says immediately, but
yeah, but could immediately. I guess what I'm saying is
not produced by the parents. That means the soul itself is not produced by the parents. We're biological creatures, so I mean, inherently, our parents are going to produce our physical body, but immediately upon our conception, when the egg and the sperm, I don't have to explain all this how that works. Yeah. But when that happens, something happens and a new DNA is created, like a new being is created. So, and that's what they're saying. Like, it is not produced by the parents. In other words, like God is producing the soul.
Right, but I guess like, and this isn't what I believe, but just like to kind of steel man, I guess, possibly the ensoulment theory. Couldn't it be true that, let's say, at 12 weeks, God decides, that's just what he's decided. 12 weeks, when it has the right brain, then God is like, yes, at that point, I will immediately create the soul. So there's no soul before that. It's not produced by the parents. It's just God coming down and being like, at this specific marker, this is when I will create a soul. Now, to be clear, I think that is nonsense. But from just what we're reading in this catechism, do you deny or do you agree that that's a possible interpretation? Because it doesn't say immediately at conception, it just says immediately, but immediately could be technically like 9 months down the line.
Immediately would be at conception. No, like,
do you think it necessarily has to be
immediate and at conception? Yeah, I believe it. That's what it means. I mean, if it wasn't, then it would say with delay, approximately this time period. I believe it would be a little bit more specific.
But we're talking about the spiritual. We're talking about the spiritual soul, right? We're not talking about. So, like that. Couldn't it be true that let's say even to use like I know some like Jewish people believe in like the breath of life. So this would still apply to them. They would say the soul is immediately created by God, but they would say that happens at the first breath of life. Once the baby exits and takes a breath, then the spiritual soul is created immediately. So it's not a building up process. It is like it's not like the soul is like. Is developing. It's like a soul exists or doesn't exist, but they would put that at the moment of birth. Looking at this line, does that contradict that breath of life theory? I guess.
No, that's still like arguing the stance that like you're not you're not like you can't be human until you're born kind of crap.
Right, I disagree with it, but I'm just saying, just from this catechism line, I guess.
It's like if someone would just have aborted the H-man, darn. You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
someone didn't, and look what happened. It's like saying that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I agree on everything you're saying. I'm just trying to, I guess, think if I was a Catholic and I was reading this, is there some mental gymnastics I could do to think that, to agree with this, but still think, it happens at some arbitrary point. It's still immediate, but it's like, we don't know the point. It doesn't have to be conception. It's still immediate.
Means immediate. So like,
but immediate doesn't mean rapid. At like the earliest point you could possibly name. Immediate means immediate. Like if you're playing Minecraft, like a diamond pickaxe spawns immediately in front of you, it doesn't mean it spawned at the beginning of the game. It means like it didn't exist in your Minecraft world, and now it immediately does. It doesn't mean that it had to be there from the beginning.
In front of you.
No, just in the world, in the game world, there was no
something says
it doesn't have to be in front of you. It's just like what if you I mean Minecraft is actually a good example in some ways, right? Because some stuff is like generated, right? So did that pickaxe always exist, or did it just immediately at some arbitrary point? I know that sounds ridiculous, but think about it for a second, okay?
I guess what I'm thinking is the moment the sperm enters the egg and I guess breaks the barrier in the egg and he's the first one to be entrapped inside the egg, I take it that would be the immediate moment a soul enters that cell structure.
I mean, I to be clear, I agree, but I'm just wondering if you were a Catholic and you're reading this, is there an argument to say that immediate doesn't mean because then couldn't immediate be odds with God's foreknowledge? God knew that baby would be made, so the soul is actually preconception.
I would say that if you think women track their periods nowadays and track all that shit nowadays, I'm sure they definitely did back then. And we're like sleeping around and doing all that shit was not very like the super common thing.
Yeah.
I mean these women knew when they got pregnant is what I'm trying to say.
But they didn't know immediately though, right? Not to use,
course
not
not.
intentionally using that word.
All right, Compost. I'm gonna have to jump off, dude.
All right, Frankie.
Thanks, guys.
Don't dream of any royal
Bye,
arachnids.
Frankie.
Later, guys.
Confluence, the only argument I guess I could reasonably see is the fact that God creates the soul immediately after conception. And then the only argument that you could make if you're saying it's not placed in the body immediately would be that God then after God creates the soul is then placed at a later date. But that would need context to say, well, why would you assume he would put it at a later date instead of just putting it in the body right then and there? Like, you would need an extra kind of bit of information to assume that he would put it at a later date.
Right. Yeah. I guess my response would be, coincidentally, I guess a response to what Wicked Wally is saying on screen here. I guess I don't know. Does the Catholic Church teach that the soul begins at conception, or they just teach you shouldn't abort at all, and that human life begins at conception? But is there a document where they actually specifically say the soul begins at conception? Because then, if it's true, then I agree with what Wicked Wally says this next thing.
I would say this line states that, and you would need some other bit of information to assume that it doesn't.
I guess it's weird. I guess, yeah. I mean, both of you are agreeing against me. I guess so. I guess I don't know. Yeah. I guess I'm reading immediately as a different thing, because immediately could be. Why not put immediately at the beginning of time itself? Why not read this and say that every soul already exists, and they're just like put into human bodies at the moment of conception? Like, what about 366 that we're reading? But why? It's saying it's not produced by the parents. It's saying they're created immediately. Why not put that at the beginning of time itself?
Outside of God and Jesus, what exists before, or what exists at the same time that they are? Like, it would have to come after. And so if we're assuming it comes after
creation, at the let there be light, why not use this passage to say when God says let there be light, all the souls immediately exist, and then they're placed into vessels? Because this it's not produced by the parents.
Wouldn't God need to say that for it to be true?
I mean, it says they're created immediately. I guess you guys auto think that immediately means conception, but I'm saying if we step outside that, couldn't immediately also be at the moment of the conception of the universe? Like, what?
Well, to be fair,
it's said about zygote in this passage, right?
Is created immediately by God, not was created. So that's
a good point. Grammar.
Okay, that's fair.
And plus, look at the context of what we're talking about. It's kind of like we kind of would have to know what 366 is and 365 and see if they correlate to a context talking about the creation of life.
Yeah, and their words are being they're very specific. You have to read it. It's like the word immediately that I pointed out, and then the next words after that is not produced by the parents. Like it's telling you right there that the soul is created immediately when a woman becomes pregnant, immediately, but the soul is created by God.
Yeah,
but if Saint Pius XII is choosing his words so carefully, why not just say that? Why not? You'd have to add like a few extra words. The soul is immediately created by God at the moment of conception. Done. Problem solved.
This was written in Latin, and it's been what's the word I'm looking for? It's been translated. Translated into English. So the English context we're reading, Latin, it may make more sense in Latin.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't know Latin. And when was Pius XII alive? How old is this actually? That might help.
Or maybe it was Greek to Latin to I don't know. It's been translated through.
No, it hasn't been. No. This motherfucker lived. He was like writing in like the fucking 1940s. This is actually a recent pope, so he wrote this in fucking English. So this is what it says. Yeah.
How do you know he wrote it in English? Are you assuming he wrote it in English first?
Well, okay, that's fair. He didn't write in Latin. I know that for sure. He did not write in Latin. I'll bet anything he didn't write in Latin. Okay, yeah, I will say that.
35 underneath 366. It says, CF Pius X22 or 11. Humani Generis.
that sounds like Latin.
Wait, what are we looking at?
Look at 235 under 366. And look at the last few words in the underneath
like
that.
this thing,
Look,
right? Okay.
the Lateran Council.
Well, there's a semicolon here, so this is I think this is a separate. This
Just
is
the name. I think that might be
this
the
is
name of the
separate
document,
though.
or the-
So I know, but I'm saying these two things are separate. So we have like Paul the Sixth, and then
This
so
sounds
this is
Latin.
quoting from multiple things. Yeah, but they also name their books Latin. That is a Catholic thing to do.
right.
I mean, it's well, name your book Latin and then write it
Who
in
is it?
Latin.
I am like
Humanities and Errors.
I'm very confident this was written in English. I'm like incredibly confident because this is what I'm pulling up. It was written in fucking the 1950s, I think.
But I guess what would be the name? Like, how would you identify this specific thing and how it was written?
Because no modern pope is fucking writing everything in fucking Latin in the 1950s. That's just like not what's happening.
Well, I mean, I doubt they would write it in English as well. It's not an English-speaking country.
Okay, here we go. Okay, maybe we can see from. I know this is Wikipedia.
Yeah, it was written in Latin. Issued by Pope Pius, whatever, 1950, addresses various theological and philosophical topics, including the origins of man, blah blah blah. But it was written in Latin.
Okay, what's the source on that?
Wikipedia.
Wait, I'm on the Wikipedia. I'm on the Wiki. Wait, where do we see this?
You want me to share my screen?
Well, I'm on the Wikipedia page right now on it's shared in StreamYard. It's the human StreamYard. It's the Humani Generis is.
I didn't click on the tab yet, but the first sentence is literally, it says it was written in Latin. I just typed it, the question.
Wait, am I supposed to look at your screen?
Yeah, well, if you want. I just typed in what language was Humani Generis written in, and it says Latin.
That's like
I don't know. You don't have to read the entire Wikipedia page.
No, go to the
see it.
Wikipedia. That's like a fucking AI thing, which could be true, but we have to we need to do better than that.
Okay.
Because like maybe it was that. I mean, I don't know. That would shock me. But I guess maybe Catholic Church is crazy if they're still writing things in Latin in the 50s.
From the holysee.com. Wait, well, let me just click on it.
Latin doesn't exist at all on the Wikipedia page, but neither does English. So I don't know where that fucking leaves us.
Yeah, let's go see. All right. Admittedly, I shouldn't have just read the first fucking thing.
I mean, he was an Italian pope. Like maybe he does know Latin well enough to like. I mean, that's possible. It is obviously yes the title of it. I think this tells us Catholics need to get their shit together. Because like this should be an easy thing to find.
Yeah.
Okay, at least ChatGPT is telling me the same thing that you're saying, but I want to know what the fucking source is. Okay, wait, is this okay? This might be it. Okay, maybe it was written in Latin. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, this is an official Vatican.
This is it's literally saying it's like originally written in Latin. I don't know. It's
but okay,
encyclical issued by Pope Pius.
Yes, I think you're right. I think you're right. Okay, I'm sharing it now.
Oh man, what a side tangent! Holy
this is a big side tangent.
This is a good side tangent.
Okay, but this is a little copium from me. Okay, a little copium. Okay, to be very clear. But I guess what I would say. So this is the Latin text we have on screen, and this is from the official Vatican site. So it is. I lost my tab. It is in Latin, but I would say someone writing 1950s Latin, there's not a translation barrier. And I agree this is a bit of copium. But I think that because obviously no one is born in the 30s or whenever this Pope was born and his first language is Latin. So that's an intentional choice to write it in Latin. Okay, Latin's not his first language. So then is he Are we claiming that there is some like translation error, that if it was correctly translated that it would actually say at the moment of conception? Because that's what we were originally talking about.
No. I'm saying we have to keep in mind that you're nitpicking on how specific it is, and I'm just saying that we have to keep in mind that it was translated from Latin to English.
No, actually, go to Confluence Point. Okay, this is again the official Latin site, and we can click. So this is the official papal English translation. So it's not like we are going separate. We can click through to see what the official. This is the Vatican website, Vatican.va. So we can see. So what I was reading, yes, it has been translated, but by the Vatican themselves. This is what they put out.
Okay, when was it translated?
Is it because you
At the
read
same
English?
time.
Yeah, are you sure about that? You can prove that?
Is it because
I
is it possible
I can
you
try
change
to
your
prove
browser
it.
settings?
So don't claim it.
No, I can't. No, I'm so confident. I'm so
Your browser
confident.
settings are set to accept English websites. I mean, come on, dude. You got it. You're smarter than that.
No.
You're not going to pull up fucking all these random websites in different.
No, you're not
languages.
understanding what I'm saying. You're not understanding what I'm saying.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
okay.
the Vatican.va website. On their website, nothing to do with browser settings. This would show the same on any browser, on any mobile device. This is what is on the Vatican website that they put on the back end. They have a Spanish, a French, an Italian, a Latin, and I guess Portuguese. And these are the official translations
Did they
they
have
give.
this in 1950?
I don't know. I'm
yes,
almost sure
probably
they
not.
did. No, they
Did it?
definitely did. It's the 50s. You think motherfuckers were speaking Latin? You think they should release a Latin bull, papal bull in the fucking 50s, and they gave no translation? It's like, figure this out. Translate this Latin.
No.
They said that?
No,
No,
hang
of course
on.
not.
I think this original decree was written in Latin, and then people who work for the Vatican then translated it into English.
Okay, fine. Fine. We'll look this up.
We don't need to.
I just did. Okay. It is in the 19th at the same time. It was released. It was released at the same time. Okay.
Okay.
On August 12th. Okay. So I guess in some ways we're all right. Okay. It was written in Latin first originally, but it was translated, or translation was released in the exact same year by the same fucking guy.
Thank
approved
God,
by the
because
Vatican.
I don't believe most. I mean, how many of the popes English was their first language?
Well, none of them had Latin as the first language. I know that for sure.
But the Latin was the first language of the church, so it's like that's what they were used.
It's not their first language. Like
but when they were writing these documents, they always used Latin.
I know, but they didn't. Latin is a dead language that they would have learned. They would have learned ecclesiastical Latin at some age, but they didn't like speak. So they would be like translating to the best of their ability into Latin for tradition's sake, right?
And that's fair. I mean, I wouldn't say that, but I'm pretty sure Latin's the official structure of the Catholic Church.
It is, but I'm saying it's not Pope Pius XII's first language. Motherfucker wasn't speaking Latin when he was 5.
Go back to that page you were just on. Was that called the Holy See?
Yes, it's Vatican.va. Yeah, it's called their little publication is called the Holy See.
I'm looking at, yes, popes still use Latin in certain contexts. Latin is the official language of the Holy See and is used in formal documents and liturgical practices.
Yes, for sake of tradition, but I'm saying.
However, in recent years, the use of Latin has decreased. So define recent. I haven't seen where it says. It's not really telling me what that means as far as.
I know, but brother, we know Pope Pius XII did not grow up with Latin as his first language.
I'm not saying he did. I'm saying when they wrote these documents, they used Latin.
I know, but I'm saying it's not like he has a translation gap. I guess is my point. He doesn't have
proved it. You've already proved it was written in Latin already. Like you're still.
I know by a motherfucker who doesn't speak Latin. The point is they released the same thing in English in the same fucking year. So there's no translation gap. That's the whole point. That's the whole point.
They've got a translator. So what?
They didn't have a translator. He didn't speak Latin. So they didn't need to translate.
Latin is sitting there translating it. How about that?
That's a good point. It's a good
It's
point,
got-
Confluence.
The point
Everybody's
is,
got freaking
it's not
ghostwriters
a
and
good
shit.
point. It's not a
It's a
good point.
great point.
It's not a good
I'm sure
point.
I'm sure the popes, when they're like, I want to make an official statement, write this down, there's somebody fucking writing it down. And even if it's somebody that has to write it in 2 different languages or sit there and write it in Latin and then translate it or whatever they got to do, that's not beyond what their capability is. They're more than capable of doing that.
I don't think that Pope Pius XII
It was written
capable.
originally in Latin.
Yes, and
That's
I think
all
he
we can say.
probably used translation to do that because motherfucker in the 1950s wasn't speaking ecclesiastical Latin as his first fucking
How do you
language.
know?
I know
How do you
because
fucking
I
know?
know. What do you
What
mean?
if
How
they
do I
grew up in
know?
the-
Because
what if they grew
nobody
up
in the
the
born
church?
in the past like 500 years grows up with Latin as their first language.
Oh my god! Let's look up what this fucking guy's original language. What he grew up. What's this guy's name? Pope Pius.
Do you think
What
it was
was
Latin, brother, in the 1950s?
Pius
No.
XII.
Latin is
original
called a dead language. He's Italian.
language.
Motherfucker's Italian, okay? So either spoke Italian or English or both.
He
More
was
likely
born and
both.
raised in Rome, where he studied modern languages and history. Oh my fucking god!
Yeah,
this
okay, I'm
guy's an
sorry. I'm
expert.
sorry,
This
Ag.
guy's a
I'm sorry,
fucking
Ag.
expert.
Studying.
Listen,
I studied
listen,
Greek
listen,
at
listen.
seminary. Is Greek
His
my normal
understanding
tongue?
of biblical
Do I
text
speak
in
Koine
their
Greek since
original
I was a kid?
So he had an ability like more than some of the other popes to understand Latin because literally that's what he studied was languages and history.
I'm asking what his
Confluence,
native
wrong again.
language is. His native
But
language was
nobody's
almost
asking
certainly
that,
Italian
Confluence.
and probably English.
You're changing
Nobody's
the goalposts
saying that. You
over
just
and
keep
over
saying
again.
native.
I
We're
know,
talking
but
about whether he knows not Italian, but Latin language, and he obviously does.
I know,
Yeah,
but then
his
if a
native
translation
language was
happens at
Italian,
the
but
same
he was
point,
fluent. Listen to this. He was fluent in several languages, including Latin, German, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and English.
that's fine. I'm saying
Motherfucker.
it wasn't his first language. So the whole point is that we
it
don't
was
have to
his second
distrust. We don't have
And
to distrust.
he was a master in linguists too. Come on, man.
We don't have to. We don't have to distrust the translation.
To write this in Latin, and
Right,
it says-
which means
and we're
so.
told that it
I'm
was
sorry,
already
Ag.
written
I'm
in
sorry.
Latin.
Did you also say he was fluent in English? Did you say that
That's
or
what it
no?
says. That's
Okay,
what it
so
says.
then the 1950s thing, then we can probably trust that if he was the Pope and it's on the official Vatican fucking site, then it's probably correctly translated. If motherfucker spoke Italian from birth
But it
and
was
then probably knew English
originally
before he knew Latin
written-
and is putting
it
them
was
out in the same year, we can probably trust the translation is accurate.
was
We don't have to go
originally-
back into the Latin.
Brother, it was originally, you changed the goalpost over and over again. We originally said it was written in Latin. That's all we were saying, which we've established that already.
That's cool. Okay, that's
and
cool.
then
I
we
agree.
said-
I
hang on,
agree.
hang
I'm
on.
using some copium here. I conceded that, but I'm saying, does that change the substantive point? The whole reason we brought this up, the whole reason we brought this up is we said maybe it says something different in Latin that it does in English. It
No,
does
that's
not.
not.
It fucking that was.
Hang
We can
on,
roll
hang
back
on,
the
hang
tapes.
on.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
man,
I'm
it's
gonna
no matter
roll
repeat
myself
what
in
I said.
Minecraft right now. I'm gonna make a noose appear immediately in front of me in Minecraft. Okay.
No, I'm about to repeat what I asked. I asked, could there be a difference in translation between Latin and English? Meaning that the Latin word there could be more inside the words that are used than in English. And so, like when you say a phrase in Latin, it may capture the whole concept of something, but then when you translate that into English, you're not going to get that whole conceptual idea.
Yeah,
That's
English is
possible,
horrible
but
about that.
then
There's a lot of languages that have words that like mean phrases.
I know, but then you would, if you were alive at the same time, if I'm writing something right now in Latin, and let's say I know Latin very well, and then I will do my best to add those words into my English translation. The issue you guys are talking about is if like some pope from like way back when, and now we're like looking at an ancient Latin document and translating it. Motherfucker was alive in the same year that the Latin and English and all these translations came out. So like, it's not going to be wrong.
I didn't say it was wrong. You added the word wrong. All I'm saying is Latin could have a better idea of capturing what a soul means rather than
If it
English.
meant at conception, why wouldn't fucking Pius XII, why wouldn't he add that? If that's what the Latin phrase implied, and now in the same year he's making the English one, why wouldn't he be like at conception? Because that's what the Latin phrase means.
When we got into the weeds, that's what I was trying to explain. Of all popes, this guy seems to be like I don't know. I haven't looked up a lot of other popes, but this guy spoke like 5-6 languages, and he was like a master. And it looks like his second language may have been Latin after Italian, and he was born and raised in Rome. Motherfucker probably spoke probably could do Latin if he wanted to, but I'm just saying.
Latin is a dead language. Okay, I just want to be clear. No one's speaking Latin to each other. It's not happening. It's not happening on God's green fucking earth. It doesn't happen.
Okay, we're beating the dead horse.
We are.
Possibly.
Confluence is the dead.
The dead
horse.
Latin
We're
horse.
beating the fuck out of him.
We've established already that it was originally written in Latin. We're good.
If that's what hey, you guys get that victory, okay? That is not the substantive point that matters at all. But yes, it was written in Latin. At the exact same year, it was also written in English. It was also written in a bunch of languages. It's on the official Vatican website.
Even if he spoke it from, like, if he originally said it, let's just say he originally wrote it in Italian, even through Italian to English, you might lose some stuff.
And so you're not going to change how you're not going to change or you're not going to add a whole new sentence that's then going to represent that. You're just going to translate it.
Right.
So okay, wait, to be clear, I guess not that we're going to do this because obviously we can't. But are you saying, both of you? I guess I'm asking. I just want to make sure. Are either of you saying if we had a good Latin translation, if we go to the Latin, the Humani Generis, and we translate it, do you think we would actually get a different translation? Like in the English, there is some like translation ambiguity or error in there.
Yes, I think there's.
You do think that truly?
Yeah.
You truly believe that?
I wouldn't go that far. I would just say the potential of it.
It's crazy. That's crazy.
That's a possibility. There's a high possibility of it. Yes.
That's crazy. Motherfucker spoke all these languages. Why the fuck would he make that mistake?
You don't understand the culture behind those languages. So in Latin, there could be a term that expresses a concept beautifully, and then you translate that into English, and
I understand that very well.
Okay, then why? What's the disagreement?
The disagreement, brother.
People's argument about the Bible is that it's been translated from Arabic to Greek to all these different languages.
The Old Testament is Hebrew and Aramaic. New Testament is Greek.
Yeah, and we may have lost something in all those different translations.
I know, but that's because like when we look now at ancient Hebrew, we don't know exactly what those terms meant. If someone is writing something in modern day in Hebrew, there would be nothing lost. It would be very easy to add notes and footnotes, and to add, if you have one word like Schadenfreude. Hey, Schadenfreude is a great example. That's a German word that means multiple things, but you could convey the concept of Schadenfreude. If I was translating Schadenfreude, I could do that in English. I could fucking do that. I'd just use a couple more words, and now I fucking have a good translation.
If you're aware of that culture, yes.
That's what I'm saying. You asked the question, Confluence. Ask yourself that. If you knew Latin and you were to go and read the original writing of a lot of things that are originally written in Latin, do you think you might not get a different interpretation than reading it in English? You don't think that at all. You think it's straight up 100% interpretation.
No. Okay, this is where this can. I 100% believe that. For anything that's written a long time ago. If some motherfucker writes something in Latin these days and the same person is translating it, no, I don't think they have a problem in conveying it correctly. The translation gap you guys are talking about happens because when we look at some ancient Latin text or some ancient Greek text, if we're like trying to translate the fucking,
we know what they mean because of things like the Rosetta Stone and other documents.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's emphatically different than translating when you're still alive at the same time.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean like you just said about the German word, whatever you just said. That means like a phrase, but it's just one word for Germans. Like you lose something in translation. It's not going to mean the same thing and sound the same way when you say it in English.
That's only true if you're confined to one word, though, is what I'm saying. So Schadenfreude is a German word that we don't have a direct one-for-one English correlate for. But I could write, if that appeared in the text, in the modern day, if I was writing in German, I could write Schadenfreude in one sense if I'm writing in German. And for English, I could just like use more words to express exactly what I mean. And no meaning is lost. Like what you're saying, if like the Apostle Paul, if he knew, like let me just say this. Tell me if you guys disagree, okay? If the Apostle Paul knew modern English, there would be no ambiguity. If he let's say he wrote a lot of his epistles in Greek, but he also side by side gave a modern English translation, there would be no ambiguity on what he meant. Because we'd have the Koine Greek and we'd have the modern English, and there would be no discussion. It doesn't matter if he originally wrote it in Koine Greek, then the next day he translates it to modern English, then it's like, okay, good, that's what he meant to say in modern English. Like, am I insane?
Do you think there'd be cultural gaps inside that translation? Like, so if I'm explaining one concept in Greek and then I'm explaining the same concept in English, do you think there'd be a cultural gap to where I couldn't explain the English version the same way I couldn't explain
there could be nuance, but I want to remind us what we're talking about. We're talking about the soul immediately forming. If the Latin word truly did mean at conception, had that tied into one word, then all motherfucker Pope Pius XII would have to do is add at conception in the English translation. That's all you'd have to do. So simple.
Hang on. What does conception mean?
Conception means when a fucking spermie meets a fucking eggy.
So immediately. So the immediate action of what happens.
No, that's not what immediate means. No,
Okay.
you guys both seem to think that. That's not what I tried to bring up the Minecraft example. It's not what immediate means. It just isn't. It isn't. That's not what immediate means. Immediate could still, I don't agree with this, but immediate could still be at 12 weeks, God immediately makes the soul. As in the soul didn't exist before. It's not a transitory period. At 12 weeks, God's like, I'm about to immediately make a soul. Okay? That's
it would be after the mother or the parent, or I guess the mother starts constructing the form of the body.
Yeah, but it says in the next sentence, the form doesn't matter. It literally says that. The form makes no fucking difference. It says God immediately makes a soul. It's not based on the formation, which means from a strict reading, I think this is where Lila's coming from. And again, I disagree with this view, just to be clear, but just based on this catechism passage, I don't think that you can look at that catechism passage and say immediate means the point of conception, even though I agree with you. But just from a strict reading of it, I think immediate could mean 12 weeks, 13 weeks, 14 weeks, 15 weeks, up to the moment of birth.
Well, hang on. What's the most immediate point of the pregnancy?
It doesn't say the most immediate point of the pregnancy. It says immediately.
Conception literally means when a sperm fertilizes an egg. So that's pretty
immediate part.
That's what I said. That's literally what I said. When Big Soda asked me, I said, when a spermie meets an eggy. That was my definition. So yeah, I agree.
Yes, okay. So the most immediate part of the pregnancy.
So we're just
not what the text says. It's just not. Am I fucking mental? Maybe I am mental. That's not what the text says.
I think we're agreeing with each other. We're just talking past each other.
I think that's a fair.
I think you're trying to pay attention to a lot of the details, but like we understand what it means, though, right?
Yes, we both agree on the.
It doesn't say like at 12 weeks. It doesn't say at like 14 weeks. It doesn't say.
It also, I guess I would say it also doesn't say at conception. It just says the word immediate,
which immediate would mean conception.
But if let's say I immediately produced a fireball, right? It doesn't mean that fireball always existed. It means it's just immediate. It didn't have a backstory. I just could, let's say I had a magical ability. I could conjure a fireball. It would be correct to say I immediately made that fireball. You don't have to go back to my point of birth to say that fireball has existed since I was born. No, I immedially made it. And maybe I'll immediately make it in 5 minutes. Maybe I do have that ability. It's still immediate.
But hang on.
No, I'm not agreeing. I'm saying immediate means there's no transitory period. It's not building up. It's just like there's nothing and then there's something.
Let's say a man and a woman sleep together, and the next day something tragic happens, and the man is, let's say, offed. If the woman's egg is fertilized, would you not say like that was pretty immediate, right?
Sure, but that doesn't have to be what the word immediate means.
Sleep together, and 5 minutes later, the man leaves to go to the store because he wants some pack of Smogies because he just got laid, and he gets into a car accident. Like, it's pretty fucking immediate, right? The baby still exists. Like,
I agree. I guess I don't get why you guys can't see
about the time limit of when the soul actually.
I know, but I guess I don't get why you guys can't see I see your point of view. I don't get why you can't see my point of view.
Our point of view.
Do you guys at least both see? Do you guys both? Yeah, use the fireball one because that's what I'm trying. I know it's stupid, but just humor me, okay? Humor me.
So if it takes me a day to form a fireball, you wouldn't say I immediately formed a powerball or a fireball. You would say you probably use the word conjuring. I conjured a fireball. But if I just snap and then I have a fireball, I immediately made a fireball.
Right.
And so the immediate element would be the fact that it was there, like you said, it wasn't there to begin with, and then now it's there immediately. So to think of that in, I guess, the act of birth, you would use the most immediate moment to describe it. It wouldn't be, 5 weeks down the road, that would be immediate.
But the passage specifically
pregnant,
But in the second sentence of that catechism, it doesn't say it specifically says the opposite. That it's not based on anything that the parents are doing or the mom is doing to form the baby. So to me, if I'm just reading that catechism in a vacuum, it's just saying at some point, it's not like a soul grows. At some point, there is nothing, there's no soul, and then there is a soul. But it's not specifically saying, it's not tying it to the zygote, it's not tying it to anything. That statement is just saying, like, if you look at it if you take away everything else, you just look at that one catechism statement, it's just saying that the soul is immediately, that fireball is immediately brought into existence. It didn't have a predecessor. There wasn't a slow growing of a fireball. It just, bam, fireball. But it's talking about the soul. It's not talking about a zygote specifically. It's not talking about conception. In fact, it entirely separates itself from biological processes, which is why I'm assuming people like Lila Rose can do this, which again, I disagree with her. But I think just looking at that catechism passage, I think you could make that argument.
Okay, we'll agree to disagree because I think the use of the word immediate describes the process in which the soul enters the body.
I mean, the next line. Okay, we will disagree. Agree to disagree. But the next line says it's specifically not about processes. The next line says that it's emphatically not about a process.
If we specifically read the next passage, it seems like it's inferring the fact that the parents have no ability to create the soul. The soul is only created through created through God.
But then that's confusing because if I fuck some fucking girl, then I am making a soul, right? Like just pure biology.
You're not.
So God steps in at every interval and is like, okay, I'll make a soul. God's like, oh, Confluence just fucked a girl. I'm gonna put that soul in real quick.
You created a body. God's the one that created the soul.
So just at that exact moment, God's like, I'm gonna put a soul real quick in there.
Well, I mean, unless you have any other evidence inside that passage, I don't know why that wouldn't be, Occam's razor.
I don't have evidence either way. That's what it just says it's immediate. For some reason, both of you are interpreting immediate and tying it to conception. I don't see that in the catechism. I don't.
Using Occam's razor, that's the only assumption that makes sense.
Immediate just means not process based.
It means
if we look up the definition, right? It means it's immediate. It's in the moment. It doesn't say what that moment is. That moment could be conception. That moment could be 12 weeks. That moment could be 16 weeks. I agree with all of you that it is 0 weeks.
Why would you infer the fact that immediate could mean all these other timelines?
Because that's what the word immediate means. Immediate means in a sudden instant.
In the creation of a child, when a mother and father get together,
it's not talking about it's talking about the creation of a soul, though, right?
Well, yes,
that's what it's talking about.
Well, true, but like I said, if you read in the context, it's talking about the fact that the parents create the body and the God creates the soul. So the moment the body has been established, meaning that the sperm and the egg get together and combine, that's immediate. The same way that the soul.
If it said that, I would agree with you. It doesn't say that in the catechism. It just fucking doesn't.
But the problem is you're using Occam's razor and then adding all these other assumptions that you have no evidence for. The only evidence we have is the word immediate.
All we have, I will read it again, and I have to pee, and then we'll move on because maybe we just do disagree to, or I keep saying disagree to agree, which maybe that's the same. Yeah, disagree to agree. That's baited. That's based. Okay, the church teaches that every spiritual soul is created immediately by God. Okay, to me, this doesn't say, there's no tie-ins about sex or about fertility. It just says it's created immediately, doesn't give a timeline. It's just there is no transitory period. And it even goes on to clarify with a cute little M dash, goated Pius the 12th, W's in chat for Pius the 12th. It's not produced by the parents, and also that is immortal, is not perishable, separate from the body, blah, 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 nothing to do with this. So we know it's not produced by the parents. We know it's created immediately. That's all. If we're looking at this in a vacuum, that's all it's saying. That's all it's saying. Anything else we add to that is what we're adding to that.
The produce word is quite interesting because when you produce a product, you're talking about the creation of that product.
Well, okay, so yeah, maybe okay, actually that's relevant. Maybe the way I'm reading that, I'm reading produced as in the biological stages. That's the way I read that. I'm saying it's not a transitory period. It's not like building up, like a lot of pro-life people use like the idea of like a McDonald's. I think we talked about this on stream. I can't remember who it was with. It was a long time ago. About like the blueprint of McDonald's, the building up to McDonald's. And I think this catechism is saying it's not like that. It's not like you can't have, I think we'd all agree with this. You can't have half a soul. You have a whole soul or you have no soul. And to me, when I read this, that's what it's saying. It's just saying every soul is like bam, soul, and the moment before that, no soul. So it's immediate. That's how I'm reading it. I could be wrong on this. I could be wrong, but that's how I'm reading it. I'm reading this as just no half soul, no quarter soul, no 99% soul or no soul. And I think we actually all would agree on that, right? We actually, at least unironically, I think we do agree on that.
I believe there's no such thing as a 99% soul.
Okay. So at least we see at least we're on that page. And now it is time for Star Wars slurs, okay? Because like I'm like my bladder is about to immediately explode. Okay, immediately. It won't be a gradual process. It'll be immediate, brother. Okay, Star Wars slurs. Go. It's you, Big Soda. Go.
Okay. Nerf herder. Clankers, Jawa scum, I'm running low, religious Jedi, fascism. That's probably not a slur. That's probably more of a belief system, but, let's see, what else? The Jews. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, good times. Let's go ahead and read chat and see who's been spazzing at us. Believe it, person. Damn, we should have brought yours up. People gal last set. Mister. Yeah, we're pretty dumb. But when Confluence is wrong, you got to prove him wrong. Damn, we probably should have been reading these. Yeah, see, people asked for the same thing. I was like, that's the official language. On raw dogging a stripper. Oh. Old school Catholics, I'd probably say, yeah, we're against that. New school Catholics, especially like Pope Leo and Pope, who was the one before? I don't know. The one that just stepped down before Pope Leo. Yeah, they probably pro raw dogging strippers. But yeah, people, you seem to be very aware of this stuff.
Well, what are you talking about, Big Soda? What's going on? What's good?
People was kind of responding to us as we were talking, and he was pretty much agreeing with me and how I was based and how Confluence is wrong.
Wait, who? Wait, I'll ban him immediately. Give me the username. Who fucking
ban
wants
him? Don't ban him. Don't ban him.
No, I'm just kidding. I would never. Okay. But yeah, okay, that was a little into the weeds. Okay, but you know what? This is what I don't know if Ag is still here, but this is what I like about both of you. Okay, I was just thinking about this as I was having the best pee of my life. Okay, steel sharpening steel. You know, I like that we can like fight like men. You know, argue these things, and we get into the weeds, into some catechisms, right? And it's like, you know what? But I like that we can all fucking go at it. You know, I'm just gonna say that, not in a gay way, but like in a normal way. You know, because you guys push back. I like the pushback. You know, and I like the fights. Fights are good. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I like to prepare myself for verbal combat, so at least when the unfriendly people disagree with me, at least I got the experience of debating against friendly people.
Exactly, because at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, okay, we all agree on this topic. That's the crazy thing. We all are on the exact same page, but then we can fucking go into the weeds on some random Catholic passage, even though I don't think any of us are Catholics, and we can fucking do that. And I think at the very least, that's good practice. That's good practice, I'd say, in my opinion.
Now, I didn't realize Frankie was so anti-Catholics. I didn't realize that. I
Yeah.
thought he was. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say because maybe he hadn't talked about it enough for me to know.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't have any. My vague idea is like Frankie is like some type of like Protestant coded person, but I'm not sure on exactly what he is.
Because I knew he seems to love the Crusades, and all those came from popes.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Frankie is a big, a conquistador or whatever the fuck he says in his little Cuban accent. Wish Frankie was here to maybe if Frankie had the hand puppets out, maybe that would have really helped clarify things.
Okay, Confluence, please don't pull a Ryan. Let's get back to the video.
We will. After that was like, that had to be only a 5-minute diversion. I think that was like very brief, a brief aside, right? Not longer than that, surely. So yeah, we'll go back.
Every minute, 35 minutes.
Doesn't give us
Biology.
I'm sure all the audience
You're
love
exactly
that.
right. But I
Loved
think you
us
misunderstand the
debating
position.
this.
Biology doesn't give us morality. Biology gives us reality, and then we can build morality on that.
So
biology tells us. Biology.
Oh shit, that's what I said.
So
I mean, we all
biology
agreed to
doesn't tell
that,
us
but
that
yeah.
human life begins.
why do you believe that human life begins at conception specifically?
Why do I believe it? It's not a belief. That is a scientific fact.
It is
Now-
a belief because
now-
you're switching the words, right? Because what you're doing is you're saying it's biology, but then you're actually ladening it with moral claims. So which is it biology or morality?
So let me just be very clear. It is a scientific fact that human life begins at fertilization. It is my belief, my
That's
position,
true.
my worldview, my argument that if you are a human life, a human being, you are a person, you deserve legal protections, and you should have the right to life protected like any other human life.
So when it comes to
So
evidence,
that's consistent. That's like what you were talking
so
about.
If your morality comes
Mhm.
from
You're
biology,
incorrect, Kyla.
well, you could say
I
my
don't-
morality. Well, my
think you're
morality
correct.
comes from God. That would be my foundational axiom, and I use science to inform
How?
certain things. But my morality, my
Kyla?
justification, comes from
Fucking
God.
how?
Where does yours come from?
My morality comes from a natural order that is ultimately created and designed by God.
So God.
And as I said in my last in the last moments of my speech, I believe that our human rights, our right to life. Why does a human have a right to life? Where does that come from? It's not my opinion. It's not yours. It's not the government gave it to me.
Sure.
We are given them by our creator, a God who we are made in his image and who endowed us with these fundamental rights.
Gotcha.
And they're given to all human lives, not just women, not just men, not just older people, not just younger people.
And I agree with you. But the issue that I would say is that biology means nothing to you then. It's an optically satisfying red herring because fundamentally,
She doesn't
your
agree with
epistemic
her.
justification is
No.
Kyla
biology
definitely
does not
doesn't.
inform your morality. Your faith does.
Biology is a acknowledgement of reality, and then your morality is a worldview that addresses that scientific reality. So the scientific reality of when life begins, you're right, isn't a moral debate in and of itself. It doesn't answer a moral question.
This is such a stupid fucking thing from Kyla, from NotSoErudite. This is so dumb because this isn't even a uniquely Christian or religious thing. This is how all ethical frameworks work, right? Like if you're a utilitarian, which I disagree with them, but if you are a utilitarian and you're like, you have a harm principle and you're like, I want to cause the least amount of harm to the most amount of people, I cause the most happiness to most amount of people. You're using biological stuff to still inform that. You are still learning through biological reality that stabbing someone, for my earlier example, is causing harm, and that you're learning that like feeding someone biologically is doing a good thing for them. But that is still going through the field of biology is what we have our morals and then we apply them in a biological way. Like, so the only reason we know starving someone would be bad from a utilitarian point of view is because of biology, because we know it causes suffering and death, that we're using biology to determine withholding food would be a harm thing. So this isn't even unique to like any specific religious thing. This is like every ethical framework uses fucking biology. Am I crazy?
No, I don't think so. It's a weird argument she's trying to play because it seems like she's trying to, I guess, make her draw the line of, hey, you either have to be your morals have to come from God or your morals have to come from biology, and it's like that's doesn't make sense because my morals can come from God, but my reality around me can justify those morals.
Right. It's like almost a difference between like what we were Brandon, his name was. We were talking yesterday about like normative and applied ethics. It's like the normative ethics come from God, but how I apply my ethics will obviously be rooted in biology because like how else do we know that like shooting someone in the head kills them? We know that through biology and physics and our understanding of the universe. Like so one is just applied, one is normative. They're not the same thing. So I think Erudite's like making is that a category error? I think that's a fallacy name. It's like she's talking on like two completely different levels. I feel like she knows better.
Her. She's trying to it seems like she's trying to separate her from using anything but the Bible to justify her claims. She doesn't want her using like biology or any type of science to then, I guess, clarify or justify those claims. She just wants to stick her to, it's just because I believe it.
Yeah, she wants to like almost like pigeonhole her on like a faith only thing.
Yep.
And it's like, at least Lila's pushing back on that because it's such a stupid claim, especially because, like I said, it doesn't apply to even secular morality, even stuff I disagree with, like consequentialism, utilitarian, all of them. I couldn't name a moral framework that doesn't use biology.
Use some type of outside, like reality framework that would then, because justify is a bad term because it seems like, well, like when you justify, like how do you justify morals? Well, I justified mine through my belief in God, but it's like there's some type of supporting evidence that you can get from the reality around you that would then be like, okay, I believe this to be true, but not only do I believe it to be true, I then have supporting evidence that then backs it up to make my belief, I guess, more justified.
It's almost like a self-refuting claim in a way, because it's almost, if we look at like applied ethics, Erudite is almost trying to say we should just ignore the word applied. Like the whole point of applied ethics is we have an ethical framework and then we try to apply it to our physical biological reality. It's like that's the entire point of applied ethics. And she's like, no, don't, you can't, you have to have one or the other. You have to have either a moral framework or you have to have applied ethics. Like, I'm not trying to like straw man her, but I think that's honestly what she ends up saying is like, you have to just like pick one of the two. And it's like, no, that's biology is how we apply the normative ethics that we have. But I think she fucking knows this, which is what makes me really annoyed with this. Cause I think she has to be playing some type of like, she doesn't, like you said, she doesn't want to go into she doesn't want Lila to be able to have a foot in both worlds, but the reality of all ethical systems is you will have a foot in both worlds, right? Well, you will have the moral and the biological.
I also think it's because they both believe in the same foundation that she doesn't quite know how to argue with someone who believes in her own foundation. Because with her foundation, she has to justify that the Bible somehow connects back to, hey, her heartbeat, you can then abort. But if someone from your own foundation is saying no, I can justify it from the moment of conception, then it's like, well, you have to separate her from the biological reality, so that way she's only arguing from her faith.
Yeah, it's almost interesting in some ways to compare this to the Destiny debate we watched, because in some ways, Destiny has an easier time because he claims no God. He's like, an atheist and stuff. So it's like, it's at least like, if I had to argue against Lila, I'd rather do it from the position of an atheist, right? Because then I feel like it's like a lot easier, right? Because then it's like, you're not beholden to anything. But Kyla is still trying to be beholden to a God and to Christian morals. And if she was like Andrew Wilson internally critiqued, she'd still be like, no, my morals come from God. So it's like she has to like punt back to that, but at the same time try to fight on those grounds, which I think is proving to be very hard.
And the problem is you also have to be careful, because if you're arguing with someone who is just as knowledgeable on religion as you have to be careful where you step.
Right, and I would say, just going off vibes and from what I've seen, I'm not an Erudite hater, but I think Lila is more booked up in Christianity than fucking Erudite is, just to be real.
Now, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't be shocked if Erudite has had a kind of a study arc when it comes to Christianity. It's hard when you're competing with someone who has genuinely believed this for a lot longer.
Right.
Who
Yeah.
has come to situations where, like, wow, this concept is really putting an arc in my belief, and so I have to study it deeply to then kind of not justify it to myself, but to explain it to myself of why that this is I guess the belief that I have. It's just a harder thing because some people have wrestled with God a lot longer than you have.
Right. And yeah, and that will express itself manifestly on a debate stage. It just will. It just will.
Yeah.
And I don't say that from, I think I like Erudite more than most people, even though I do find her annoying low key. But yeah, Lila, I think what you're saying, Big Soda, I think is dead on. My guess with Lila, I've seen a few debates, but my intuition with her is that she's probably been a Christian for a long time. She sincerely believes with this. She grapples with this. So she's in the weeds every day. Erudite, I like Erudite probably like ebbs and flows in like the Christian world. You know what I mean? Like,
well, let's just give her the benefit of the doubt. Let's give her the benefit of the doubt and said, since she's had this like Reformation arc to where she's been full on embracing Christianity, it's hard for like a 5-year process to compete with someone who's been doing this, 15, 20, however long the other person's been doing it. And it's like it can only take you so far if you've only been doing it for so long.
Yeah, especially if you kind of just go to the same church every day, or every Sunday or whatever, once a week. You're what's the term they use online here? Echo chamber, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. And even from like even from my own personal life, it's like there was like a time where I was like at like Bible school where it's like, yeah, you're reading the Bible every day, you're studying it every day. It's like memory is kind of a fallible thing, right? And so Lila is probably, again, I don't know this, but she just seems like someone who's probably been like very rooted in scripture for a long time. And it's like, and there is a distinction between, I mean, probably now, like there's sometimes where people ask me something biblical and it's like, I don't have it anymore. I used to fucking have it. I used to have like all this stuff memorized. And like the further you go away in either direction, like if you learned it recently or if you learned it in the past, but then haven't studied it recently, it's like in both cases, right? You have the advantage if you're someone who's been steeped in this for a long time. And I think Erudite from whatever direction doesn't have that,
my late wife had a photographic memory. And it was a blessing, but it was a curse. So I can attest to that too.
I was going to say that it seems like something that could be both, is the fact that you have to you remember literally everything you see,
but like nothing else. But she remembered everything though too.
That's right. Yeah, that's a tough thing because, like, I mean, there's memories I don't want to ever remember.
There's some things I'm glad I've forgotten. There's
mentally push away more than others, but
yeah, it is a blessing curse situation.
And the moral question then is: should all human lives have human rights? Are all human lives sacred? Are all human lives, do they have value? My position is yes to all of the above. We all have human rights. We're all sacred. We all have value by virtue of being human. So, and the reason and the way we ascertain if there's a biological human is science. That is where science comes in.
You hinge your morality on science to inform it, but science is not informing your morality. Morality is informed by God, which is fine. Mine is too.
I think we're saying the same thing in different ways. I think. Well, you can decide that, but that's fine.
We agree.
The bottom line is
our epistemic justifications are the same. I don't pretend that science.
Okay, I'm sorry to pause so quickly. I'm trying to parse this. Erudite's disagreeing that science informs morality, but I think I would say it does. Like if we again, like in the basic examples of like stabbing someone, are we not using science to know what is causing harm, or like HRT to young people? It's like we know that through science, we know that ends up being harm, and so that is informing our morality. HRT bad because it's harming people.
Saying the same thing, yeah, essentially.
Right, so I guess I don't know why Erudite's disagreeing, because that's why when I look at like puberty blockers, it's like, yeah, I mean, I mean, it hits me on one level where I'm like, yeah, probably not good. But then I also look at the science and I see like bone density loss and I see like not fully reversible. I see side effects. And then that informs my morality about puberty blockers, right? Like, I feel like, so science.
I think she's assuming one comes before the other. I think she's trying, I think she believes that the other person is saying that the science came first and then my morality came after. But I think the other person is saying, well, no, my morality was there, and the science just I guess provides factual evidence to why my morality is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I think I agree with that. Because yeah, for me, it's like I think my morality is obviously first, but then like when I on a practical level, looking at things on a case by case basis, then yes, I will take into account science to like.
Yeah.
Not to bring up something, but just what came to my head, like the C19 thing. It's like I look at like the data and I try to interpret that, and then I will see if it's good on kids or not, and then I will make moral judgments based on that. But I'm using science now to kind of inform what I think is like my moral verdict on like giving that to kids, right? Like, there's nothing in the Bible that says, because the thing existed after the Bible, after right Christian morality. So it's like we have to use modern science to like evaluate, you know, the consequences of stuff and the harm of stuff, and then make moral judgments. So I think I don't know. I think they are. I think well, they're not saying the same, because Lila is saying they're saying the same thing, and then Erudite is saying no, we're not saying the same thing. I actually think they are saying the same thing, but I think Erudite wants to separate it. I think for all the reasons that we just talked about, Big Soda, like 15 minutes ago, where she doesn't want to concede those grounds that the moral and the scientific kind of have an interplay. She can't have that, because I don't think she can have that discussion. So she has to it has to be like a dichotomy, like one or the other. You have to choose one, and I think that's fucking. I'm curious, and this is probably where it leads into the cat fights eventually, because I think Erudite is already cooked, and there's like 75% of this video left, so.
My morality.
I don't know.
I'm not saying science is morality either, Kyla.
You are, because you're saying it's biology. So
she's admitting to it.
My position, because you could come in here and acknowledge the science alongside me, right? Just like Peter Singer, who's pro-abortion, and say it is scientifically the reality of a new, unique human being at the moment of fertilization. And then you can morally argue a different case because you have a different position, and you could say, well, it doesn't matter. And this is what Peter Singer says. He's very honest. He says it doesn't matter that it's a human being. The mother has the right to end the life, and that is not the same value of a life outside of the womb.
The issue that you have is your position is just as scientifically backed as my position, right? Because
I disagree.
Because fundamentally, our moral systems
I think your
are based
position
on
is
God.
far more arbitrary. Your science is far more arbitrary and murky than mine.
5 divisions of the brain and brainwaves are not arbitrary in any
There is
way,
not
shape,
even a
That's absolutely arbitrary. It's an arbitrary cutoff to say those 5 sections. Do we all, you Big Soda, you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. No, I agree.
It's like the divisions of the brain are themselves not arbitrary, but to put that at the point of where you value a human life is definitionally arbitrary. It's the same thing as anyone who says, oh, I'll abort up until the point of heartbeat. It's like, yeah, the point at which a heart beats is not arbitrary, but you choosing that point is an arbitrary choice. The only arbitrary choice, and this is what I said yesterday, and I think we all agree with this, the only non-arbitrary point is the zygote. That's why I'm like ultra pro-life, because I can't find any other arbitrary point.
Yep.
Erudite just triggers me. I want to debate one day, inshallah, you know, as everyone loves when I say, one day I want to debate Erudite on this very topic, okay? Because like there's stuff where I'm like, I don't know what she would say to this, because I feel like there's like such obvious defeaters. There's such obvious stuff, and I don't know where she would go. I honestly don't know. And I hope Lila brings that heat. I want to see Lila just start like fucking calling her a retard, you know? That's what I want to see.
Time when you can identify when that special ensoulment process happens. You have a period of 3 weeks.
We can move
what
on.
point in the 3 weeks is it okay to kill and not kill?
Okay, we can move on. I understand the epistemic
Oh,
stuff. Not
you
your
want?
Yeah,
You want?
let's move on.
Oh, you want?
So,
Yeah.
to
You want?
God,
Let's move
when you
on.
say that
Let's move
God
on.
is your
Cool.
foundation of your belief.
I'm
which is
not
understandable.
wrong. Let's just move
Is
on.
that because of something your God says? Should everyone else be forced to live in accordance with that?
Erudite knows she's losing
It's
this.
a good
This is
question,
my
Lila, and I think
interpretation.
that,
She knows
yes,
she's losing.
in a country that is going to be founded and going to have a just order, yes, I think we have to acknowledge that human beings are made in the image of God.
So
And we
how are
have to
you different
acknowledge
from a
that-
Muslim activist
and we
trying
ha-
to spread Sharia law?
Well, there's a lot of other world. Can you say that again?
How are you different from a Muslim activist trying to spread Sharia law?
I'm very different from that because
You want to use your religious
because-
predilections to inform what
because
secular
natural-
and non
because I think we can reason together and say that regardless of
Doesn't
your
Erudite
beliefs
want to do
about
the same
divine
thing if she's
revelation,
actually a Christian?
Muhammad receiving divine revelation from somebody, it's an act of faith. And there's a lot of Sharia law that's built on divine revelation. I think on a natural level, we can acknowledge that it's wrong to kill human beings. I think we could reason together, even without any religious texts, we could reason together and say, yeah, it's wrong to kill human beings. And even before there was divine revelation, there have been cultures and societies that have prohibited murder. So you don't need divine revelation to prohibit murder, but I do think divine revelation helps cement the reality that human life is sacred. I mean, Jesus Christ didn't come into the world at 13 to 14 weeks when his brain was a certain level of development. He came into the world as a single cell embryo. And that I think is very, very important.
See, I actually think that's maybe not a good argument, okay? Because the Bible says that Jesus existed since the beginning of time, right? That's the whole point of like John chapter 1, right? So
Yeah, which isn't she the other one, Erudite's the one that's arguing biology justifies her morals, right?
yeah.
So, like, it kind of does help a little bit, I think.
I guess I'm just taking issue with the Jesus thing. Like Jesus is the one example where we know scripturally that Jesus always existed, right? Like so.
Yeah, but she didn't say like she said came into this world.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, fair. Yeah, I guess actually that's fair. Yeah, if she's talking about the incarnation of Christ, then that was at a specific moment. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. The eternal Christ versus the incarnation. Yeah.
So
Right there
biology. Yeah.
Yeah.
about
So,
humanity.
Just to understand, you believe that essentially you do want to impose your religious predilections on secular people who don't agree with your faith whatsoever,
Well,
in the same way Muslim activists would want to do
No,
the same.
Kyla.
to
So
people.
our country, this country that we live in, was founded on certain foundational human rights that were articulated as being given to us by a creator. Do you agree with this?
Yes, but if you
Okay.
go into the 14th Amendment, we're gonna have some issues.
So by that argument, the very fact that we live in this country, you could say, well, it's just like being under Sharia law because we live in America and we have endowed by our creator.
I don't think we live
I
under
would
Sharia
argue
law.
Sound off, Lila. Sound
because
off.
Sharia law, well, it may include some elements that mirror some elements of natural law, and Christianity also includes levels of their own divine revelation that I
Sure.
think are
So-
highly anti to the human person
just to
and
take my
heretical.
time back, just because I have limited time.
Yeah.
Essentially, you're saying, well, yes, but Christianity is better than Islam, so that's why I can impose my religious predilections on others, but Muslims can't
Well,
impose
do
theirs
you
on others.
do you believe that we have any human rights given to us by a creator and not by the state?
Oh shit. MC
well, the
Nemesis.
state also confers us human rights, separate of our creator, and our creator also confers us rights.
Oh, you fucking
But
did.
are the
Okay,
state's rights
I've
completely
added
arbitrary,
you.
or should they
I've
mirror
added you,
what the
No,
brother.
they're societally arranged and organized together, right?
But what's that based on?
Population vote, typically, in a democracy.
So your rule of law would be pure democracy, not based on any foundational principles, just whatever the will of the people is.
But there's
no
a
matter
lot of
what it is.
foundation. Well, this is like saying secular people can't have moral foundational. They can, right?
But you
Like,
need to align on certain key moral foundations to have a
we
society.
often do. This is why we work really well in a secular democracy, despite the fact that many people are religious and not. We mostly work well together. Although, to be fair, in 2025, it's looking like we're getting along worse and worse. But by and large, we can agree with a lot of moral principles. Can I kind of shift to
Go
asking
for it,
you
yeah. We'll pick
one
that
more
up
question?
later. Yeah.
Okay. If you have a burning building,
The shifting.
and you can
The
see the
shifting.
occupants in one room. I know. You love
Oh
this
my
one. I love
god.
this one.
Oh my god. This
I'm
is
not
is this
losing,
not
but let's shift it again.
this is what I can't remember who it was. It was one of the Rhine stands that brought this exact thing up. She's gonna talk about like if you have like a bunch of embryos and then you have like a baby, which one are you gonna save if the room's on fire? Big Soda, you remember this, right?
I will say you shouldn't. I think you gave them some ground in the debate when you were arguing your your level of acceptance of, I guess, life. And I probably wouldn't have conceded that ground and just would have argued that, well, arbitrarily, we all decide kind of a certain level of difference between life. But, and that's why I use the example, if it's my child versus another child, I'm going to value my child more. But that doesn't take away from the actual value of each life.
Yeah, that's fair. And yeah, this is where this is where I actually don't know. I'm on a moral intuition level. I feel like saving a 3-month-old baby is more important than saving, let's say, 2 embryos. But I don't know if I can justify that. That's kind of like a moral intuition. But I guess that's why I think the question is legit, because I think it makes you go into that moral intuition. But I also, to your point, I can't say my moral intuition is right. Like maybe I'm like horrendously wrong in that evaluation. Like maybe I'm just using emotion and stuff.
Because a racist could say, I value one white human life over 1,000 black human lives. But that doesn't mean that one life is more valuable than those 1,000 other lives. I think when you concede ground on the value level, that's where they're going to try and pick you apart and have you decide what, like, you're going to be in this weird nebulous area of deciding who's valuable and who's not valuable. And it seems like what the best way to position yourself against that is by saying, well, all life is valuable, but individually we value life at different levels. But that doesn't, I guess that doesn't explain away the fact that all lives are valuable.
Yeah, but and an embryo is still a life. I mean, you're kind of like discounting it, but it's literally like under the 3-month threshold. So it's like it's even younger of a baby, but it's still
okay. But I guess I agree, Ag. But I guess if I can, I'll ask you what Erudite is about to ask Kyla, because I'm actually curious on your answer, and I actually think Big Soda's stuff is actually probably the best thing to say. But like real talk, like, so not your moral evaluation, but if you hypothetically, this is what they're about to say, if you walk into a building and there's like, it's a burning building and it's a fertility clinic, you have 1,000 embryos, and then you have, let's say, 10 6-month-old babies, and you can only choose to save one. You can scoop up 6 babies at once and carry them out, or you can take a tray of 1,000 embryos. Which one, boots on the ground, which one are you actually going to pick up?
How developed are the embryos, I guess, but it kind of sucks saying that, though. I mean, if I could just scoop up 1,000 embryos as opposed to 6, I'd take the embryos.
You'd let those 6 crying babies die and get burnt alive?
And I would birth 1,000 babies after that.
Yeah, you would, but like real talk, you actually would, because like
I mean,
if I play this out in my real mind, I wouldn't.
Many, right?
But it would depend on the context. What if he's the only person alive, and those 1,000 are more valuable than 6?
Sure,
no,
that's true.
Those 6 are all the same gender, and
well, sure, but I guess
it's all context based.
No, it is, but I guess I'm saying the context is like right now, Ag. Let's say you're instantly, if I could use that word, you're instantly placed into this situation. Okay, survival of the human species is not on the line. Okay, you're just in this place, and so
that of the species doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You're just right now. All of a sudden, you get transported to a thing in Arkansas. Okay, you're in Arkansas. You're in a fertility clinic. It's on fire, and for some reason there's like 6 babies that are 6 months old. Okay, and they're crying, they're screaming out, and then you see a tray of embryos, and it's more than 6. It could be, let's say it's 10, 20. It's more than 6.
I don't know. That's a tough question, man. I mean, because like
it is.
We don't even do we even have that kind of thing here in the U.S. anyways? Like I've never experienced seeing or even.
Oh yeah, they have frozen embryos in the U.S. Yeah,
like actually fertilized.
Specimens. Unfortunately, yeah. I don't agree with it, but they do. Yeah.
Can I change the scenario and ask it to you, Confluent?
Sure.
What if there are 2 white babies and 3 black babies, and I choose to save the 2 white babies? Would that mean would that mean that I care about white babies over black babies, or could this be in the situation that was the first thing I ran to and grabbed because I'm in a stressful situation and this is the first thing that got my attention was the fact
Sure.
that I've seen two babies on the ground.
Yeah, no, no, I think that's actually totally fair. Like, and I guess that's what you were kind of saying earlier in a way, where it's like, and this is where I think morals could fuck us. And I think your criticism of myself yesterday, I think you're actually right. I should probably be specific and say, this is what I would do in that situation, but I can't necessarily say that was like the morally right thing to do. It's like a crying baby will influence me. So yes, maybe 1,000 embryos is more valuable than 6 crying babies, but right now, if I was put into that situation, I would grab the babies. And that could be because of like, I see a suffering entity and I've seen babies before. I've never seen an embryo in real life. Like, I don't know what that looks like. It's just a fucking tray. So like, it doesn't, I shouldn't conclude value from that. I should just say, this is the moral decision I would make. And I could be wrong.
Yeah. It's like some stuff to look up. Cause as I'm looking it up, it's kind of, it is ambiguous a little bit, but it kind of, like the federal law limits federal funding for embryo research. 9 states have laws that prohibit the destruction of viable fertilized ova, and 11 states have laws that ban embryo research altogether.
The point is there is a lot of
super rare situation to run in. Like you're saying, that's
it's not. No. Because even what you said at the beginning,
burning clinic, and there's all these I don't know. There's all these screaming babies and 1,000 embryos.
Well, that's I mean the rare part. Yeah, why is there like screaming babies? I mean that's the rare. But the embryos, no. In America, there is like a fuck ton of fertilized embryos that are frozen. That is like that. I mean, even the law you first said you just can't terminate them. That's because they exist, and so the law is to say you can't like kill them because they exist. Importantly. So in almost every state, you do have embryos that do exist that are frozen, that are what we would all 3 of us on the panel would consider a life. And so that's I guess the question.
It's the same fallacy with the trolley problem. It's what they're trying to do is narrow the fact that they want you to choose what you believe to be moral. But the problem is because I choose to save 5 and pull the lever and kill 1. Does that necessarily take the value away from the fact that I could be wrong in my determination?
No. Okay. What I will say, and again, this is something I've come to recently. So tell me if I'm cucked, both of you on this. Okay. I used to hate the trolley problem because I thought it was like so stupid. Like all the trolley-esque problems where it's like, well, what if it's like 5 disabled people? And what if it's like a sex offender and it's like 6 pregnant women? And you can go into all these like weeds and it's like, yeah, who can fucking choose between that? But in some ways, I've kind of like come around on it in the sense that I think some like trolley-esque problems do help us at least understand our own moral intuitions. So in the example of like the 6 babies versus like 20 embryos, I think it's beneficial to me as a human. I know, but I'm changing it now. Let's say it's like 6 and 20. Okay. That's because there is an amount where I'd be like, okay, I'll pick the embryos, but that's important. The thing is, if it's like, let's make it 6 and 7, 6, 7. Okay. Not intentional, but like, let's say 6 actual babies, 7 embryos, me every time I'm picking up the babies. And then that causes me to, I guess, think like, well, why does my moral intuition point in that way? And then it makes me question, is it emotion based? Is it like actual? So that's where I think some of the trolley problems can be helpful and not just like distractions, where it causes you to actually think, well, why would I knee jerk make that moral action in one situation and not the other? Why, if it was 10,000, might I change my answer? But if it's 7 or 20, versus 6, 6-month-old babies, would I save the 6-month-old babies? Like, what is it about that? Like, it causes you to make those moral questionings, which I think is helpful.
And we don't know the viability of the embryos either. It's like, do they have 100% chance of becoming humans? It's like,
well, let's hypothetically, let's say they were. I don't think my answer would actually change if they were 100% guaranteed, and there were 7 of them, and there were 6 like 6-month-old babies. I think I would still, if I could scoop up all the babies, I think I would still make that decision. I don't know if that's right, but that is the decision right now. If I was put in that situation, that is the moral decision I would make.
There's
And then
also
I guess it makes me ask why. Why do I make that? Because I know they're going to go to birth, right? Like in the hypothetical that we established, right? They will be fertilized. They will become, full members of society and everything like that. But I would still pick the 6 newborn. So that, I guess, it gives me pause to think, like, why is that? And I could be wrong, but like, why is my knee-jerk moral thing to save? Is it just emotion because the babies are crying and they look like sad and stuff? And I don't know. I don't know.
But there's a conundrum in that as well, because I guess it necessarily does it matter which one you save if the intent is to save a human life? Because from our side, we view both of them as human life. So the intent on whichever one you choose, it's going to be looked at as, oh, you went in there and you saved a life. You made a tough choice and you had to choose between crying babies and a batch of embryos. And then whatever choice you made, you had the intention of saving a life. Versus when they answer it, they're judging which life is worth more. And our intention, I don't think necessarily we're doing that. I think we're making the intention just to save the human life itself, whichever version you pick.
I agree,
As
but
many as possible, right?
my only counter is you're still, well, is it as many? I guess that's the thing. Like,
Well, here's one that you probably didn't think of too. Like, you actually right now have time to think about what decision you would make. But how do you truly know in that situation that that's what you would do?
well, I agree fully. Like, and I think it's, I don't know if we agree or disagree on this, but I think it's helpful to separate that immediacy, because realistically, what I say I'm going to do, if I was actually teleported to the Arkansas place, I don't fucking know what maybe I would just like fall on the ground. Maybe I just fucking run away and save no one. Yeah. Right. Like everyone wants to think they do something, but I guess maybe to make it more reasonable, if we were all, let's say, we know the situation is going to happen in 3 hours, and we can like press 1 and we could type 1 in the chat to save 7 embryos, or we can type 0 to save the 6-month-old babies, and whatever we type in the chat. So we have time to think. We're not in an adrenaline state. Cortisol levels are like normal. We're making an informed decision, right?
Yeah, but that's a different analogy then.
It is different. It is different. But in that analogy, what would we pick?
Hear me out, because the whole purpose of the analogy is to have immediacy when you decide what you value as life. There has to be the immediacy of you choosing, hey, is it one or the other is more valuable when it comes to a human life?
I disagree. I don't think it is about the immediacy. I think it's a hard question. Even if we have like,
think about it like this. Like, do you know how many people like nowadays or throughout history after the H-man? Oh, if I was alive back then, I'd take he would have been done immediately. But it's like, you know how many people had that opportunity and didn't do that? The immediacy of it.
I don't deny that
situation firsthand, as opposed to just sitting talking about it and thinking about it.
But I'm saying
immediacy, you save both. If there's no immediacy, you save both.
No, in the hypothetical, you can save one. No, that's the hypothetical. Don't make me Andrew Wilson you and be like, make me ask what you had for breakfast. It's hypothetical. You can only save one. You can only save one.
The problem is, I can paint you any hypothetical that will never happen, and if it can never happen, how can we apply that to real life?
Because I'm painting a hypothetical where this
have some grasp in reality.
My hypothetical does. It is conceivable that you could be in this situation and you could have to choose one or the other.
Hypothetically, what's stopping me from grabbing both?
One is the building's about to explode in 5 seconds.
There's an immediacy. There's
an immediacy, but not immediacy now. That's a distinction. Right now, this will happen. Big Soda, this is actually going to happen in 3 hours.
But I don't know that.
Hypothetically, you do know that, Big Soda. Hypothetically, you do know that in 3 hours it's going to happen, and a bomb will go off, and you either grab the basket of babies or you can grab the basket of embryos. You can't grab both. Okay, that's
what's stopping me. What's stopping me though?
Because I don't know, if you reach this way, then your other arm explodes. I don't know. I feel like I'm Andrew Wilson pilled right now. But yeah, if you reach with your right arm, your left arm explodes because a mad scientist has like some device in it, so you can't reach for both. If you try, you'll kill everybody.
In this scenario, let me just guess that the embryos and the babies are like side by side as you run into this possibly exploding building.
Yeah, you're standing like this. And if you do this, your other arm explodes. You can only pick one.
Yeah, you can. So like every time we like give our answer and you change the hypothetical or you alter it to like fit what you're trying to say, we get what you're saying, but it's like you're just
but you're trying to. No, it's like, not. No.
You changed it from
it's weaseling out of the hypothetical.
6 and 7, bro. Come on, man. And then now now you say that they're right next to each other, and it's not immediate, but it is immediate because the building's going to explode. It's like, bro, you keep changing it, man. Come on.
No. That's weasel. No, that's you're weaseling. You're weaseling. If I was Andrew Wilson, I would fucking tear you into an egg. If I was Andrew Wilson, I'd fucking stick my arm up where the sun don't shine, and I'd fucking puppeteer you, for my own usage.
To be fair, Andrew would never ask this hypothetical.
Andrew has asked way worse hypotheticals, brother.
But he
way worse ones.
Change the goalposts like you're doing, though.
I'm not changing. I'm trying to. This is exactly what Andrew encounters on. Actually, no, I'm omni red pilled right now because you guys are like the whatever girls on the podcast where you're like, but what about this? Can't I grab both? Can't I? If I go and there's a bear and a man, can't I like just not go backwards on the path? And then Andrew has to explain, no, you have to either go down man or bear, and then he has to like give all these things because they're like, well, why can't I go in the middle? And it's like, no, you have to go left or right. Like fucking Christ, fucking kill me. Trigger fluence, exactly right. W in the chat for
Yes, but in his hypothetical, he's rationally explaining why you can't. You're not.
I'm sorry.
No, he's not.
No, he's not.
That prevents me from grabbing both.
No, he's not. He's not. Because you could, in his hypotheticals, the man versus bear, you could, in most situations, just turn around and walk backwards. So Andrew has said this. I've personally seen him say this, that there's something physically stopping you from walking backwards. I've seen him say this numerous times because all these fucking 304ers try to get out of this. You guys are like 304 coded right now. I'm just gonna say that. I'm just gonna say that.
I don't think so. I think this is a silly analogy to try and test the difference between human life, and I believe there is no difference between human life. And I don't think it's
that's whatever girls say. They say the same thing with man versus bear. They say it's a crazy hypothetical. I could just turn around and pick no path and walk backwards. And that's fair. You could, in most realistic situations, man versus bear down both paths, you could turn around and fucking get out of dodge. You could do that.
In that hypothetical, you have to admit, at least he doesn't change the circumstances of the hypothetical. It's like
he absolutely does. He will. I've heard him do it. I've heard him do it probably 50 times. I've heard girls say, I'll turn around, I'll walk in the middle, and he says, oh, you can't walk in the middle. You'll get eviscerated by a chainsaw if you walk in the middle.
No, I've never heard him say that.
Talking about?
Maybe I think I've watched more whatever podcast than both of you probably.
Yeah, I mean that is your
Andrew will absolutely he will force them into the dichotomy because the point of a hypothetical is to pick between A and B.
That clip where he says if you walk away from a bear, you're going to get a chainsaw. That kind of sounds a little bit ridiculous. Like at least give a better example.
Okay, but that's fine. Really? That's fine. But what do you think? I guess both of you. What do you think Andrew would say? Let's say I'm some like dumb whore on whatever podcast, and I'm like, you know what? I would turn around and I'm gonna walk backwards, so I don't have to make that decision. What do you think Andrew fucking Wilson would say? He would come up with some situation why you can't go backwards.
You're walking towards the object, so you shouldn't turn around and walk backwards.
Oh, so are you? I'm sorry. Is he shifting the goalpost? Is he adding some danger behind them? Because that wasn't the original hypothetical. Is Andrew Wilson going to add a danger or a blockade behind them?
Look, if you're facing something and you turn around and walk backwards, you're going to go towards the object. It's common knowledge that if you teleport into a situation where you have a bear in front of you, you don't want to turn around, let alone walk backwards.
No, the usual analogy is you have two paths ahead of you. In one path is a bear. In one path is a man. and it's a random bear and a random man, and
Now
which
you're
one do
asking
you
me
go
the
down?
question. See, I'm a man, so you're asking a man the question. What we're talking about is changing the scenario or changing the
I
circumstances.
know, and
Hypothetical. There's no changing the circumstances
oh my
you
I am trigger fluenced. I'm glad
Bro,
I
let
still
me
have that
talk.
message on screen. I am. If I could heart that, I fucking would. Brother, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying in the classic example, you are going down a path. There is a bear down one path. There's a man down the other path, and you have to
so how
choose
does
as a woman, not as you, Ag, as a woman. A woman has to choose. Yes,
How
and
does he
if the
change
woman
the
said, I will
hypothetical?
turn around, what do you think most people would say? They would say, you're dodging the fucking hypothetical. Answer the fucking question, Jesus Christ. That's what most people would say, right? That's what Andrew Wilson himself would say. That's not the option. The option is not to turn around and go back down the path you came. You have to pick between meeting a random man and a random bear.
That should be off the bat understood is if you turn around, like let's say you teleport into the woods, like they're saying, and there's either you have a choice A or B. I understand the fucking hypothetical, okay? Like you keep explaining it like I don't get it, okay?
I don't think
But
you
let's
get
say-
it. I
No, we
don't think you get it.
We get it. We get it.
Something that should be understood.
Then no, then
If you're
someone
saying-
answer my fucking question. If you
fucking
both get
interrupting me
it,
and not
then I
letting me
want a
talk.
fucking
That's why.
answer.
Well,
I
I
want
need
an
details.
answer.
I need
should be understood. If you get teleported into the fucking woods and there's a fucking bear and you just turn around and start walking, the bear could still fucking maul you.
That's
That should
not.
be
That's
understood.
no. That's not always that. The
These women are
hypothetical
like, "Oh, I'll
sometimes
take
is
the
you have
bear and
two
I'll just turn
paths
around
ahead
and
of
walk
you.
away from the bear. Oh my
That's not-
god.
That's
That
not
doesn't
always.
work.
That's not always the hypothetical. The hypothetical is
Change the
often presented
hypothetical
as
that
there's
you're
two
still
paths in
teleported
front of
to a
you.
bear.
Which path
I
do you walk
understand.
down?
But hypothetically, why do I have to walk down these two paths?
Well, that's what I mean. You sound like one of those OnlyFans, whatever
Well, see,
podcast, brother.
the problem is, like, if we're talking about this relating back to reality, it's kind of like there would have to be something preventing me from walking down these two paths. Because why can't I stop and take a break, set up camp, do my own thing?
That's
Like, if I'm
what do you
walking
think
two
again? This is what I'm saying. What do you think Andrew Wilson would say to that? He would fucking eviscerate you. He would eviscerate you, brother.
See, the problem is I've already engaged with the hypothetical. Now I'm asking, why am I stuck in this hypothetical?
No,
I've
that's
already
not. That's
answered-
that's never a question you should ask. Honestly, that's never a question you should ask in a hypothetical. That's not how
Okay,
hypotheticals work. You should answer the fucking hypothetical.
I did.
You shouldn't
we
be
did.
like,
we did. We both
no,
did.
you didn't. No, emphatically,
Really?
you didn't.
The egg and the top and the babies. We didn't answer that hypothetical.
Well, maybe I fucking missed it. But I'm saying you can choose right now. In you have 3 hours to decide, and you have to pick a 6-month-old babies or 7 embryos, and you can only use one arm to pick one. That is the hypothetical. Okay, that's the final hypothetical. Which one do you pick? Don't challenge the hypothetical. Answer the question.
You can answer it and then challenge it.
Sure.
That's fine. But I want then answer it though.
We did.
Yeah.
Well, then remind me. What was the answer?
Ag said if it was 1,000 embryos, then he would go with the embryos. And then I said I could.
So you didn't. So that's not again. So you didn't answer it.
What do you mean?
I repeated it. I repeated it. Okay. So maybe I've nuanced
you mean
it.
your second analogy? Because in your first analogy, it was 1,000 versus.
I'm sorry. Did I repeat my first? When you asked me, did I repeat my first one? No, I didn't. I said the second one.
Over and over again, though. Then the building is going to explode. Then we can't carry both. And like,
yes, you can't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how more specific I can be. You in 3 hours. Let me start again. In 3 hours, you can choose. One of your arms will explode. You have no other option. I don't know why you guys are honestly whatever podcast coded, which is crazy. You can pick one arm and you could pick 6-month-old babies, or you can use the second arm to pick 7 embryos. Which one do you pick? Don't hypocuck me on this. What is your actual answer? Okay, that's a good word I just invented, by the way. Just saying.
I would pick the toddlers, and then you said I got 3 hours. I would go back in and then pick the.
You have 3 hours to decide what you would do, and then you will be put in that situation. You can only pick one. So the 3 hour thing is just
if I pick in 60 seconds.
That's fine. I mean, the 3 hour thing is only about to get rid of the cortisol and adrenaline and like we don't know what you'd actually do in the moment. No, you have like, if you need 72 hours, I'll grant you that. You have up to 7 weeks, let's say, to decide what you would do. And then all of a sudden, bam, you're in the building and you're like, you have the 2 arms and one arm's going to explode and you can only pick one. And don't hypocut me. Okay,
hear me out.
That's the situation.
What happens if I pick both and both my arms explode?
Well, then both your arms explode. All the embryos die. All the babies die, and you die too. Good job, brother. Good job. Is that what you want? Is that what you want?
Is the intent on saving both? Was it?
I mean, you tell me it's a moral question. Whatever your intent is, brother. That's not my intent.
Well,
so if you killed everybody, then hey, sound off. That's not what I would pick. But
no, technically, I didn't kill them. They were going to die anyways.
Sure, but you could have saved one of them, and you didn't. You killed both of them.
Well, in your analogy, you didn't explain that I would know that stuff. You just gave me the choice of picking one.
It's a burning building that's about to explode.
I thought it was a bomb. Which one is it?
Which one is it? It's both burning.
It's about to explode.
Because I don't know. Someone on the, I don't know. Again, you guys are so whatever coded. It's crazy. It's crazy. Who the fuck is calling me? Oh, it's MC Nemesis. MC Nemesis. I'm literally streaming, brother. Okay, and now you're disrupting everything. MC Nemesis. Maybe you're not watching. Maybe I'll tell you guys talk. I will explain to MC Nemesis. I'm on stream right now.
You give analogies like a hoe.
That's a fair comeback, but like not a good comeback because you guys are both like so whatever coded. It's crazy. Actually, Egg, where can I sub to your OnlyFans? And same with you, Big So. Like, what's good? Like, I want to help like a fellow creator out. So like, can you post the OF link in the chat or like what's good?
Yeah, give me a second.
MC Nemesis is saying slurs to me now. Crazy times. Oh, who would have thought? Who'd have seen that coming?
You changed the goalpost quite a few times. You have to admit it. Like you can't deny that.
In the same way that if when Andrew Wilson posts this and says
I
this,
disagree. No, I disagree.
In the same way, and same way with Home Math. You guys know Home Math. Shout out Home Math. 07s to Home Math.
The hypothetical stays the same.
Yeah, I know, but if some fucking OnlyFans chick says like, "Hey, I just want to, to go backwards," right? It's like, well, that's not an option, sweetie. It's not an option. That's the whole point of a hypothetical. You have A and B, and then I mean, you got. I don't understand how you guys are hypo-cucking me on this. You know that this is how hypotheticals work. You have A or B, and you can't like weasel out of a hypothetical. That's not the point of a hypothetical. Well, like from a philosophical level, it's insane. It's insane.
Well, see, the problem is I've given you my answer to the hypothetical in the original hypothetical, and then I challenge
the new one. In the new one, okay. In the new one, please,
okay, in the new one.
Please,
okay,
just
perfect,
fucking do me this favor. In the new one, give me the answer to the new one.
I would save the babies that were already born because I could immediately hear them crying, and that would probably trigger something in my biological state. But your analogy is retarded. You're retarded as shit, and you have to hyper focus on a bunch of details to keep me from doing what I would actually do.
No, that is what you would actually do. No,
that isn't what I would actually do.
No, well, what would you? No, I'm so. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You had me in the first half. You lost me in the second. What would you actually do under the new hypothetical? What would you actually do? You blow off both your arms and kill everybody?
Well, who would have a bomb to my arms preventing me from exploding?
You don't know. You just know. You just know.
Exactly. I would never be in this scenario. But if it was a real life, hang on. Let me answer.
This is insane.
Just let me answer.
This is fucking insane.
If the reality was that I was in a burning building and I had to save either or, I would probably try my best to save both. And if I couldn't, I would save the oldest. I would save the older of the species or older of the human race.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, that's a real life situation. Your hypothetical sounds like a fucking ending to a video game.
Yes, that's what happens when 304 coded people try to drag hypotheticals and be like, no, I want to go backwards down the path. No, I want to go through the middle and avoid the bear. No, I want to go actually, the bear is domesticated. I'm going to pet him. No, fuck all that shit. Answer the fucking question, okay? That's what I say.
The original
That's what Andrew Wilson has
and then
said,
you
okay?
created this hyper-specific version of it after. We did in the original that you asked us.
That's how every hypothetical. That's like saying in the trolley problem. No, I'm gonna jump off that lever thing and I'm gonna untie the people. What knots were they tied with? Like, because like I know a lot of like de-knotting stuff, so like maybe I could like untie them real quick and save everybody. No, that's not the point of the trolley problem. It's just not. It's just not. Okay, so you're forcing me, the creator of the trolley problem, to now be like, yeah, the knots are like invincible. It's by a fucking wizard. You can't untie them. It's impossible. They're Gordian knots. You can't cut them. You can't do shit to them. And then you're like blaming me because I'm making a hypothetical unrealistic. It's like you're the one that's like dancing out of the hypothetical to be like, no, in a trolley problem situation, I'm going to save everybody. It's like, that's not the point of the trolley problem. Like, it's just not.
The problem is I answered your realistic hypothetical and then you gave me an unrealistic hypothetical after.
Okay, Big Soda, real talk. If I asked you the classic trolley problem, or if you ask me this, you ask me the normal trolley problem, and I say, you know what? I'm not going to pull the lever. I'm very fast, so I'm going to sprint super fast. I'm going to untie all the knots. I'm going to save everybody. What would you say to that? Would you say you'd be like, that's not the point of the hypothetical?
Could you do that in real life though?
It doesn't matter if I was Hussein. Okay, so if you're asking Hussein Bolt. Well, no,
I'm not saying successfully.
Now we're in the weeds. Do you see what you're doing to me? Now we're in the weeds. What is the distance between the knots? Are the knots like double knotted? Or are they like, can I just like pull them and they untie? Because maybe in real life I could do that. Who's to say? That's why you don't do that with the hypothetical, brother. That's why you don't fucking do that.
Hang on. See, the problem is if you give me a realistic hypothetical, I'll engage with it. If you give me an unrealistic hypothetical, why would I engage with it? It's unrealistic.
I'm sorry. It's the trolley problem. Is that realistic? Has anyone in all of human time, have they been in a trolley problem situation? Have they ever? Has that ever happened? No, it has never happened. And show me an example. If you think the trolley problem tracks onto real life, brother, show me an example. Show me a real world example where it's the exact trolley problem, where someone is pulling a lever to change a train and it's going to kill like two people if they pull it, or one person if they fucking don't, or the opposite. Maybe I might have said it backwards. It doesn't happen.
So you're saying that's a physical impossibility?
No, I'm sorry. Is my example a physical impossibility of like a mad scientist hooking up bombs with your arms? That's physically possible. It's not impossible. It's just unlikely to happen.
I guess that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, mine seems way more of a realistic thing to do than yours.
It is, but I'm saying none of them have actually happened. None of them have actually happened. To the best of our knowledge, they've never happened. Either of them.
Can you bring out my OF link?
Yeah, if you post in the back chat, I will and I will sub to you, Big Son. I'll sub to your OF link.
I did it in the YouTube comment section.
Okay, I actually see it. Yeah, go to onlyfans.com/Big Soda. Always be plugging. And he has like a $99 subscription fee, so you have to pay a lot of money. But go to that link that you said.
I posted it in the YouTube comment section. Pull it up so people can see it.
I do see it. Okay, I see it. Yeah, you need Jesus.of. Yes, everyone, you can see him bare naked. You can see him gaped whenever you want. Same with Egg. You can see the same thing from him too. If you give money to that, he will send you personal gaped pictures. I think that's what both of these people have told me. I think I could be wrong. Maybe I'm changing the hypothetical, but I think that's what I heard. I'm just trying to do the best I could do in the moment, Maybe if I had more time to think, maybe I would give a different answer. But, in the moment.
You're creating an unrealistic hypothetical.
Perhaps I am,
Okay, let's get back to this fucking debate. Confluence, you've been wrong so much, it's insane.
I've been so right. I'm fucking Fuentes pilled. That's how fucking right I've been. God damn.
Yeah. Read the chat.
Has a baby born 2 weeks ago. and the other has a morula. And for
Goalpost
those not
changer.
familiar,
MC Nemesis,
prolife
I'm
A
literally,
basically
you can
gets
see I'm
before it becomes
streaming, so
blastocyst.
we'll
It's
talk.
about
We
4
obviously I
stages.
can't talk
Which
to you
one
right
do you
now in the
I
normal
would
way.
absolutely try to save both.
You can't.
I know.
Hypothetically.
It's like asking me. It's really
Yeah,
like asking me
hypothetically,
if you
MC
had a
Nemesis.
son in one
We'll
room and your other son in
Sure.
another
we'll
room,
VC
say that.
tomorrow.
Okay.
It sucks, right? Because they're
He'll
both
show you
people
his
into me, and
dong.
I don't know what I don't know what I would do in that emergency situation. But what I would do in that emergency situation doesn't mean that one son is less valuable than the other, or the embryo is less valuable than the baby, et cetera, et cetera, et
Well,
cetera.
this is the issue.
This is why
Hashtag big
this is
soda
kind of
argument.
It's not silly.
in some ways a useless hypothetical.
It's
Although
not.
I
Yep.
appreciate it. It's fun.
So your answer probably wouldn't be, I stand there stunned and don't pick, right? You would probably do
Of
something.
course.
What would you
run.
do? Would you save the baby or the morula? Because I know.
Yeah.
I'm
no matter what I
Eric
think, I'm
pilled
saving-
now.
Thank
Okay.
you. The
Thank you.
cross-examination period is over.
Oh, it
It's time to go
ends?
for
No!
Really. And whatever one's close.
We spent so
You
long
can't
to
answer
pick
hypothetically.
this.
I know,
But-
I know. It's
But
tough.
compliment,
No,
she
dude, I'm
gave
gonna
the same
fucking
argument I
talk
gave.
about it.
Kill either one is the
She
bottom
says
line.
I can
Next,
choose,
we
but
will be
why would that be the
transitioning-
moral determination of the value of the life?
I know, but I wanted.
Lila and Kyla.
Oh,
you will
I
both
wanted
now
them
have
to
the
go
floor
into
for
that.
an uninterrupted
God
open
damn.
discussion where you may continue your conversation. You may begin.
MC Nemesis says either talk now or I'll block you. Wow.
Ooh, he's giving
What
you
a,
an
what
ultimatum.
a really what a
Six
let
or-
me this
six
is
or
now this is
1,000
a
embryos.
hypothetical. I mean now like are you saying that like someone's gonna like blow me up or like set me on fire if I like don't talk to you or block you or like what's good, you know, because like I don't know. MC Nemesis says I message you, brother. I am live right now. I don't know how I don't know why I'm like dedicating this time to this, but MC Nemesis, I will block you on Discord. I mean, if that's your will, you could do that, brother. Okay, I'm just
Well,
saying.
What
I'm
leverage
literally.
is it coming from? Like you need leverage to be able to like scare people.
Yeah, I know.
Blocking them.
But MC Nemesis, if you like donate a bunch to the chat, then maybe you have like some leverage, right? Because then it's like, oh, this is like one of my top supporters, but like, you have hardly no watchers. Like I have 9 people viewing, and if I end the call and talk to you, I'll have 0 people watching. Okay, so 9 greater than 0. Scared fluence, says Doomray. Yeah, well, look, a low key. I don't look. MC Nemesis he's a bit of a wild card. So like, low key. Yeah, he keeps saying I have 30. I don't know what you're reading. I have like at least twice that. I have at least 6, brother. Okay, you gotta give me that attaboy. Okay, it's at least more than fucking 3. I'm not avoiding you. Not okay. I don't know. I'm being one guide in my own. But okay. Okay, that's enough. That's enough.
Okay,
MC
it just dropped
Nemesis.
at 8 compliments. Let's wrap this up.
Yeah, let's wrap this up. MC Nemesis, I'll talk to you tomorrow. We have the Discord. MC Nemesis. That's your last message that I will pull up. Okay, yeah. Message me tomorrow. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you on Discord. I will do it. Okay. I'm not gonna let you on panel. Okay, I said that was okay. I cucked myself. I said that was last message. This is the for real last message. I will let you on panel tomorrow. We'll talk. Okay.
I
Yeah,
would
I'm not
never
bringing
let
up your.
you
When
on
baby
I'm a man of my
morula
word
are
now in this
separate rooms,
moment.
you stand
Not
there
bringing up your
stunned locked and
current
say, "Okay."
message.
That's your answer.
No. I would start running around and trying to save whoever I can.
You can't say both. That's not how hypotheticals work, right? And just before you all laugh and be like,
for the-
"This is so
Erudite
silly."
pilled.
Let me explain to you
Erudite
everyone
pilled.
why
Oh my
philosophical hypotheticals
God.
are really, really important.
Crazy.
Hey, Kyla, let me
Sisyphus
ask. Hold
dilemma
on.
is a good example. of
Kyla,
this.
I agree that hypotheticals are important. So let me ask you this, because I want you, because this is what you're asking me effectively, right? Let's say you have 2 hypothetical children. You and your husband have 2 hypothetical children. One is a little older than the other, of course. They're not twins. You have to pick one. Who do you pick?
Mhm.
Who do you pick?
But my answer would probably be if one's a morula and one's
One
a
or they're
baby
both
child.
born, Kyla. Who would you pick?
I have 2 born children. I would probably end up, unfortunately, picking the one I happen to like the most, which is tragic. It's awful. Well, before you laugh, hold on. Before you laugh,
So
wait,
no,
wait,
that's
wait,
fair.
wait,
It's
to the
fair.
crowd.
It's
To
fair.
the crowd.
So wait,
right
so then
now,
the next answer
right
is
now, hold on. You guys got to pause.
So-
We've got 30 minutes.
so then the next-
1 second.
Yeah.
The crowd's answer right now is to be stun locked and let both die, and that's
No,
not
I
real.
wouldn't let both die.
That's
I would
not
run
real.
to pick whoever was physically closest to me. That's who I would
Sure,
run
that
to.
might be an answer
Yeah,
too.
yeah. So, but the bottom line is those scenarios, as much as I appreciate them, as fun as they are,
That's
we do a lot
wild
of
for
content
them to
around
say
them,
who's ever
they
closest.
don't tell you which one should have legal rights versus
So
which
they
one
do.
shouldn't.
They do because every person.
Because in that scenario with your 2 kids, because you might like one or be closer to one versus the other in the moment of the decision,
that's a
should one
utilitarian argument. You go,
should
when I
one
have
have
to
legal rights
choose-
versus the other?
Yeah, that's a utilitarian argument. When I have to choose between two horrific tragedies, I do what's most efficient and increases the probability of that child's life surviving. That's what I do. That's a good answer, and it has.
But does that mean one of your kids should not have the legal right to life and should be killed via?
So
some
if the
sort of
morula is
act of
closer
violence?
to you and the baby's further away, you're saving the single cell organism?
I would try to save both. I would probably
can't
run.
answer. I will
Honestly,
try to
if
save
the
both.
baby's crying, I'd probably run to the baby first.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Everyone.
This is like
But it doesn't
weirdly.
mean it's okay to
I
kill
think it's
the
a repeat of what we just talked about.
This is
it's
why
okay.
abortion conversations are hard.
Strange.
It is a choice between tragedies. It's not like everyone's like, God, it's so fun killing morulas.
Yeah.
Nobody's saying that. The issue that I'm trying to pose is, what if it's 2 morulas that are closer to you?
Yeah.
What if it's 15? How many morulas need to exist in the one room before you opt to save them over the baby?
Yeah.
That's the important
I mean, you could
question.
also say, to go down this line of hypothetical, you could say as an example, okay, you can kill 1,000, you can save 1,000 children over in India, right? If you shoot this 1-year-old, what do you choose to do?
You always shoot the 1-year-old and save 1,000 people. Always.
I would
every
never
single,
know.
every
Absolutely.
single
Damn.
time.
No,
because
you do not commit an evil act in order that a good act may
So
come
you
of
just
it.
abstain and then everyone dies?
No, well, in this scenario, you would be the one actively shooting the
Wait,
one-
so if I choose to do nothing, nobody dies?
No, if you choose to
Because
not
if
shoot
nobody
the
dies if I do
1-year-old
nothing, yeah, I'm
in
going
this
to
scenario.
not shoot someone.
Anyways,
Man, we should have just let the video play. This is like.
I'm actually really curious about your worldview because you were asking about mine earlier. And
I hate that I'm erudite in this hypothetical, though. I hate that. I hate that.
We can just keep going in circles on it, which I'm
I
happy
disavow
to.
that.
You're gonna
Not
keep going.
erudite.
Right? Here's the thing. Every hypothetical you pose me, I will just answer it because I think about these things and these hypotheticals, to those who are not here, the purpose of philosophical hypotheticals is to test your moral principles. That's what it's for.
Thank you, Kyla.
So if there are two morulas, if there are 2 morulas,
let's
I'm
go for a
actually
few more
seriously
minutes
asking,
then. That's fine.
how many morulas need to be in the closer room before you pick them over the baby? Is it infinity?
Over the babe.
And for me, it's infinity. I'm always picking the baby. But if you now have a 15-week developed child, God, I don't know. I might go. I'm probably going to pick the 15-week.
I mean, you could do the same scenario with a toddler in one room and a newborn in the other, right? Or you could do 10 newborns in one room and 5. We could do endless scenarios. I think at the end of the day, especially in an emergency situation, who someone picks in an emergency situation doesn't change the legal rights of who wasn't picked.
Sure,
So
but
I
the
think that's
issue is that this. No, that's not a good
where
point.
these scenarios
I think it's a good
are not
point.
very useful to the
No,
question
that's
of
why.
abortion.
That's why they need the 3-hour thing that we came to. Okay, they need 3 hours to think about it because cortisol levels be high in emergency situation.
Yeah.
So
Well,
we
and-
came to that and they didn't. Okay, so they'll get
Well,
there
see,
eventually.
And the problem is like, I guess this is not I don't not so sure this analogy like is describing your morals accurately because there's a lot of bias that comes into this that I would say it's not an accurate representation of your morals because morally I can say that both lives matter, but if I'm stuck picking one, that doesn't negate the moral value of the person I'm not picking, which is I think the argument she's making.
Well, I think,
Yeah, no,
I think
I
also
think
if we're in
flawed,
a
yeah.
world where we're having to make those kind of moral decisions, we have bigger problems.
That's a good point.
Like if you, it's like not the burning building one, but like the shooting a 1-year-old or 1,000 Indians. It's like, come on, like what the kind of fucking world are we talking about here?
I know, but
What
that's
kind of moral
the
structure is that?
I know, but that's like if that's a hypothetical. Maybe I'm just like hypo-pilled, but like
Well, and like she's saying, what's her name right there, Lila, whatever.
Lila.
See, we can play that game all day long for years upon eternity, but like you never know what you're going to do in that situation, or what like you don't know the bomb the building's going to explode, and you don't know your arms are going to explode if this and that.
That's
You don't
why
know all
I
this stuff.
added. That's why I'm better than erudite because I
Yeah,
added
but
the
you're refining
3-hour
the
qualifier.
hypothetical.
I know, but I refined it in a goaded way, right?
Let me
I
finish,
refined
though.
it in a
No,
good
Let me
way.
finish. You're refining it so much that it has no meaning anymore.
No, it still has meaning. It's still physically possible,
Okay.
right?
I mean,
Still-
Disagree
it's
to
still-
disagree.
theoretically possible.
Wait, do you think it's not physically possible, or like what's good?
I mean, it's a very small percentage. And then I ask again, like,
Sure.
what kind of fucking world do we live in?
Yeah. And this is where I tell people to sub to all y'all OnlyFans, okay?
Boo,
Not in a gay way, in a
disavow.
normal way, you guys.
And
In
be
a
In an
normal
emergency
way.
situation, we don't garner moral constitutions at all to anybody because it's an emergency situation.
Here's a
In
question,
a
like the
hypothetical,
Titanic, right?
it does
Men and women,
test how we think.
men and children.
That might have been a bit out of pocket, but it's meant in a good way, okay? It's meant in a good way.
It's all right. We're picking
Okay.
your brain, and you know it's challenging.
Okay. It's meant in a
so.
good way. It's meant in a good way.
First, right?
Not a
But
lot of
again, men
picking.
and children first, or children and women first.
I was gonna say,
Slim
definitely not the
pickings.
men.
Not
I
men.
think it's usually children and women.
Not even Jack. So in that case, the women and the children were supposed to be first, right? Does that mean that men should have less legal rights than women and children?
This isn't about legal rights. This is about morality. And we
Okay,
can't
well,
do
I've been talking about legal rights, and I
if
am
we
talking
want to
about
talk
morality
about
too.
legal rights, we
Babe.
can. The
So wait,
issue
do
is that
men
we're
not have?
swapping.
Hold on. Just do men not have the same moral value as children and women?
No, in that situation, what we say is that there is something noble tied to masculinity that is tied to sacrificial love.
Right. That's beautiful. I love that.
Sure,
So, but
that's
the point
not-
is
That's
but-
not a
but-
legal
But
determination.
the point is that it goes back to my point, though, because who you would save in an emergency situation has a lot of times to do with your relationships to that person.
Of course, if it's
Maybe your own, immediate snap decisions based on traumas or experiences you've had in the past. But that doesn't determine the moral value, and certainly not the legal rights of the people involved in these endless scenarios. Can you agree with that?
so again, when we're using
But can you
these,
agree with that, Kyla?
moral rights are
No,
very different than legal rights that we're
Can you?
talking
Let's
about.
just do moral rights then. You're hung up on legal. Can we just do moral
Well, the
rights?
hypotheticals for morality, and so
Okay, but then so if men have the same moral,
I just want to say this is kind of what me and I can't remember the guy's name last time, the Hispanic guy, Big Soda. What was his fucking name?
Dan.
Yeah, Dan. This is what we were going back and forth on, where I actually can't tell who I agree with on this, but I think moral is separate from legal. And so and Ditsos, Dan Ditsos, I think was his name. Yeah, I don't like qualifying the moral by the legal or vice versa.
Well, I will add one thing: is if she's advocating for the legal right to end babies and she's using this moral conundrum to justify that, then I think it's fair that the other person point out the fact that she's using this moral situation or this moral hypothetical to then justify the fact that we can then take the legal right to or have the legal right to end babies' lives. So
completely
I think
fair.
there is an element of legality that she can play because she's using this to then justify the fact that, hey, some life is worth more than others on a moral level and a legal level. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I think I agree with that. Yeah.
And y'all's situation was a little different because y'all's situation, I think that the problem is that I guess you wanted to focus on the morality, and he kept bringing up the legal component of it, and y'all were confusing the two instead of tackling it morally then legally. I think this is a little bit different of a situation because the main, I guess, conclusion of this debate is whether we should have a legal right to end babies before a certain period.
Yeah, and I think I don't want to. I know Dan's not here right now, but if I'm giving him the best interpretation, he asked me my moral framework, and when he was asked back, he said, "Well, I derive my morality from legality," which I think is asked backwards. Right?
Yeah,
Like I think you can derive one from the other, but it doesn't go in both directions, right? Like legality is supposed to be based on morals. And
If you have your morals from legality, then I would say they're probably not morals. It's probably just legality. Like I'm not so sure that you can call legality like if you take your morals from legality, then I don't think you can claim you have morals. I think the only thing you can claim is that you follow legal situations or legal or however you would describe it. I don't think there is a form of morals. I think you're just saying you believe in the law.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
value as women and children, but you would pick the woman, or the Titanic, says women and children first.
That's why my follow-up question is really important. Because if I have to choose between 5,000 men dying or one woman, I'm picking the men.
Okay.
This is why I'm asking you with the Maury-Law. I understand why you're stun locked between the Maury-Law and the baby when they're equal. And you said distance would be the varying factor for me. That's a good that's a really good answer. That's better than my answer, right? Now the next question is, how many Maury-Laws need to be in the closer room before you opt to select it over the child? And this question matters.
Yeah,
because the reality is when we look at single cell organisms, we all understand that we value it less in tragic situations.
Let me give you an answer you might like. Let me give you an answer you might like. And then can we go to worldview? Because I'm very curious about yours.
Sure.
Here's an answer you might like. If it's in the case of children that are frozen, right? They're basically frozen in time effectively via
Yeah, I have to pee, so I'm gonna set you guys to Star Wars slurs. But I actually, this is a question, and I don't know if anyone knows, but someone can Google. Erudite said single cell organisms. Am I insane? Isn't a zygote always multicellular?
That's what I was just going to say. Like,
yeah, like
she's
am I crazy? Like
it's not an embryo either.
I assumed it wasn't single cell. Is it bicell or multicell?
It's multi-cell, right?
Which is both. I mean, I'm not saying they're not the same thing, but I'm saying is it just a sperm one cell and then the egg one cell, or is it even more cells than that?
No, it's one cell. I'm pretty sure. That's why they're microscopic.
That makes sense. It's like the sperm is a single cell in itself, and then the egg is a single cell in itself, and then when they combine, it becomes what we would know.
Fertilizes the egg.
That's what I mean. So it's a sperm and an egg. I mean, I guess that's is that single cell? I don't know either.
Yeah, I could be wrong.
It's two cells mixing. Is that still single cell? I actually don't know.
I don't. I think if they mix, it would no longer be single cell. It would then be multiple cell.
They are single cell until they become until the sperm fertilizes the egg. Yes.
And then they keep dividing after that. So after that point, it's multi-celled, and then it just keeps dividing past that. Dividing. Yeah.
Okay.
Multiplying.
Talk about that, or like Star Wars slurs, or like what's good while I pee. Okay. Keep it going.
Okay. Awkward silence in 3, 2. No, I'm just kidding.
No awkward silence. What's this about?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ag, I agree with everything you say. Confluence is fucking retarded on everything you said.
he was just changing the goalpost a few times. It's okay.
I guess just to answer, the hypothetical at what point, how many embryos I would save over the child. It's tough to say because I mean, as a parent, especially as a newer parent, I think my youngest is 3.5. I think she'll turn 4 in May, so I would probably have a natural affinity toward a crying baby, but I think there is a point to where to me it seems justifiable to then save embryos over the child. I think the only problem is you'll always be faced with personal bias.
Yeah, I can agree with that for sure. That's why I also bring up this scenario. It's like I asked it first, or I said that in that situation, I should say, you don't know exactly what you're going to do. But then after that, I was like, let me just guess. When you walk into this, now it's going to be exploding building. They're going to be right next to each other. So you have to like instantly choose. And he was like, I was like, you know what I mean? This hypothetical is just done. It was cool.
If it's more realistic, I'm probably going to save the closest thing I can because I'm no scientist. So I wouldn't. Well,
if
I wouldn't
walk
say
in and I hear baby
help.
screaming and there's a refrigerator to my, in the corner or something that's housing the embryos, but there's babies screaming, of course I'm probably going to go to the babies. You know what I mean?
I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't even think there's embryos there. I mean, unless I have the knowledge of what embryos look like sitting on a table, I don't know that would be my first thing to go save. And that would
That's
just
what,
be my
that's where the
ignorance.
3 hours come in, though. You're told ahead of time. There, you will be in a situation. There's a table of embryos that you could grab.
But if I don't know what embryos look like, then how would I know that?
Well, you just know. I
that's the
mean,
right
this
table?
the fucking space wizard has told you
Well,
so. Okay.
We're gonna know because they're gonna be right next to each other. Yeah.
Mm. They'll be
The
clear.
embryos-
Everything will be clearly labeled. Okay, it'll say embryo, and even the crying babies. It'll say crying babies in case
They'll be-
in case you disagree.
Post-it
It'll say
notes.
it.
Yeah.
To be fair, the sensory aspect of the crying baby would probably definitely swing a lot of bias toward saving it first, just because of the fact that it's crying, it's easily identifiable. I know what it is. I know.
Well,
like,
what if the babies weren't crying and you couldn't see them?
That's
You
true. What
just
if they're
knew
in
they
like
were
a
there.
baby box and the
Would that
label is just
change
like
something?
a baby box
But they
contains
weren't
6
crying,
babies?
you know,
Yeah, you
they
can't hear
weren't,
them.
like, they
You
weren't
just see
like
the
being,
label.
yeah, like, well, no, I don't know about all that, but what if they weren't like making noises and screaming and crying, and you walk in and okay, let's just keep what you just said they're labeled, so like there's embryos and there's babies, but maybe you don't know how many of each.
Yeah, no, I'm being serious. I'm saying if it is a box of
That makes
both,
it
so
pretty
that
tough.
reduces the visual stimuli, right? So you can't. There's no emotion attached. You just see we're like paring it down, right? You see like a label that says 6
And that-
for real alive 6-month-old babies, and then like 7 embryos.
because in a
I
real
don't
life
have a good answer to that.
situation,
I actually don't. I'm not sure.
in a real life situation, well, is it I guess a potential that the embryos could be affected by the smoke, in which the smoke has, I guess, made all the embryos ineffective. And
Yeah,
in my mind, I may think that, and it may not be true, which may cause me to save the babies. But vice versa can happen. If I know there's a lot of smoke and I don't hear crying babies, I'm thinking, oh shit, maybe the babies are dead. I need to do something to try and save what I can. And I see the embryos, then I may grab the embryos, thinking, hey, if everything else is dead, I'm hearing no sound, nothing, then I would probably be biased toward the embryos.
yeah, I mean, that's true too. That's true. I mean,
Without the 72 hours.
Confluence is hypothetical. It gives you 3 hours. I mean, you could always go get like a wheelbarrow and a cooler. And
You have 3 hours to think about the situation. You can't be doing anything in real time. You're sitting in your room. Okay,
Yeah, like-
you're just thinking.
Can I send smoke signals to someone else who then
You're literally just like you're in you just have time to think. You're in a dark closet. Okay, you have no Wi-Fi. You can't leave the closet.
What if
You're
I'm
just thinking.
telepathic?
You're not in this analogy. You're not sub to Big Soda's OnlyFans. Just kidding. No, but for real though, do sub to his OnlyFans because brother needs the needs the subscriptions.
We're gonna do a missionary, so make sure you subscribe.
Yeah, exactly.
Via IVF.
No.
Why?
They're
Why?
not. In this hypothetical, they're not.
Well, then they would be dead already.
This hypothetical is a magical world where the Moriolas are living, and if you save them, they will become children.
Oh my god, this is like so
That's how
coded to what we're
hypothetical
talking
All
about.
right, then if that's the case, then you could make a very strong argument to absolutely save the 1,000 versus the one in the older child in the other room. You could make that case very easily because you're not because in the case of the IVF clinic burning, or there's a bunch of babies that are frozen, created via IVF, and they're in a freezer, and you could grab the freezer or grab
So
the
if the
newborn
baby's
baby.
frozen, it's not worth as much morally?
Well, no, it's more that you don't like if you take someone out of a clinical setting where, by the way, that's why many reasons I oppose IVF, because it's against the human rights of the baby to be frozen like that. But they're in a hostile environment. They're not going to survive without intervention,
That's a
right?
pretty good point.
Because they're taken out of the
You
place.
save them,
they're taken out of the place they should be, which is their mother's womb, right? And that's where they should be naturally developing. Now they're frozen in time. So you can make the case that for sure, and a lot of the time when you unfreeze the babies, they die, et cetera, et cetera. It's very horrible. So you can make the case, well, I know for sure I can save this baby, but who knows, these other babies might
That's
be
why I
already
was asking
unfrozen
the
by this point
percentage.
because of the IVF clinic
Survival rate.
damage, or there's a fire going on or whatever it is. So
yeah, what you're talking about
yeah.
is what I would label assumed potential, right? So
Sure.
one of the reasons that you're picking the baby is because there is an assumed potential here where we basically treat the potential so real that we act like it is real, right? This is why most people would agree that when third trimester
It's not
deaths
about
happen,
potential as
we
much
do
as it
treat
is
it differently than when first trimester.
Yeah.
Like when my miscarriage happened, it's different
Mhm.
than when my friend lost her baby at like 30, like I think it was 28 weeks. Everyone looks at that and they understand that both are tragic.
Yeah.
And this is why abortion topics are so hard. Both options are tragic. I am not dismissing that at all. But that's not how we inform legality
Sure.
or morality.
Let's talk more about your view of how morality and legality should be informed.
Sure.
So you said earlier during the cross-examination that I started with was really interesting. You said we support decriminalization totally, but then there's some criminalization that you support in the later term. I'm assuming it's after ensoulment happens, right? And your view of ensoulment,
Yeah.
by the way. 'Cause,
12 to 15 weeks.
sorry guys, my mic is coming off here. I know that's going to not be good for later. Let me try to get
You waited for me to find my
this back
papers.
on
So
here.
we're good. Take your time.
Okay. So I really want to understand this because you were telling me basically, Lila, your view is like Sharia law, because you think human beings are made in God's image and have the right
Not
to
like
life.
Sharia law. I think your principles are being like a Sharia law
sure.
activist.
All right. I'm like a Sharia law activist. Okay. So I'm curious then, where do you think human rights come from? Because I think they come from God, not the state.
Are you talking about, so again, we're
Yeah.
doing this equivocation stuff. When you say human rights, are you talking about the moral
I'm
and
talking
legal
about
conference?
I'm talking about the human right to life that I think also should be protected by law.
So if you're talking about human moral value,
I'm talking about human moral value, yes, but whether you have
that's from God.
Regardless of how much moral value you assign to any given human, I'm talking about what I would consider a universal human right that is given to us by God. And
So
let's just say for a minute,
if
let's
you equivocate, I can't answer your questions well. Do you mean legal, or are you talking about my moral epistemics?
I'm talking about a human right that yes, one of the consequences of it being a human right is that if you live in any given society, it is incumbent upon the government to develop law to protect that human right within the reason of what a government can and should do.
Oh, okay. I'll do my best to entertain. Usually, you need to pick one, but it sounds like you want to do legality. We can just do legality.
Sure. Okay. But my question is the same. It's that where do you think that these rights come from? Whether you consider them moral or legal rights.
Come from fiat, typically, is how we would view. So the reason that a bunch of wonderful.
But who's fiat, Kyla?
The states.
Okay, so we totally disagree on that.
So you don't think that enforcement of our rights, if somebody comes and they steal my water bottle, which I know you guys are very covetous of it, okay, leave it alone. Who do I call? Right? I call the cops. Right, because the
I
cops
agree,
are granted
Brandon.
authority
I
by
agree.
the state, which I grant authority through my vote to do the
It's
law.
just like two women trying to like one up, mainly erudite, trying to one up, but
to
do those words mean the same thing?
Of course,
a right that they should be.
do what?
Of course.
Okay.
I said,
Who does
do those words mean the same thing? Like moral and epistemic mean the same thing?
No, it's like they're like separate. Yeah, they're just like separate categories. Like epistemics is like how you know something, and then morals is what you think is like just and ethical. And so it's like
so those words don't go together in any functional way.
no, it'd be like saying like moral metaphysics. It's like those are two separate, distinct branches of philosophy, and you're putting them together, and it's
okay.
Yeah, it's good. It's yeah. This is where I think we get a little catfighty, in my opinion.
I was going to say I just jumped on the like I guess the psychology, like some psychology stuff. So I'm kind of new to all the terminology and all the. I get some things, but some things will go over my head, and I won't be able to point it out like Brandon does.
Yeah, and I think that's what Kyla's trying to do with her using the word fiat. I think, and this is what I've seen from some shorts on this. I think Kyla is trying to just mog Lila. Like the girl now is trying to mog the girl who's off screen.
Okay.
And I don't think Kyla can back it up. In my opinion.
You decided.
Usually the voting populace over time has a conversation.
And
about
is the voting populace
like we're doing now?
Is the voting populace, when it's a majority vote, a very strong majority vote,
what's the electoral
is it
college,
always right? Is it always right?
Nope.
Wow. And who decides when it's not right or right? Who decides whether it's right or wrong?
People like you and I are essential to this process, right? These conversations are what we do to over time guide and think and
but
talk
who
about the moral
decides?
rights.
Who decides whether the majority vote that is deciding which rights to be given or not, protected or not by any given population? Who
Again,
decides?
electoral college, but
Who decides whether that that majority is right or wrong?
so if, say, for example, it gets challenged in court and it gets voted all the way up, it would go to the Supreme Court, right? We would have a judicial system.
You're talking
for
about
that.
legal government structures now, but
Of
let's just do a historical, semi-hypothetical Nazi Germany, right?
Okay. Well, that's
Let-
an authoritarian state, so it's a little bit different because now you have an authoritarian
Let's imagine,
regime.
here's a
So voting
hypothetical.
doesn't work.
Here's a hypothetical for you. There's a bunch of Nazis, and they are the majority in a country.
Yeah.
And they run the court system too, Kyla. It's a pretty dark space, right? And so they've decided by majority vote, and the Supreme Court has just voted, yeah, this is not the way, that certain groups are considered subhuman. They're not persons under the law. Maybe they don't even have souls and they're born. You know, who knows the arguments they may use for this. And so they say these people can be, basically killed.
Yeah.
What, is that okay with you?
From time to time, the blood of patriots must be shed to overturn tyrants. That's what I would say. TJ
But based on what standard, Kyla? What standard would these patriots have to go overturn those tyrants?
Well, that would be up to the population. So obviously, as a Christian,
what does that even mean? Up to the population?
well, as
Which
a Christian,
population?
I would the people in the state.
But what are they? What standard are they overturning the Nazis with?
It probably depends on the state. So in America, we would have probably a blend of utilitarianism, which is the most popular secular moral system, and Christianity. Those are the two most popular secular moral
so is
systems.
your worldview? What do you think is the correct worldview, though? Is it some blend of utilitarian?
I'm a Christian.
So is in your view then? Is the correct view for a society to have a blend of Christianity and utilitarianism?
I think that church and state should be fully separated, and I think the electoral college democracy has been the best approximation for what God intends for us.
So do you believe that there are fundamental human rights that should be
at a
protected?
moral level, yes.
Are there fundamental human rights that should be protected at a legal level?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, and where do you get that standard for those rights from?
So again, the legal standard is unfortunately still going to come from.
But where do you get your preferred legal? Let's pretend Kyla's the ruler of the world.
You are
the
if you're asking
queen.
my epistemic justification, I'm a divine command theorist. And kind of blended. I'm a pluralist, but a divine command theorist and a virtue ethicist, right? So where does it come from? Typically, it's going to be from exegesis, eisegesis, and divine revelation. And I blend that with what I think God's nature is and what he would most want for things.
In what sense
for
is she
example,
any of
I
these
want
things?
policy that reduces abortion, harm to children, harm to women, and harm to mothers. And right now, the data is unequivocal. I could go through the data from Texas. It's infant mortality up in the state of abortion.
I'd love to talk about that.
Maternal
this is what we went through yesterday at Big Soda with
poverty.
Ryan
Oh,
and
just to be
friends.
clear,
11% increase in foster
Let's
care
get to that in a
system.
minute. But just to be clear, so if you ruled the world, and this is the most just world possible, right? That
Sure.
you have to create. You are tasked with creating the most just world possible. Your standard for legal, but that's what we're arguing about here. That's what we came here to do, because we're deciding whether abortion should be
because I
legal
separate
or not.
so I understand
We're
that
deciding whether or not it should be okay to kill. human
She
lives
said it.
versus
understand that
She's setting the
legal-
tone.
like good
It's supposed to be a
legal
debate,
law
not
is
an argument.
always a compromise
Yeah.
because when it comes
they're
to
different.
like ethics and problems of reality, you often have conflicting ethics.
Okay,
See,
look,
women
I
don't
totally
need
disagree
This
with
is
that.
the Hobbes and
No, I
Locke
totally
argument.
disagree with that. That's not
okay.
correct, because if you have,
Wait,
because-
you disagree
No,
with that?
I disagree, because I don't think there needs to be a compromise. For example,
There's always
no,
a compromise.
No, because when it comes to that's not true. Actually,
that is true of
no.
all legal law. Good law. So Hobbes and Locke
No,
is a
because
good
there's
example of
there's
liberty
no law
versus security.
Kyla, come on. There's no law in the United States that says that it is your right as a woman to kill your newborn child.
You're right.
Okay, so there's no compromise there. There is a complete prohibition. You're saying
So-
laws are all compromises, so we should make compromises around abortion. There is a complete legal prohibition on killing born children. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
As a society,
And
we've
you're
agreed, birth
arguing-
canal,
You're
we always
arguing,
value that.
and you're
14th
arguing.
Amendment actually says all persons born.
And to be clear, you're arguing for a virtual, total protected right for mothers. And I'd say virtual because you have some little carve-outs for maybe some criminalization, which are a little murky.
Yep, with mens
But
rea.
largely speaking, you have a complete, your legal system, you want to protect the right of mothers to kill their unborn children. Is that correct?
I want to decriminalize it.
Okay,
That's not so this is, you're doing the equivocation thing again. Rights
not really. No, it's about
hold
whether
on.
you have the right to an abortion or not. That's what we're
rights are
talking
not the
about.
same thing as liberties. What you're talking about would be essentially
The liberty for an abortion or the right for an abortion. Either way, you can pick the language you prefer to use.
The language
it's legal
here,
abortion is what I'm speaking
Well, when
to.
we're talking about legality and morality, the language matters.
We're talking about
It matters
legality
a
right
lot.
now. We're talking about legality right now.
So
not morality.
especially legally, the language especially matters here.
Yes,
So
I
in
agree.
the case of abortion, I do want the liberty for it to be between the doctor and the woman, because one, I
But
trust our
Kyla,
doctors
when you're
want to do
queen of the
harm.
world, Kyla. Okay, so you were saying, well, we need to make compromises because that's what the law does. So as queen of the world, Kyla, I need to make compromises.
Oh my God, we talked about this yesterday. Decriminalization is not the same as legalization, right? It's not the same thing.
Yep.
So I feel like I'm Lila pilled right now, where it's like I feel like Erudite wants these things to be the same, but they're not the same. And I don't see the distinction between a right and a liberty. And that's what Kyla is saying. Those things are exactly the same thing. But then she's trying to argue for decriminalization. That's different. In some, like in Canada, where I unfortunately am, right? In certain places, you know, some drugs are decriminalized. They're not legalized. You don't have a right to it. You don't have a liberty to it. You just, it's a specific thing where you can't be criminalized. You can't face prosecution based on like a certain subset of things. If you have like less than like X amount of drugs on you, that's not the same as enshrining something in law, in legal, in liberty, in anything,
But I mean, at that point, it's
totally different.
It is legal at that point, though.
Well, it's not legal. It's just that you can't. If it was legal, like marijuana is legal in Canada, so you can like buy it anywhere. But like you can't you can't buy cocaine in Canada, you know.
But at one point, was it illegal?
Which one? Marijuana?
Yeah, marijuana.
Yeah. At one point it was. Yeah.
And then they decriminalized it, and it became legal.
No. Those words are two different things. I guess is what I'm saying. So in Canada, on a country scale, they legalized it, meaning I can go and buy marijuana from a store. The store can sell it. I can buy it. Now, in certain parts of BC, they decriminalized a small quantity of drugs. So if you have like less than like a couple grams of coke, you can't be charged. It doesn't mean you can go and buy it legally. You can't buy it. You can't sell it legally. It's just you can't face criminal prosecution for possessing certain amounts of it. And so that's very different than like legal. If cocaine was legalized, then I could go to my corner store and buy cocaine, right? So that's.
Or you could have as much as you want. Like it would be your right, so nothing can infringe upon it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Right now in Canada, I can buy as much marijuana as I want from all the dispensaries. I mean, they're selling it. I can buy it. It's fine. In BC, yeah, if you're caught with more than like X amount of grams, then you do get hit with the trafficking charge because it's just decriminalized. It's not legalized. And so I don't know why Kyla is making those things synonymous, because it's like it's not the same thing. One is just like, can you face criminal prosecution? The other one is this a legal thing that everyone can do to whatever extent they want to do it? And yeah, those things are like very different. So I don't know. I don't know if Kyla is intentionally doing that. I'm not sure if there's like a hidden reason for that, because I think she wants abortion to be legalized, right? Like the counter would be like the what we brought up yesterday with what Charlie Kirk said, which I think some of my chat disagreed, but like that women shouldn't be prosecuted for having an abortion, right? That would be more like a decriminalized thing, like the Nordic model of prostitution, where you don't go after the prostitutes, you go after the Johns. So you're decriminalizing it, but you're not legalizing it. It's not like anyone can do it. It's just that a prostitute can't face criminal charges for this act. And it's like, I don't know what Kyla wants. I don't know if Erudite wants it to be like fully, you can get an abortion at any time in any sense, or if she just doesn't want women to be prosecuted. Because in my mind, those things are very different things that you would want.
Like help weigh people's interests. There, as I said before, there is no compromise right now in the U.S. legal system, and in most legal systems actually, where it's ever okay to kill born children. In your Kyla's perfect world, is it ever okay to kill a born child?
No.
Okay. So what is different between a newborn baby, including a very sick one, including one born to very poor parents, including one born that's going to go into the foster care system, right? And that baby having legal protection, why is that okay with you and not a baby weeks before?
Because
The
I
same baby.
trust doctors to make the call for medical exemptions that are necessary, right? So I've already said
Terrible,
for carve-out,
terrible
if we
place to put
have
your
somebody
trust.
Who we have
Terrible.
all reason to believe their
But
mens
Kyla,
rea.
Disavow.
Well,
just
don't
to be
interrupt
clear.
me. I gotta let
Yeah.
you gotta let me answer,
Of
right?
course, go for it. Yeah.
Right? If we believe mens rea that a woman is intentionally killing her baby with the fetus and the child in her for exclusively the purpose of just killing it, just selectively, we can all agree she's kind of freak. I don't want that protected, and there should be legal carve-outs for that to be investigated, which Canada has.
But Kyla, did you know that there are some doctors, and there would be a lot more if our country shifted this way, right? That believe that it is okay to let sick newborns die via neglect.
I would hope that those doctors are being criminally
But
prosecuted.
what if the doctors in their best, because the doctor, when you're talking about these medically, needed abortions, it's often a baby that has a disability. Let's be real. It's a baby with a disability, a sick baby. Okay. There's a lot of babies that are born that have disabilities and are sick. Okay. So under your same standard, you could have that same doctor decide, okay, what's so special about the birth canal? This baby is still sick. This baby still has a disability. This baby's going to be a burden on you, the mother. The mother's like, yeah, it's a big burden. Why would it be wrong to kill that sick or disabled baby after birth?
I think killing, so this is one thing we'd probably agree on. I think aborting babies because they have Down syndrome or a disability is wrong.
We're talking about those medically needed abortions in your view, because you're saying that the doctor knows what he's doing.
I don't think Down syndrome justifies a medical need.
Well, let's just say the baby's really sick. Let's just say there's a severe
It's an interesting thread of
disability. They have
argument.
trisomy 13. They have some very
Which part?
Because I assume Lila is the one opposite to Erudite, right? Like Lila's
Yeah.
not Erudite. Okay, so I assume she's going down the threshold of how do you decide what's medically necessary to abort a baby? You think would you disagree with that?
No, I wouldn't.
It seems like that's where she's beginning to frame her argument. And I was thinking to myself that this is quite an interesting line of argument that I've never thought to, I guess, use is, well, at what point do we find that is it acceptable to abort a like a Down syndrome baby or a baby with autism? And it's like, I guess you're challenging the concept of, I guess, what a medical necessary abortion means. Because it seems a lot of them are not in favor of eradicating the Down syndrome community, but that is a side effect of being able to abort babies who do have Down syndrome.
Right. I think I don't know if they're gonna go, because I think you can go to a further line, which is when I actually don't know the answer. It's like, like there's like, if you've heard like Harlequin fetuses and stuff, or like there's like some like genetic conditions that a baby can have where it's like they will be born, but they will die a horrific death within like the first like month, let's say. Right. They can and then it's like, in that case, if you know for sure that baby has that genetic condition, is an abortion okay then? The Down syndrome one, at least, is in some ways like, yeah, it's a more easier thing, at least from like Erudite's point of view, where it's like, oh yeah, I don't want to abort people with Down syndrome or autism. But like the harder questions, yeah, are like the ones where it's, and this is a question I actually don't have an answer to, right? Where it's like, yeah, if you know, if there is some genetic thing where you know this baby will like, yeah, die horrifically, is an abortion okay then?
Yep.
Like, what's your thoughts on that? Because I am honestly, I think it would be fine if you know for sure it's gonna like die horrifically and just like, so yeah, it'll be born, but it'll die within the first month and it will just suffer. Then I would say I think that's probably fine.
It's because this is where I don't know if I have a moral hard line in it. It's like, to me, I see a reason why that could be very acceptable, depending on the condition and stuff like that. If we're talking like Down syndrome, I would say no, that's insane. But it does demean the quality of life for the child. And so where's the threshold of saying like something that's more severe, like where you're born without, I guess, certain organs, or you're born like, I guess, without the ability to breathe. So it's like the moment you're born, you're just going to die. And so I don't know where that moral threshold is. Well,
Yeah,
I mean, I do personally, but I don't know, I guess, where to stop that line.
But wait. If you, what is your personal? Because I don't think I know that personally.
Well,
So like, what's your
well,
personal thing?
I guess I should say I know things that that wouldn't be acceptable for me that are still medical conditions and still would burden the
Okay.
life of the child and the mother. But I just don't know the exact line of where, okay, once you cross this from this illness into this illness, that's where the
Right.
line should be.
Yeah. Okay.
I probably
I'm the
misspoke
same way.
there.
There's like some conditions I know about where I'm like, yeah, that's probably like, especially like if you combine suffering of the baby with terminality in the short term, like if like no babies with this disorder will live past like a month and they will all be just suffering, then it's like, yeah, then it's just like, why, you know? But yeah,
The
like
only
to put a
more
set line on it. Yeah.
the conundrum is what happens when you will, I guess what happens when there's a potential of, hey, this baby actually lived a successful life with this condition, but 99% of babies don't. And it's
Right.
like,
And
would
that's
that be acceptable? And it's like,
right.
what
And
if we
that's
keep going
actually
back from there?
right. And the example I brought up with Harlequin fetuses, and I mean, Google that at your own peril because it's like
Yeah.
unpleasant to see. And it's like, but from what I remember, there has been a couple of Harlequin fetuses that have lived, like they have lived into adulthood, right? But I think I'm going off memory, but I think most of them die very young, and then like very very young, like within like the first month, and it's horrifically painful, and it's it's unpleasant. But I think there has been some, but then that kind of goes into, I guess, the ectopic thing where it's like, I think there's been, I didn't Google this, but it was mentioned yesterday where it's like, there's been a few ectopic pregnancies, like I think single digits that have actually somehow survived in the fallopian tubes and the woman has given birth, usually in like impoverished nations like India and stuff where they don't really have the wherewithal to deal with it. But yeah, it presents the moral problem where it's like they have lived. And so it's like, yeah, if it's a 1% chance, this is where the whole argument gets like incredibly difficult, right? If it's like a 1% chance where it will live, then like, is it okay to abort? And I think it was not Brandon, Alex. I think Alex asked me in Ryan's chat, and Ryan like read it off. Like, what is the precise percent point? And like, I don't have an answer to that, right? Like, yeah, because the ectopic thing is like a 0.0000001% will survive. Is that enough where I'd say you can't? No, it's not. But like, there's some arbitrary percent at which I would like switch my mind, I guess.
Or I guess what happens when medical technology improves, yet it's still legally allowed. Like, let's say the situation goes from maybe a 99% failure to a 50, 49, or 45% failure, just picking random failure rates. It's like, well, now should we change the law because I guess the medical field has improved enough for these cases to survive? It's like, are they going to be genuine enough in the argument to then roll back abortions once the medical field it catches up and is able to save a lot of these problems they have with now?
Right. And I think that, yeah, I think you see that happening in some ways in real time with the age of viability being pushed back by medical science, right? Where it's like, yeah, that was a thing that people used to say before. Well, it's not viable at this amount of weeks, but we're constantly like, year over year, we're able to, with better neonatal care, we're able to like increase that age at which point a fetus could be induced and then be a living baby. And then it's like, yeah, does that change the abortion topic or like, I don't know.
Yeah, because I mean, to be fair, Ryan may not agree with me on this, but I would say to Ryan, I would believe in Ryan's position that he would still want abortion to be legal, even for the more minority of cases, because he wants to legally protect the mothers and not put them in a situation where they find, I guess, legal repercussions. But I would say, I would say we're getting on sketchy territory, because what happens when we no longer need an abortion and medically we're okay outside of the fringe minorities, like maybe 0.00001% of pregnancies? Would you still have that same standard? Would you still fight for, I guess, that right or that body autonomy enough just for 0.1% of births, and I guess that kind of format of argument.
Yeah, and I think Ryan, and I don't want to say all of them, but I think most of the people that were on his side yesterday, I think they ultimately wanted to be up to the mother, even if it is incredibly rare, even if it is like I mean, because they were challenging the Texas law. We went into all that shit, right? It's like it didn't seem like it swayed anybody, right? Even pulling it up and showing that it was like, okay, even if it like damages an organ, it did. No one's mind was changed, right? They're like, it still should be up to the mother. It doesn't matter what the percent is. It doesn't matter if it's like super rare that some just. I mean, I think even Ryan said, I'm pretty sure. I don't want to misrepresent him, but I think he said that just like getting pregnant, right? You don't know what the risk could be. So even the potential of developing a risk is enough that legally we should leave it in the mom's hands, right? Even if it's just even if everything is healthy at like the 14-week mark, but just knowing that like, and well, that's every pregnancy. Every pregnancy could have a complication, right? Even if it's perfectly healthy at the 14-week mark. Like, of course, like, and it seemed like, none of them, I don't think, wanted any kind of legal barriers on that.
It's a simple fact that we've conceded ground where we would find it legally okay to have certain aspects of abortion or certain principles which would allow an abortion, but it doesn't seem like they're interested in any. They're not interested in meeting in the middle on a practical situation or a kind of cultural situation. Seems like it's their way or nothing.
Yeah. No, I think so. And that's why the other side is so hard to talk to. But okay, Big Soda question, okay?
Go for it.
Question for you. So I have to head off. So this is an unrelated question. But tomorrow's stream, just asking you, would you rather continue the abortion thing or Nick Fuentes versus Steven Crowder? I'm just polling people. You're the first one, okay? What would you rather see?
I don't think this has been that bad of a debate.
I think it's been good.
I mean, I'm not saying that they're both making the best of arguments, but it's definitely hitting, I guess, the things that I think about, and I guess the arguments that I want to see hashed out. It's definitely doing enough for me where I'm like, this is a pretty good debate.
Okay, so wait, so is that your vote then?
Yeah,
You're the
I think
first
that's my
person I'm
vote.
polling.
I think that would be my vote. I would say, because once we finish this, we did get a good bit through it. Once we finish this, I would be perfectly okay with going to the Steven and Nick Fuentes. It's just
we're at least halfway through, and they do get into a cat fight later on. Okay, so
I was gonna say there's some meat to this. I think it's the debate isn't failing, and so there's enough for me where I'm like, yeah, this is a good one. This is something interesting because they're crossing ideas that I want to see hashed out, or they're doing a good enough job representing my position. And I would say Lila's doing that.
I agree. Ag, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you think, Ag?
I could care less either way. I think it's kind of like, I mean, the whole abortion thing's been kind of talked about enough. Me personally, I don't really. I don't like abortion. I think there should be like a pretty damn good reason why you're doing it. Obviously, there's a few reasons, but as far as the debating about it, it's kind of like I've just seen so many of them at this point.
And that's fair because there's nothing new that we're going to discover from this debate. We're not going to learn anything new. We may think about something differently, but I wouldn't say we learn anything new.
Yeah.
It's not fair that it's not interesting. I just, I've heard a bunch of these debates, so.
Yeah.
But I will not lie. I wouldn't be mad if you pick Steven and Nick. Because I think it will be kind of conflictorial or I can't think of what conflictingness or there's going to be some combativeness that I think is going to be in that episode that will kind of keep it interesting.
Yeah.
I think I'll do my first, and for the small amount of people watching, I think I will do my first YouTube community poll. Okay,
Yeah,
I think that's
but
what
I
I've
mean,
decided. So
you can
leave it up
you
to
can
the
finish
audience.
this. I mean, that would be fine with me too. Either way.
Okay, good. Glad you guys are both here. Okay, and I appreciate both of you.
Yeah, thanks
Appreciate
for
both
having
of you as always.
course,
07s. I'm don't know. I'm gonna try to ag if you ag as my mod, if you can help me, because I have like 2 streams going because the whole like vertical thing. So I don't know if I like end it, if it's gonna end both of them, or if I have to end separately. So
Well, it should.
okay, it's
It should end in
okay.
both. It should end in
It
both.
should. Okay. Just if you can help me double check, because I don't want to be like, I don't want to be in what's that guy? Who's that lol cow who was like caught not that I'm planning on masturbating, I'm not saying that, but that guy that like ended the stream and they started jerking off, and then Dark Side Phil. I don't want to be a Dark Side Phil. Not in the masturbatory way, but in any way, right? Like I don't want to end it and then think and then be like walking around and I'm still alive and stuff, So.
It could be in the Crowder way where you just yell at your wife.
Yeah, I don't want that either. Yeah, exactly. I don't want either of those things. I'm not sure which one I'd rather have. Hypothetically, if we had to pick one.
Crowder, without a doubt.
Yeah, actually, yeah. No, actually, yeah. That actually is an easy answer. Yeah.
Because if my wife is kind of being a bitch, I want other people to see that.
And in that clip, she was being a bit of a bitch.
She was being a bitch.
Yeah, she was. Yeah. Okay. Disavow. Well, actually, no. Actually, I do avow that. She was acting up. Okay. Okay. But yeah, everyone everyone help me check if the stream is down. But 07s to all of you. I'll try to end it.
If you don't
God
hear
bless.
from me, then you're good.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Big Soda. Thank you, Ag.
Have a good night, guys.
See you guys
All right, you
later.
too.
Take
See ya.
care.